Chapter 34:11. Qilian Boundary, Lingju City. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man with a stern expression frowned slightly. His face was gloomy and his mouth was filled with bitterness. The middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the main hall. The guards of the city lord's mansion kept quiet out of fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past 3 days, more than 10 sects in Linha Boundary had been attacked, but there was no trace of it. They were killed without spilling blood. Not good, city lord. 3 sects in Linha Boundary have been attacked. The situation is critical now. We don't know what kind of monster is behind this. There is no trace of it at all. The deputy commander of the city lord's mansion reported with a gloomy face. This was the 17th message in 3 days. Even he felt that the Linha Boundary was in danger. The city lord's face was getting more and more unsightly. I know. You can leave now. Xianxia's expression changed and said coldly. He sighed. It was difficult for him to make a decision. This might be a great catastrophe. It wasn't that easy for the Qilian 9 boundaries to survive this calamity. In the void, a purple figure slowly appeared. She was graceful and beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. The young woman's face was red and her eyes were firm. She looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Qingtian, don't forget about your promise with Jiangchen. With my understanding of him, if you don't take any action you'll be implicated. Now that the profound Feng sect is in danger, the situation in Linha Boundary is much more serious than what we have imagined. Even if we don't know who's behind this, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Qingtian, don't forget about the agreement between you and Jiangchen." The lady's lips moved slightly and her eyes shone with radiance. Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Ah Qian, do you think I don't want to go? On the first day of the incident in Linha Boundary I went there once. But I found out that there was an extremely powerful expert behind all of this. It seemed like we couldn't resist him at all. Right now the crisis is only limited to the Linha Boundary. If I were to take action forcefully, it might cause the entire Qilian Boundary to be implicated. I'm not being selfish. Even though I didn't see the other party's men, I'm still shocked by their strength. How can I not know Jiangchen's means? I already knew that he's not an ordinary person. I wonder if he managed to escape from the profound connection Divine Palace's pursuit. If I take action, the whole Qilian Boundary and you will be implicated. Moreover, you are pregnant now. How can I not worry?" Xianxia looked at the lady gently. That lady was Qianrenji. She was Qianrenji's mentor when they were in Tongxian Mansion. Qianrenji's countenance slightly changed. She pondered for a while and continued, "I still think you should go there. The profound Feng sect is in a precarious situation and Jiangchen had entrusted the entire sect to you. It's inexcusable for you to stand aside and do nothing now. I know that you're worried about me, our child, and the people of the Qilian Boundary. But I owe Jiangchen a debt of life and death to Jiangchen and Zixi. We're friends who have gone through thick and thin together. It's inexcusable for you to stand aside at this moment." Jiangchen said. Qianrenji was helpless. He was pregnant now. Otherwise she would have gone to the Linha Boundary alone to protect the profound Feng sect. She would never be able to repay profound Feng sect's kindness for the rest of her life. He was alone and fearless, but Xianxia was different. He was the reverend of the 9 boundaries, he was the supreme of the Qilian Empire. If he were to take action now, it would bring an unimaginable disaster to the 9 boundaries. Xianxia did not take action because of his scruples. However, he was paying close attention to the situation in Linha Boundary. His heart was restless after all. As a high position, the reverend of the 9 boundaries could not be without a leader. Xianxia had too many things that he could not let go of. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of letting down the people and all the sects in the Qilian Boundary. He was afraid of becoming a sinner. Back then, the first thing he did was to go to the sect that suffered the disaster to investigate. However, the result was nothing. Furthermore, he felt that the expert was far more terrifying than him. Furthermore, it wasn't just one person. This was incomparably shocking. These people could have attacked without any hesitation, but they hid in the dark. This showed how terrifying they were. It would only cause people to tremble in fear upon hearing their names. If you don't do anything, what if Jiangchen comes back? How are you going to explain it to him? He had personally handed the profound Feng sect to you, Qingtian. Qianrenji said anxiously. She used to be a mentor of the Profound Connection Divine Palace, and she was not a fool. It was not wrong for Xianxia to put the overall situation first. However, he should not have chosen to remain silent. This was the most puzzling thing. If Qianrenji did not have the 6-armor Divine Palace, she would have already attacked. The Linhe boundary was in a precarious situation. Profound Feng sect would not be able to escape from the misfortune. However, Xianxia was still waiting in silence. This made Qianrenji very anxious. However, she was already someone else's wife. When she left the Profound Connection Divine Palace, she had already decided to be an ordinary person. She wanted to be with him forever and follow his every whim. Xianxia frowned. At this moment he felt troubled. He sighed and said, "Let me be alone and think about it. I understand what you're saying. However, I still need to put the overall situation first." Qianrenji did not say anything more and left. Xianxia stood under the moonlight alone. He did not sleep for the whole night. On the 4th morning, the bad news of the Linhe boundary came. Xianxia's face was full of worry. He had no choice but to go. There was a reason for him to go. He had a good relationship with Jiang Chen and he had an agreement with him. However, if he went and brought the disaster to the Qilian boundary, the consequences would be unimaginable. This unknown crisis had almost changed the Linhe boundary. It was getting more and more worrying. Profound Feng sect was swaying in the wind. No one knew when it would get out of the danger. Perhaps, it would become a place that was blown by the crisis and be destroyed. Xianxia would not go. For the people of the Qilian boundary and the people of the 9 boundaries he was responsible. However, he had betrayed Jiang Chen and betrayed his trust. He was in a dilemma. It was even harder to make a choice. Xianxia's heart was in a dilemma. However, his identity had decided what he should do in order to have a clear conscience and a clear conscience for his people. The Lord of the 9 boundaries should put the overall situation first. Chapter 34:12. Linhe boundary, Profound Feng sect. A green-clothed middle-aged man stood proudly on the peak of a mountain. His heart was filled with worries as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Xian Qingming's expression was solemn. The Profound Feng sect was in a precarious situation. The surrounding sects had suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their orthodoxies were annihilated. No one knew when the calamity would come to them. The Profound Feng sect might not be able to escape from it. More and more sects were facing the threat of death. No one knew when they would be able to see the light of day again. Everyone in the Linhe boundary was in danger. They did not know when the calamity would come to them. Many of them had started to look for a way to survive. Because they did not know when the calamity would come to them. It would only take away more and more lives. The Profound Feng sect was in the center of the calamity. More and more people in the sect started to panic. Some of them were prepared to leave the sect. The Profound Feng sect was the most dangerous place in the entire Linhe boundary. Many people wanted to leave the sect to avoid the calamity. Xian Qingming looked at the scenery of the Profound Feng sect and couldn't help but sigh. With his strength, how could he fight against this disaster that came from nowhere? Even the sects that were more powerful than them had disappeared without leaving any trace. If this goes on, it would only become more difficult for him. He might be annihilated at any time. It was not impossible for the entire sect to be annihilated. Xian Qingming's eyes were cold. The Profound Feng sect could be considered as one of the top sects in the entire Linhe boundary. His strength had already reached the peak Divine King realm. Such strength could be said to be unrivaled in the entire Linhe boundary. However, even the reverends of the 9 boundaries did not care about him. Xian Qingming sighed in his heart. Perhaps even the reverends of the 9 boundaries were shocked by his strength. Brother Xian, you've been here for 3 days. I can see that you're deep in thought. I don't know when this crisis will be over. I don't know why the mysterious expert is so ruthless towards the Linhe boundary. A deep voice sounded in Xian Qingming's ears. It was Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai's expression was solemn. He knew that the current situation was very difficult. The Profound Feng sect was in deep trouble. They did not know who would be the next one to suffer in the Linhe boundary and what kind of tricks they would use. I don't know if our Profound Feng sect can survive this. Linhe boundary is in danger. Xian Qingming sighed with a bitter smile. As the sect lord, the survival of Profound Feng sect was what he was most worried about. The heavens had given him a great responsibility. Xian Qingming's eyes were burning with passion. What's there to be afraid even if he's going to be cut into pieces? Now we can only hope that this disaster will pass us. This mysterious expert's actions are very mysterious. However, not all the sects will be killed. Don't worry, Sect Lord Xian. The Profound Feng sect is my home now. I will protect it with my life. Our Profound Feng sect will not be bullied by anyone. Ha! Jiang Zhenhai said with a laugh. Xian Qingming valued his righteousness. Just like his son Jiang Chen. Both of them were calm people. They were not people who would curry favor with those in power. Jiang Zhenhai could still smile calmly even when facing such a difficult situation. It was really admirable. However, one should not think about politics when one is not in a position. If he was in his position, perhaps things would not be so simple. However, the current Jiang Zhenhai was much stronger than him. He had already reached the hierarch realm. Jiang Chen's heaven-seizing fortune pill was really powerful. This made Xian Qingming sigh. Having such a good son was really not enough. Currently, Jiang Zhenhai's strength was the strongest in the entire Profound Feng sect. He had already become a supreme elder. However, Jiang Zhenhai did not put on any airs. While he was traveling with his lover, he had already reached the hierarch realm. Xian Qingming knew that Jiang Zhenhai's strength was incomparable. Xian Qingming murmured in his heart. If Jiang Chen was here, the current situation wouldn't be as bad as it is right now. Everyone was in a state of panic, causing everyone to feel a sense of sorrow. Don't be afraid of being crushed into pieces. Leave your innocence in this world. Xian Qingming said in a serious tone. He would never lower his head. If this war really happened to the Profound Feng sect, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. Death could be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. He did not want to leave his name in history, but he wanted to have a clear conscience. A storm was brewing. The burden on Xian Qingming's shoulders was getting heavier. Reporting to Sect Lord, Senior Yang Jian has returned. One of Xian Qingming's personal disciples said with a smile. Let's go. We'll talk in the main hall. Xian Qingming was happy and slightly nodded. No need. Master, I'm here. A blue figure arrived as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light as the wind howled. The blue-clothed man's temperament was unparalleled. His eyes were shining with a domineering aura. The current Yang Jian had already reached the half-step hierarch realm. He was not any weaker than Xian Qingming. Good disciple. Good disciple. Xian Qingming said happily. The current Yang Jian had already surpassed him and was even stronger than him. This made Xian Qingming very happy. This was the best thing that could happen to the Profound Feng sect. It was worth celebrating for the whole sect. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Jiang Zhenhai nodded and said. His eyes became gentler when he saw Yang Jian. He even missed his son Jiang Chen. He did not know where Jiang Chen was and whether Jiang Chen knew how to treat others. His heart was filled with longing. Jiang Zhenhai was both a father and a mother. Elder Jiang. Yang Jian slightly nodded and said with a bow. It's true that the younger generation surpasses the older one, each stronger than the previous one. But I'm very happy. Very happy. Xian Qingming heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the sect was in danger, he was happy to have Yang Jian's disciple back. Yang Jian's strength had surpassed him. It was his pride and glory to be a disciple of Profound Feng sect. Master taught me well. Yang Jian will never forget it. I heard that the Linhe boundary is in danger and Profound Feng sect is in danger. Yang Jian did not dare to be negligent and traveled day and night to protect Profound Feng sect. Chapter 34:13. Xian Qingming was even happier. Yang Jian was not afraid of death and came back with a strong aura, leading the sect to glory and even fighting against the enemies together. This made Xian Qingming even happier. Yang Jian's return would definitely cause the entire Profound Feng sect to cheer. Those low-ranked disciples would definitely be excited when they knew that senior brother Yang Jian had come back with a strong aura, leading a wave of disciples. Good boy, please get up. I'm very happy that you have this intention. Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other. Yang Jian's return as a half-step hierarch had greatly boosted the morale of the Profound Feng sect. Sect Lord, Senior Brother Man Shuai has returned. Xian Qingming's disciple came to report. At this moment, not only Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai, even Yang Jian's face was filled with joy. Even he's back? In a flash, a rough figure appeared in the sky. He was wearing a rough hemp robe. His eyes were sharp and he had a domineering aura. "Ha, senior brother Yangjian, I never thought that you're back," Man Shui said with a laugh. He landed on the ground and bowed towards Xian Qingming. His strength had reached the half-step hierarch realm similar to Yangjian. Sect Lord Man Shui is late. Not late at all. The two of you can come back at this time, it really makes me feel good. The storm in the Linhe boundary is gathering and the two of you are able to come back at this time. I'm really touched. Profound Feng sect has produced two outstanding disciples after so many years. It's the glory of Profound Feng sect. It's my consolation. Xian Qingming wasn't good with words, but this time, the joy on his face was clearly expressed in his words. However, I heard that the Linhe boundary is in trouble this time. It's like a dark cloud looming over the city. Ever since I entered the Linhe boundary, I noticed that many people have a gloomy expression on their faces. They're afraid that the sect will be destroyed in the next moment. Sect Lord, do you know what kind of mysterious force has swept the entire Linhe boundary? Man Shui asked with a serious face. Xian Qingming shook his head. Not only me but even the supremacies of the 9 realms might not know the reason behind this calamity. Xian Qingming was extremely serious. At this moment he had nothing to hide. Everyone in the Linhe boundary was in danger, he was no exception. Yang Jian and Man Shui returned one after another. Xian Qingming's heart was filled with excitement. If there was a strong enemy he would not be afraid at all. He would fight with his life on the line. It was not something the Profound Feng sect would do. Even if he had to die, he would die honorably. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. If only Jiangchen was here. Man Shui said in a low voice and exchanged a glance with Yang Jian. Both of them nodded slightly. However, since Jiangchen wasn't here, the two of them had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the sect. They wouldn't regret it even if they were to die. That bastard little Chenzi. I wonder where he is now. The sect is in trouble but he's nowhere to be found. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but scold. However, everyone could see that he was worried about his son. Perhaps Jiangchen was somewhere far away and had no time to care about the Linhe boundary. Compared to the Middle Region Divine Land, West Pole Divine Land and South Pole Divine Land, this place was too far away. Even without Jiangchen we will not slack off. Don't worry, Sect Lord Elder Jiang. We will not let anyone step into the Profound Feng sect even if we die. Man Shui said domineeringly. Even if he died he would still protect the sect. Jiang Zhenhai admired his heroic spirit. Young people have their own hot-bloodedness. As they were talking, a cold light descended from the sky. 1,000 li away from the Profound Feng sect, 9 black shadows broke through the sky and arrived at the place. An enormous pressure pressed down. All the beasts within 1,000 li knelt down in the forest, trembling and not daring to move. The entire Profound Feng sect was completely shrouded by the 9 figures. They turned into 9 dark clouds and filled the sky. 9 dark clouds covered the sky, covering the entire Profound Feng sect. It was so gloomy that one could not even see the sun. The dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Countless people were shrouded by a layer of haze. 9 layers of dark clouds covered the sky, completely dispersing the white clouds in the sky. The mountains and rivers of Profound Feng sect were covered in layers of haze. The beautiful land of Profound Feng sect was like hell, pitch black like ink, terrifying people. Such a powerful aura. Man Shui's expression changed. His expression became solemn as he squinted his eyes. Even he could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the 9 dark clouds, let alone the disciples. Their faces were pale. The 9 dark clouds did not even need to do anything to suppress them. Their bodies were about to explode and die. Yang Jian nodded his head silently. Looks like it's the right decision for them to come back. Otherwise, the Profound Feng sect would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Who is this mysterious man? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was guessing but no one knew where he came from. Jiang Zhenhai was filled with battle intent. He was the most powerful person in the Profound Feng sect. He was responsible for this battle. Looks like they'll have to face a life and death crisis soon. Everyone in the Profound Feng sect woke up from their cultivation. This was a disaster like the end of the world. Nobody knew what would happen next. Perhaps the destruction of the sect would happen in the next moment. Xian Qingming heaved a long sigh. His face was pale. Profound Feng sect still couldn't escape from this calamity. Xian Qingming's eyes turned cold. However, the 9 dark clouds had already shrouded the entire Profound Feng sect. The oppressive aura of death had caused everyone in the Profound Feng sect to feel threatened the moment it started. Is our Profound Feng sect going to be swept away by this calamity? Are we going to die? It's like the end of the world. Even the sun is covered. As long as the sect lord is here, we'll never give in easily. Our Profound Feng sect is not like the other sections. I hope so. But some sects that are stronger than us have been wiped out. Can our Profound Feng sect really escape from this calamity? It's hard to say. So many sects were wiped out. Will our Profound Feng sect be the exception? Chapter 34:14. 9 dark clouds filled the sky. Everyone's heart was shrouded by a layer of haze. Because they knew that the wind of disaster had blown to their Profound Feng sect. This time they would not be able to escape from this calamity. Everyone was anxious. Profound Feng sect was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, even if Yang Jian and Man Shui returned to guard the sect, it would be like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xian Qingming's eyes were burning. Profound Feng sect's thousands of years of foundation was going to be destroyed? How could Xian Qingming accept this? At this moment he had thought about it countless times, he had looked forward to it countless times. But in the end he was still blown away by the wind of disaster. The dark clouds were like huge rocks pressing down on one's chest, giving one a splitting headache. Sect Lord, what should we do? Man Shui looked at Xian Qingming and asked. At this moment Profound Feng sect was in a very difficult situation. Their situation was also very dangerous. Are we really going to die here? I haven't gotten married yet. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Do you think I want to die? But now the entire Linhe boundary is in danger. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an unbroken egg? With Profound Feng sect's current situation, where can we escape to? But, will Profound Feng sect really fall like this? I'm not willing. I want to be like Senior Jiangchen to soar above the 9 heavens. Senior Jiangchen. If he's still here, I wonder if he can withstand this terrifying pressure? Everyone was worried, but they had no other choice. No matter where they go, they might not be able to avoid death. Therefore they could only stay in Profound Feng sect. They wanted to find a way to survive, but Profound Feng sect was at least more sheltered than the outside world. Xian Qingming squinted his eyes and took a deep breath. At this moment, as the leader of Profound Feng sect, he could not afford to be negligent. Therefore, even if he knew that Profound Feng sect was in danger, he still had to stand up and become the guardian of the sect. Because only he was the backbone of the sect. Activate the sect protecting formation. We pledge our lives to defend against the enemies. Xian Qingming shouted. The entire Profound Feng sect became extremely solemn. This battle concerned the life and death of the Profound Feng sect. Therefore he must give it his all. The great sect guarding formation was rearranged by Jiangchen before he left. It could resist late hierarch realm experts. Even the reverend lords of the 9 boundaries could not break it. At this moment, it was Profound Feng sect's last hope. Brother Jiang, you'll be in charge of the formation. Yang Jian Man Shui and I will help you. You're the only one who has surpassed the hierarch realm. You're the strongest existence in our sect. Xian Qingming looked at Jiang Zhenhai and said with hope in his eyes. Only Jiang Zhenhai could take on this responsibility. Profound Feng sect is my home in the divine world. How can I live if my home is destroyed? I am duty-bound for this battle. Jiang Zhenhai's face was solemn. It was the best way for him to control the sect protecting grand formation, as he could fully unleash the power of the sect protecting grand formation. At the very least, it could withstand attacks from late hierarch realm experts. All right. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Xian Qingming looked at the 100,000 disciples and said, Profound Feng sect is in danger. We will not compromise at this moment of life and death. We will not frown even if we have to die today. If I have to die, I will go to hell alone. Xian Qingming's determination made countless people move to tears. As the sect lord, Xian Qingming took the lead. As a member of Profound Feng sect, their blood was boiling with excitement. Although he knew that they would lose this battle, he still insisted on it. As the sect lord of Profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming had done his best. This was the only thing he could do. Master. Yang Jian's eyes flickered as he murmured and looked at Xian Qingming. We swear to follow the sect lord. We will live as Profound Feng sect's men, and die as Profound Feng sect's ghosts. Their voices were deafening and resounded in the void. At this moment, the 9 dark clouds slowly converged into a single dark cloud that covered the sky and the sun. It grew larger and larger, and the dark clouds loomed over the city. Danger lurked everywhere. A bunch of reckless fellas. After so much preparation, they're finally going to take action against Profound Feng sect. Looks like Big Brother's decision is a bit unnecessary. It's not up to you to comment on this. Boss has his own reasons for his decision. If you attack the Profound Feng sect directly, it will certainly raise suspicions. However, we can't find Xianxia and we can't even defeat him. That's why we have no choice but to use this method to take revenge on his sect. Xianxia said with a smile. Third brother is right. We just need to do it. Big Brother's idea is definitely not something we can imagine. As long as we eliminate Profound Feng sect, we can retreat quietly. At that time, even if that Xianxia comes back, he won't know who killed him. That's right. That's where you're wrong. Big Brother wants Xianxia to come back because if he does, we'll be able to get our revenge. Among the clouds, 9 figures wearing black cloaks were talking to each other. Each of them was filled with disdain towards the Profound Feng sect. It's just a Linha boundary. If it wasn't for Xianxia, I wouldn't have known about such a remote place. Now it's time to take action. If it wasn't for Xianxia, we can return to our sect. The 9 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they turned into 9 gales and flew towards the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect. 9 gales swept across the sky. The clouds dispersed. Suddenly, a dazzling light barrier appeared above Profound Feng sect, enveloping the entire sect. Hehe. It's just a small sect guarding formation. How powerful can it be? Let me go and test it. A black-clothed man stepped on the sky and struck with his palm. Thunderbolts were cast out and the mountains and rivers were shattered. The sect protecting Grand Formation was instantly shaken by the wind and rain. The entire Profound Feng sect's disciples' faces turned pale as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Xian Qingming and the others' faces turned pale when they saw the 9 figures appearing in the sky. He almost broke the Profound Feng sect's sect protecting Grand Formation alone. It was terrifying. This sect guarding formation is interesting. To think it could withstand my attack. Then take my punch. Chapter 34:15. Puff, Jiang Zhenhai spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he flew 300 li away. His blood almost spurted out from his body. Because he was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, Jiang Zhenhai's injuries were quite heavy. However, the 3 of them were slightly better off. Even though they were pushed back, they were not too heavily injured. However, Jiang Zhenhai was on the verge of collapsing, almost falling from the sky to the mortal world. The gigantic and indestructible great sect guarding formation, which was like a protective talisman in their eyes, was completely shattered at this moment. Spiritual qi shot out in all directions, causing the entire Profound Feng sect to be in a mess. Under the explosion of spiritual qi, the place buzzed unceasingly. It was a scene of devastation. Despair flickered in Xian Qingming's eyes. Even the great sect protecting formation was completely destroyed. They've lost their last piece of clothing. What else could they do to defend against these terrifying fellows? Xian Qingming did not know. His face was pale and bloodless. Although his injuries were not severe, his heart was under great pressure. Puff, Xian Qingming was forced to spurt out a mouthful of blood under the pressure. Could it be that Profound Feng sect is going to be destroyed in my hands? Master, you must hold on. You're the sect lord of Profound Feng sect. You must not fall. Yang Jian helped Xian Qingming up and said, "Yes, sect lord. Let's fight to the death. There's still a chance of survival." Man Shui said. He was not afraid of death. His heart was filled with boundless heroism to die together with Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming sighed and shook his head saying, "Difficult. Difficult. Difficult. Profound Feng sect is in danger." Xian Qingming's heart was as calm as still water. Even though he knew that he would die, he still wanted to stand up and fight to the death with the enemy. The great sect protecting formation is broken. It's really broken? Not good. Profound Feng sect is going to fall. We can't escape from this. If they die, then so be it. Who can escape this calamity? Even sect master risked his life to fight. How can we be cowards who are afraid of death? Even though countless disciples started to panic at this moment, Xian Qingming drove their willpower. They didn't know when this battle would end. Perhaps the moment it ends, it would be the day they die. Yangjian Manshui, follow me to battle. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in the territory of Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming stepped on the peak of the void and shouted at the 9 tornadoes. What kind of monster are you? Come out now. Who are you guys trying to cause trouble in my Profound Feng sect? Ha, a bunch of reckless fellows. Do you think you can escape this calamity by hiding in the Great Sect Protecting Formation? In my eyes, your so-called Sect Protecting Formation is merely a layer of cloth. What else do you have to show me now? Just the 3 of you? You want to protect Profound Feng sect? What a fool's dream. Just a bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Alas, it seems that I alone am enough to annihilate all of you. The leading black-clothed youth sneered. What are you guys trying to do? How did our Profound Feng sect defend you guys? Xian Qingming could feel the extreme pressure from the youth. At this moment, the 3 of them could barely speak. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. All of you deserve to die. You shouldn't be living in this world. Death is your only ending. As for who we are, you're not qualified to know. Remember, you're not qualified at all. The black-clothed youth waved his hand and looked at Xian Qingming and the others calmly as if they were ants. Yang Jian and Man Shui were incomparably furious. This fellow was too much, treating them like ants. This was a blatant humiliation, completely disregarding them. Yang Jian and Man Shui were furious. Their strength had improved tremendously in these past few years, becoming a true dragon amongst men. But in front of this black-clothed youth, could it be that they really did not have any strength to fight back? No matter how strong he was, they could not just sit and wait for death. Master, let's go all out against him in this battle. Yang Jian roared in rage and took the lead, charging towards the black-clothed youth. Xian Qingming and Man Shui did not hold back either. A peak divine king and 2 half-step hierarch realm experts attacked at the same time. At this moment, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. However, in the eyes of the 3's crazy attacks, the black-clothed young man could not help but sneer. With a casual slap of his palm, the 3 of them were sent flying back. With a casual wave of his hand, the 3 of them were seriously injured and sent flying back. They no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, Xian Qingming, Man Shui and Man Shui's faces were filled with fear and despair. Turned out that they were wrong. These fellows' strength had reached a level where they could not be put in their eyes at all. The feeling of having the power of life and death in their hands had caused them to be at a loss of what to do. They had completely lost hope in this battle. The enemy was so powerful that it made their hair stand on end. Profound Feng sect is finished. Finished. Xian Qingming's face was pale. His heart was completely dead. Jiang Zhenhai looked at the void with disappointment in his eyes. Profound Feng sect, is it really finished? Little Chenzi, where are you? If you're still here, Profound Feng sect won't be destroyed so easily, right? Jiang Zhenhai sighed in his heart. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at each other, feeling extremely sad. If Jiang Chen is here, it'll be great. Unfortunately, there's no if. Man Shui shook his head. He knew that he was going to die, but he was a disciple of Profound Feng sect. He could not avoid this battle. He knew that he was no match for them, but he still wanted to protect his sect. This was the same belief that he and Yang Jian had. All of you must die. Death is the true release for all of you. Profound Feng sect, I can destroy it with just one palm. Accept your death sentence, a bunch of ants. Ah. The black-clothed youth waved his sleeves and a strong gale swept across the place, almost uprooting the entire Profound Feng sect. If you want to touch Profound Feng sect, you'll have to ask for my permission first. A deep roar resounded from the 9 heavens. The terrifying gale was blocked as a majestic figure stood with his arms crossed. His gaze was like a torch as he stood in front of Xian Qingming and the rest. Who are you? Trying to stop us? Looks like you're tired of living. The black-clothed youth sneered. Reverend of the 9 boundaries, Xianxia. The rise and fall of Linhe sect is my responsibility. Chapter 34:16. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries? I was wondering who it was. A mere Reverend of the 9 boundaries dares to show off in front of me. You're dreaming. You're not qualified to save them. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The black-clothed young man stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest and said faintly. He looked at everyone coldly. Even Xianxia was not in his eyes. It's Lord Z. It's really Lord Z. Are we saved? The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries is here. Are we still far from being saved? The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries is here. What else can those demons do? Looks like the heavens are protecting our profound Feng sect. Countless disciples were filled with emotions. They thought that they were going to die, but they did not expect that their savior would come. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries was a noble expert. He was the Qilian Boundaries Lord, one of the top existences in the entire northern cold divine region. Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other as they saw a glimmer of hope. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, Zi Qingyun, stood proudly and stared at the black-clothed young man coldly. We're saved. We're saved. Jiang Zhenhai nodded and said with a smile. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were able to obtain the protection of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries in this desperate situation. The calamity of the Linhe boundary might come to an end now. Xian Qingming couldn't help but feel excited. His eyes flickered with a strange brilliance. His heart that had lost all hope was gradually rekindled. Their resistance was not wrong. Finally, when they were on the brink of despair, the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had come to their rescue. This was the true flame of hope. Thank you, Reverend. Xian Qingming said solemnly. He was full of respect for Zi Qingtian. At this moment, Zi Qingtian was their last hope. Zi Qingtian looked straight ahead and exchanged glances with the black-clothed young man. His eyes were filled with battle intent. You're just a Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. I don't put you in my eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man in black coldly snorted. He extended his hand and the Lingyun spear shot out. The spear radiance was peerless and unparalleled. Waves of spear shadows tore through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. The divine spear swept across and headed straight for Zi Qingtian. Zi Qingtian squinted his eyes. He did not dare to underestimate Zi Qingtian. He formed a seal with his hands and threw it out forcefully. His palm was extremely huge and it directly suppressed the black-clothed young man's spear shadows. The black-clothed young man's expression turned serious and he became even more ferocious. He directly turned all the spear shadows into raindrops and shot down violently. Zi Qingtian was calm and collected. The battle between him and the black-clothed young man was shocking. Even Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were shocked when they saw it. For Yang Jian and Man Shui, this battle was very beneficial. The battle between the hierarch experts was like heaven itself. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense. However, Zi Qingtian's aura was obviously stronger. Even though the black-clothed young man was at the late hierarch realm, he could not do anything under the suppression of Zi Qingtian, who was at the peak of mid-hierarch realm. After all, Zi Qingtian was the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. His strength was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold the position of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. Zi Qingtian looked arrogantly at the peak of the firmament. His palm wind changed again and struck down continuously, causing the black-clothed young man's expression to become more and more unpleasant. Come, seventh brother can't hold on any longer. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, Zi Qingtian, is quite capable. Yes, seventh brother's strength is not stable enough. It's going to be difficult to kill Zi Qingtian. We should take action now. Otherwise this fellow will definitely curse us later. In the dark clouds, the 8 of them looked at each other and smiled. There was a hint of ridicule at the corner of their mouths. Zi Qingtian took advantage of the situation and struck out a punch. The black-clothed young man could not withstand it at all and was forced to retreat again and again. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries is indeed powerful. Powerful. Truly powerful. Man Shuai's eyes were shining. He would definitely reach the same level as Zi Qingtian one day. However, they still had a long way to go. The power of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had given them a great shock. Profound Feng sect's crisis was finally going to be solved. They were extremely excited. The mighty figure of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had caused them to be overflowing with excitement. They were cheering for him as the black-clothed young man was forced to retreat. That peerless technique had shocked the world. However, just when everyone thought that the crisis of the profound Feng sect was going to be solved, 8 powerful figures appeared in the void once again. This time, Zi Qingtian's expression became extremely unpleasant. The 8 of them were not weaker than the black-clothed young man that he had just defeated. 9 of them were at the late hierarch realm. Zi Qingtian's expression became extremely gloomy. Even Xian Qingming and the others' expression became gloomy. It seemed like their previous joy was going to be ruined. There were 8 such powerful experts behind the black-clothed young man. Even Zi Qingtian was having trouble dealing with them. "You guys, who are you?" Zi Qingtian asked in a deep voice. He knew that he was not a match for the 9 of them. This might be the most difficult battle that he had ever fought. "You are not qualified to know who we are. You will die if you know. What's the point of knowing? Your appearance is a mistake. You know that you are not a match for us, yet you still want to stand out. If this is not seeking death, then what is? You should have already investigated before. You know that there is a tiger in the mountain, but you still chose to hide it. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid?" The leading young man shook his head and smiled as he looked at Zi Qingtian indifferently. Zi Qingtian's expression was complicated. He had no way to retreat from this battle. Once he retreated, he would have to suffer even more in the future. He might not be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. "It's useless to say more. Let's fight. If you want to destroy the profound Feng sect, you will have to step over my body." Zi Qingtian did not plan to leave at all. Even though he knew that he might die in this battle, he still chose to face it head-on. "A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Looks like you don't need to live anymore," the young man shouted coldly as he squinted his eyes. He waved his hand and the 9 of them rushed forward at the same time. They turned into 9 black clouds and crushed the void. Zi Qingtian's face turned pale as his aura was being suppressed. "Go and die. You can't save the profound Feng sect." The 9 black clouds completely trapped Zi Qingtian, causing him to be in extreme pain. His face turned pale as the 9 cold lights pierced through his body. Zi Qingtian's figure was sent flying away. Under the suppression of the 9 people, he was severely injured and fell to the top of the void. At this moment, not only Zi Qingtian, Xian Qingming, Jiang Zhenhai, Yang Jian, Man Shuai and everyone from the profound Feng sect fell into despair. Chapter 34:17. Zi Qingtian fell from the altar. The prestige of the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries was gone. He stood up from the mountain peak in a miserable manner. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. His injuries were severe and he was on the verge of death. "I'm sorry, Jiangchen. I've tried my best," Zi Qingtian murmured. There was a bitter expression on his face. For profound Feng sect, Zi Qingtian might even sacrifice his life for this battle. However, he still decided to come to profound Feng sect. It was a pity that he was not as skillful as Zi Qingtian. In the end, he could not turn the tide of the battle and save the profound Feng sect from its collapse. Despair, hope. There was one time where they encountered despair. Everyone in the profound Feng sect was in a state of panic. Their spirit had collapsed a few times because they had been through so many changes. Everyone's heart had been tortured beyond recognition. They had been in a life and death situation for so many times. In the end, they fell into despair again and again. They could no longer endure such torture. In the end, they still couldn't escape death. Whose heart could endure such ups and downs? Xian Qingming looked at the 9 dark clouds in the sky. He no longer had any hope. Life and death were determined by the heavens. Perhaps the heavens wanted profound Feng sect to die in this battle. Nobody could save them. Even the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries had almost died on the spot. Even if he was still alive, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight and could not do anything. Heaven's will. This is heaven's will. Xian Qingming heaved a long sigh. He was filled with despair. Profound Feng sect was destroyed in his own hands. He felt ashamed to face his ancestors and countless disciples. "Little Chen, you bastard. I'm afraid that you're going to collect my corpse. I hope that you have the strength to avenge profound Feng sect. Let us, the 100,000 innocent souls, the 1 million people at the riverside, not die in vain." Jiang Zhenhai murmured. In his heart, he hoped that Jiang Chen could come back at this moment. However, it seemed like it was just his guess. Jiang Chen would not come back. Yang Jian and Man Shuai's death was worth it. Their purpose of coming back was to protect the profound Feng sect, to live and die together with the profound Feng sect. A bunch of ants. Killing you is no different from killing snakes, insects, rats and ants. The leader of the group took a step forward. The giant palm in his hand crossed the void and covered the sky. It directly pressed down on the profound Feng sect. His goal was to destroy the 1,000-feet mountain and the sect that was 10,000 miles away. Everyone silently closed their eyes. Death was slowly approaching in their hearts. The scythe of the death god would definitely reap all of them like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Who gave you the guts to touch my profound Feng sect? A loud roar reverberated in the void like a bolt of lightning. A sword came from the east. The shadow of the sword was like a mountain as it heavily smashed down, directly destroying the young man's giant palm. A white-clothed figure stepped on the sword and soared into the void. His long hair fluttered in the wind, causing the mountains and rivers to bow, and the myriad of worlds to bow. The young man was smashed by the giant sword shadow and was sent flying 1,000 miles away. Blood gushed out from his wound. Just one sword shadow had almost taken his life. Everyone's expression became solemn. They raised their eyes and looked at the void. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. "I'm sorry, father. I'm late." Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He saw his loved one who was filled with despair in one glance. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with tenderness. "You're not late, my good son." Ah. Jiang Zhenhai was very excited. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Chen silently. The fire of hope in their hearts was reignited. "You're finally back." Zi Qingtun heaved a sigh of relief after surviving the heavenly tribulation. His expression became more relaxed. His decision at this moment was not in vain. He had bought enough time for Jiang Chen to return to this familiar land. The moment he returned, Zi Qingtian knew that profound Feng sect was in danger. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. Xian Qingming was extremely excited. "Jiang Chen, he's finally back. Profound Feng sect was saved. The lineage of the sect could be continued." He was not afraid of death. However, his heart was filled with bitterness and uneasiness to let his disciples become the sinners of profound Feng sect with him. Jiang Chen, I knew it. You won't die so easily. If you didn't come back when profound Feng sect was in danger, I'll never forget you even if I die." Man Shui said with a smile. Now that he's back, everything seemed to have calmed down. A sword came from the east. He stepped on the sword and returned. The shadow of the sword swept through the 9 regions and the 4 seas. The mightiness of a single sword looked down upon the heavens. Only Jiang Chen could do that. Yang Jian and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Chen knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he was late. "Thank you." Jiang Chen looked at Zi Qingtian and nodded slightly. Zi Qingtian smiled and shook his head. If he didn't come back, perhaps he would be the one that Jiang Chen wanted to kill. This was not an exaggeration. Zi Qingtian knew that Jiang Chen had asked him to take care of profound Feng sect again and again. If he pretended to be deaf and mute now, profound Feng sect would be destroyed. Jiang Chen would definitely not let it go. Senior Jiang Chen is back. We're saved this time. That's right. Senior brother Jiang Chen has saved us more than once. Profound Feng sect only has what it has today because of senior brother Jiang Chen. This time, senior brother Jiang Chen will not disappoint me. With senior Jiang Chen here, everything will not be a problem. The entire profound Feng sect was cheering for Jiang Chen's return. Their last hope was on senior Jiang Chen. Senior Jiang Chen was an invincible expert in their hearts. He was like a god. No one knew how strong Jiang Chen was, but the moment he returned he was like a god of war, standing in the void and becoming an insurmountable mountain that people could only look up to and find hard to cross. Jiang Chen's appearance was like a priest who had come to save the masses, filling everyone's hearts with confidence in him. He was the faith of profound Feng sect. He was the god of profound Feng sect. His existence and his appearance affected the entire profound Feng sect. Profound Feng sect was facing a disaster. Jiang Chen came back on his sword. He was destined to become the most powerful genius disciple in the history of profound Feng sect. The hearts of the people were united and the benevolent were invincible. Fighting for his father, fighting for the 100,000 disciples of profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen stood proudly and stepped on the giant sword. Chapter 34:18. You're Jiang Chen. The 9 of them appeared and faced Jiang Chen with murderous intent in their eyes. So what if I am? You guys should be here for me, but you've killed everyone in Linhe boundary. You've committed a grave sin. Jiang Chen said coldly as he looked at the 9 of them. The 9 of them were nothing to him. Jiang Chen did not even bother to fight against 9 late Hierarch Realm fellas. Looks like you're really strong, but you might not be a match for the 9 of us. A black-clothed young man said coldly, completely ignoring Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, in my opinion, those words are nothing more than a joke. Yang Jian and Man Shuai looked at each other and the latter said, with Jiang Chen's current strength he managed to force one of them back with just one sword. That's terrifying. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to fight against the 9 of them, right? I think his current strength should be at the late hierarch realm. It's hard to say. He might even be at the peak hierarch realm. Otherwise, why would he be so confident when facing so many people? Jiang Chen must have something up his sleeves. Yang Jian nodded silently as he was full of hope for Jiang Chen. This battle might be a little difficult, but they believed that Jiang Chen would be the final winner. Reverend Lord, do you think Jiang Chen can win against the 9 of them? Xian Qingming was also worried. The 9 of them were too strong after all. Even if Jiang Chen came back with great strength, it would be impossible for him to fight against the 9 of them alone. It's hard to say. I hope Jiang Chen can win. I can't see through his true strength, but judging from his previous strength, this battle might not be a piece of cake for him, but he still has the confidence to win. That's right. Ziqing Tian said quietly. As they were talking, the 9 of them had already started their attack on Jiang Chen. 9 figures rushed towards him like a storm. And I'm talking about you. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He waved his sword and fell from the sky. The 8 figures were instantly torn into pieces and died without a complete corpse. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and took out the great soul-forming light. Only one person was left. He was crawling under Jiang Chen's feet. His face was pale and he didn't even have the heart to resist. Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Chen had killed 8 people with just one strike. He probably left one alive just to ask about his background. It was terrifying. Ziqing Tian squinted his eyes and felt extremely cold. That strike was too overbearing. He could not believe it. Could it be that he has already reached the legendary realm? A divine emperor expert. Ziqing Tian couldn't believe it. However, the sword strike just now was too overbearing. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had become so powerful in just a few years. It didn't make sense at all. As for Yang Jian, Man Shuai and even Xian Qingming, they were completely dumbfounded. How powerful was this guy? They were once the genius disciples of profound Feng sect. However, Jiang Chen had already surpassed them in just a few years. Tell me who sent you here. If you tell me, I can send you to reincarnation. If you don't, you'll end up like them. You'll be roasted in my great soul-forming light for thousands of years. This is your chance. You must grasp it. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the black-clothed young man who was kneeling on the ground. Just when he was hesitating, a cold light fell from the sky and killed him. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that there was someone stronger behind them. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. When he raised his head, a yellow-robed figure appeared in the void and stared at Jiang Chen. You killed your own people. Looks like you're crazy. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Trash. So what if you're dead? There's nothing to feel pity about. You're still so confident after seeing me. Looks like I really admire you. You're a dragon among men to be able to kill 3 hierarch realm prodigies of my Zhongxing sect. The yellow-robed man said faintly. His expression was cold as if he did not care about Jiang Chen. Zhongxing sect. I think I've heard of it somewhere. Ziqing Tian frowned slightly. His pupils contracted and his expression changed drastically. He finally remembered that when he was cultivating in Tongxian Mansion he had read about it in an ancient book. As one of the great sects of the Central Region Divine Land, there were Divine Emperor Realm experts in it. The person in front of him was much stronger than the 9 late Hierarch Realm experts. He must be a Divine Emperor Realm expert. Ziqing Tian was worried. Jiang Chen was a devil incarnate. How did he offend the experts of the Zhongxing sect? Zhongxing sect was one of the great sects in the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Chen. Looks like you've made a big mess this time. Ziqing Tian finally understood that the crisis in Linhe boundary was caused by the Zhongxing sect. Originally, I just wanted to lure you out to take revenge. I did not expect these 9 fellows to be so useless. You have indeed surprised me. Now that your strength has broken through to this level, it will not be easy for my resurgent sect to capture you. However, don't even think about escaping from me, Huang Qi. Huang Qi said confidently and calmly. As the most talented disciple of the Zhongxing sect in the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had the strength to be on the dragon ranking of the Central Region Divine Land. Wasn't it a piece of cake for him to kill a kid from a small place? I see. Looks like you're not very smart. You know that the people of the Zhongxing sect have died in my hands, yet you still came to die. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you and the Zhongxing sect? Massacring my Linhe boundary. If I don't kill your resurgence sect, how can I, Zhongchen, stand tall in the Linhe boundary? I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. Zhongxing sect, Zhongxing sect. I, Zhongchen, will definitely make you pay with your blood. Zhongchen said proudly and laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes intertwined with Huangqi's. Huangqi shook his head and sighed. You might not have the chance. Because you'll be killed here. I won't give you the chance to step into the Zhongxing sect. Isn't it a shame to let a trash like you step into my Zhongxing sect? You'll definitely die today. Zhongchen, accept your fate. Blame yourself for being the enemy of the Zhongxing sect. It's only a matter of time before I kill you. Chapter 34:19. Huangqi stared at Zhongchen with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment he did not plan to leave any room for Zhongchen. Killing Zhongchen and exterminating Profound Feng sect. Linhe boundary was just a small matter to Resurgence sect. It seems like you don't know how difficult your situation is. Let's talk with your strength. Huangqi moved his hand and a blood-weeping divine spear appeared in his hand. The spear light was pointed at Zhongchen. Zhongchen smiled coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword and stood there proudly without moving an inch. Give me your life. Huangqi shouted in anger. The spear shadows filled the void. That kind of divine mightiness that could destroy heaven and earth was matchless. All the people of Profound Feng sect had a gloomy expression on their faces. It seems like Senior Zhongchen will lose more than he wins this time. Isn't this guy too terrifying? How did Senior Zhongchen offend this guy? Isn't this too terrifying? It's hard to say. I believe that even if Senior Zhongchen is defeated, it won't be too bad. Please, can't you give Senior Brother Zhongchen some confidence? Everyone was looking forward to it, hoping that Zhongchen would become stronger and protect the Profound Feng sect, becoming the one and only guardian in their hearts. Merciless spear shadows danced in the sky. Huangqi was like a peerless god of war, standing above the void and blocking Zhongchen's escape route. Zhongchen had nowhere to hide now. It was as if he had given up facing the 100,000 spear shadows, as if he was facing death. However, at this moment Zhongchen smiled indifferently. The sword in his hand finally moved. The terrifying sword passed by, creating a deafening sound like a mountain being torn apart. Huangqi was directly pushed back by the sword. The endless spear shadows turned into mist and completely dissipated in the void. That scene made everyone fall silent. Their breathing was incomparably heavy. Zhongchen's sword was really too stunning, so much so that no one could see his figure. Under the spear shadows that filled the sky, Zhongchen turned into a flowing sword shadow that cut through the thistles and thorns, destroying all the illusions. As the spear shadows disappeared, the sword shadow replaced them. Zhongchen's sword had already crossed the peak of the firmament and slashed down. That sword strike had changed the color of heaven and earth. That sword strike's aura had changed the weather. Before the spear in Huangqi's hand could land, it had already been sent flying by Zhongchen. Huangqi's face was extremely pale and he was extremely shocked. As he lowered his head, the divine spear in his hand had already left his hand, and Zhongchen's sword shadow had already landed on his chest. Hua. Although many people had overestimated Zhongchen's strength, they still did not expect that Zhongchen's sword strike could be so powerful. A single sword strike had defeated a divine emperor. Huangqi felt a little suffocated, a little painful and a little complicated. Even his facial expression changed in a way that even he himself could not understand. Was he defeated just like that? He was a peerless genius of the Resurgence sect that only appeared once in 100,000 years. After 10,000 years of closed-door training, he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and became the most respected genius disciple in the Central Region Divine Land. He was the precious disciple of the sect's elders and sect masters. How could he be defeated? How could he be defeated? All these were constantly changing in Huangqi's mind. He once went to the ghost domain alone and was invincible. If not me, who else could defeat him? He used to look down upon all the geniuses in the world and he was the only one among the monstrous geniuses. But today he was defeated by Zhongchen, who came from a small corner of the world, a trash that was supposed to be stepped on by him. All of this seemed so unreal, so suffocating. Zhongxing sect, I will step into it. But it's meaningless to kill you. I want you to witness the Zhongxing sect being destroyed by me, Jiang Chen. At that time it will be the day of your death. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. But to Huang Qi it was a great humiliation. It was even more painful than killing him. That was a naked humiliation. He was invincible in the divine land, but he was defeated by Yi Futian in just one move. He could not understand the power of a single sword. How could this guy be so strong? Now Jiang Chen did not kill him and wanted him to return to the Zhongxing sect. Yi Futian was going to take revenge on the Zhongxing sect, to take revenge for those ants in the Linhe boundary? To Huang Qi this was simply a pipe dream. But Yi Futian's coldness had deeply hurt Huang Qi's nerves. No matter what, he was already defeated by Jiang Chen. Huang Qi clenched his fists tightly. This was even more painful than killing him. Veins popped up on Huang Qi's face. Today he was destined to leave the Linhe boundary in defeat. I, Huang Qi, will remember today's humiliation in my heart. Huang Qi turned around and turned into a ray of light. Because he did not have the face to continue staying here. If he continued to stay, more people would laugh at him, a divine emperor realm trash. Jiang Chen's sword had almost destroyed all of Huang Qi's confidence. The pride that he had built up for so many years had also been shattered. It could be said that Jiang Chen had used the most vicious method to knock Huang Qi down from his high pedestal. He did not need to use any tricks to make this arrogant, peerless genius suffer countless blows. He won. Senior Jiang Chen won. Our profound Feng sect is saved. No one knew who shouted it, but the entire profound Feng sect was moved to tears. Countless of them looked at their senior brother Jiang Chen and couldn't help but worship him. That kind of arrogant and domineering aura was something that they would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Senior brother Jiang Chen. Profound Feng sect was saved. Jiang Chen became the only hope of profound Feng sect. He chased everyone away and killed those merciless executioners. Profound Feng sect did not suffer any casualties. At this moment it was everyone's pride. Jiang Chen, Shen Qingming said happily. His heart was in turmoil. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the profound Feng sect would have been razed to the ground. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the sect would have been wiped out. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be able to chat here. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yang Jian and Man Shui heaved a sigh. They were happy that profound Feng sect was saved. At the same time, they sighed because Jiang Chen's figure was something that they would never be able to catch up to. It was like that in the past and it was like that now. When will we be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chen? Yang Jian smiled bitterly. There will be a day like that. I believe it. Man Shui's eyes were burning. He had already set Jiang Chen as his goal to strive for. I don't believe it. Yang Jian laughed presumptuously. Man Shui's expression turned ugly as he stared at Yang Jian. No one knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Just like how no one knew when Jiang Chen would return. Everyone was confident when he returned to profound Feng sect. Chapter 34:20. Little Chenzi, you did not disappoint me after all. Jiang Zhenhai laughed and said. His voice shook the sky. This shout was to let everyone know that this was Jiang Zhenhai's son. Jiang Zhenhai was even happier and more gratified than him flying in the 9 heavens. Zi Qingtian was overjoyed. Fortunately he came. If the Linhe boundary was destroyed, he would not be able to stay here alive. He had a new understanding of Jiang Chen's strength. This fellow was a super monster. He was so strong that no one could feel how terrifying he was. Jiang Chen landed in the sky with a smile on his face. He kneeled down on one knee in front of his father, Jiang Zhenhai. No matter how strong he was in his father's eyes, he was just a child who longed for love and warmth. Father, I'm late. Sorry for scaring you. Jiang Zhenhai hurriedly helped his son up. His eyes were filled with love and he was trying his best not to cry. Although he had enjoyed being the center of attention countless times, his son had always brought him a different kind of surprise and shock each time. At this moment he had really grown up. He was strong enough to change his fate. Profound Feng sect is safe now that you're back. Xian Qingming said with a heavy heart. He felt gratified not any less than Jiang Zhenhai. In his heart Jiang Chen was his junior. In the past Xian Qingming gave everything he had to Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen could become stronger. At this moment his hard work and expectation did not go to waste. Even Yang Jian and Man Shui did not disappoint him and became stronger than him. Jiang Chen nodded his head and smiled. He was still a high-spirited young man. He was still a part of Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian and Man Shui also gave Jiang Chen a big hug. There was no need for words between brothers. Jiang Chen had helped them a lot in the past. Although they treated Jiang Chen as their opponent, he had become so powerful that they could only look up to him. It was hard to predict the changes of the world. Jiang Chen, are you really going to step into Zhou Xian sect? Tian looked at Jiang Chen in doubt. Although Jiang Chen was strong, Zhou Xian sect was a famous sect in the Central Region Divine Land. How could Jiang Chen fight against the entire Zhou Xian sect alone? Jiang Chen nodded and said faintly, "He has killed countless people of my Linhe boundary. I will definitely make him pay for it. Otherwise, how can I, Jiang Chen, gain a foothold in the Central Region Divine Land?" Jiang Chen's domineering aura made Tian feel inferior. Tian could no longer treat Jiang Chen as the same as him. Jiang Chen had already become a pillar of the heavens. Even Tian had to bow down to him. "Father, look who I have brought to you." Jiang Chen smiled. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu walked out from the Zulong Tower. They instantly attracted the attention of the entire Profound Feng sect. The two peerless beauties had shocked everyone. Even Tian heaved a sigh. The strength of these two people was on par with Huang Qi, whom Jiang Chen did not even bother to kill. It seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Chen. "Father." Wu Ningzhu's call made Jiang Zhenhai burst into tears. He held Jiang Chen's and Wu Ningzhu's hands. Yan Qingqing was no exception. Her father held their hands together and she felt very happy. Good boy. It's time for you to give me a surprise." "Ah." Jiang Zhenhai said meaningfully and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's face blushed. In other words, Jiang Zhenhai wanted to hold his grandson. Xian Qingming and Tian could not help but laugh. Within 7 days, countless sects had gathered outside the Profound Feng sect. The news had spread across the entire northern cold divine region. The Zhou Xian sect of the Central Region Divine Region had attacked but was annihilated by Jiang Chen. Even the peerless prodigy of the Zhou Xian sect was defeated by Jiang Chen. In an instant, Jiang Chen's fame had spread across the entire northern cold divine region. "Report. The people from the Tongxian mansion are here." A disciple reported from outside the Profound Feng sect. Tian's expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. "Brother Jiang, the mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion is not an ordinary person. You've caused havoc in the Tongxian mansion. The people from the Tongxian mansion must have some ulterior motives." It was reasonable for Tian to address Jiang Chen as Brother Jiang. "So what?" Jiang Chen said in disdain. "Yeah. Jiang Chen, Tongxian mansion is very powerful. Are you sure that you can defeat them?" Xian Qingming was anxious. He was afraid that the same thing would happen again. Although Jiang Chen was here, he still could not help but worry. "The second mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion, Lin Yukong, has arrived." Tian stood up immediately. Although Lin Yukong's strength might not be stronger than Jiang Chen, he was still the mainstay of the Profound Connection Divine Palace. He must be a weasel paying a visit to a chicken with no good intentions. "Master Lin." Tian's face turned solemn when he saw Lin Yukong coming with 10 Middle Hierarch Realm elders behind him. Their formation was not any weaker than the 9 Zhou Xian sect's elders from before. The 10 Middle Hierarch Realm experts were already standing in front of them, causing them to hold their breaths. "Greetings, Mansion Lord." Lin Yukong bowed to Jiang Chen. The 10 Middle Hierarch Realm elders did not dare to be negligent and bowed to Jiang Chen. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen became the Mansion Lord of the Tongxian Mansion? How is this possible? Tian could not help but feel dizzy. "Isn't this too terrifying? You're quite ill-informed. Mansion Lord Jiang has already become the Mansion Lord of the Tongxian Mansion. The previous 3 Mansion Lords were cruel and ruthless. They were all killed by Mansion Lord Jiang. From now on, there is only one Mansion Lord Jiang in the Tongxian Mansion." Lin Yukong said faintly. Tian immediately lost his temper. He did not dare to act rashly in front of Lin Yukong, let alone Jiang Chen. Calling him Brother Jiang seemed to be a little too arrogant. Tian smiled bitterly. In front of Jiang Chen he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. The current him was already the best in the Northern Liang Empire. As for Xian Qingming, Yang Jian and the others, they were also amazed. They couldn't believe Jiang Chen's identity at all. However, it was real. Connecting to the profound God Palace had become his possession. No one dared to look at him directly now. Jiang Chen's current strength was beyond their imagination. Jiang Chen was indeed a hidden person. Unknowingly, he had become the mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion. He had become one of the top experts in the northern Liang divine region. At that moment, a voice was heard from outside the hall again. Chapter 34:21. The Lord of Northern Liang? What kind of existence is that? Is he the strongest expert in the Northern Liang? I don't know. I've only heard of the Lord of Northern Liang once. Who is he and where is he? No one has ever seen him before. Looks like the Lord of Northern Liang has alarmed the Lord of Northern Liang. It's hard to say. But we don't know who the Lord of Northern Liang is. Many of them were surprised and confused. Almost no one knew who the Lord of the Northern Liang was and what kind of existence he was. Even the elders of the Profound Connection Divine Palace were confused as they had no idea who the Lord of the Northern Liang was. What's going on? Lin Yukong, do you know who the Lord of Northern Liang is? Jiang Chen said faintly as he squinted his eyes. The Lord of Northern Liang came uninvited. Could he be a hidden expert? I wonder if the Lord of Northern Liang is a self-proclaimed person or does he really exist? I don't know who the Lord of Northern Liang is either. However, I've heard of the Lord of Northern Liang hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Lord of Northern Liang does exist and his strength is terrifying. However, no one knows who he is or where he is. Lin Yukong shook his head. He only knew one thing but not the other. He is an existence that none of you have come in contact with. Only a few people in the Northern Liang divine region are able to come in contact with him. Zi Qingyun shook his head and sighed. Reverend Lord, does this mean that you know about him? Xian Qingming looked at Zi Qingtian in surprise. Jiang Chen also looked at Zi Qingtian. It's a long story. Many years ago, when I was chosen to become the supremacy of the 9 realms, a divine emissary of the Northern Liang divine realm appeared. His appearance seemed to have declared his position as the supremacy of the Northern Liang divine realm. But I only know that he was only an emissary of the Northern Liang master. Zi Qingtian looked at Jiang Chen seriously. At this moment, Jiang Chen nodded his head slightly. It seemed like the so-called Lord of Northern Liang was a supreme expert who didn't show himself. It was not a joke to be able to be appointed as the supremacy of the 9 boundaries by the divine envoy of Northern Liang. The Northern Liang divine envoy has arrived. A loud shout came from outside the door and a middle-aged man in white slowly walked in. He was calm and composed and there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. His expression was calm and there was a faint smile on his lips. Chief Jiang, congratulations. I'm here to congratulate you on behalf of the Northern Liang Emperor. You don't even put the resurgence sect in your eyes. Chief Jiang is truly heroic. The middle-aged man said calmly. Greetings, Lord of Northern Liang. Jiang Chen nodded and said in a low voice. Lord Oracle. Zi Qingtian exclaimed. He bowed to the middle-aged man in white with respect. Not bad, the supremacy of the 9 boundaries is quite responsible. Choosing you to enter the Chilean boundary was the right thing to do. You're able to get rid of your worries and ascend to the position of the supremacy. You didn't lose your desolate demeanor. The middle-aged man nodded. Zi Qingtian seemed to be flattered and bowed silently. From Zi Qingtian's attitude, Jiang Chen could tell how powerful this so-called divine envoy of Northern Liang was. May I ask, divine envoy, where is the Lord of Northern Liang and where is he? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I'm a rank 1 divine envoy of Northern Liang. How can I ask the Lord of Northern Liang? There are dozens of divine envoys under the Lord and I'm only a rank 1 voice transmitter. However, the Lord admires Lord Jiang, and he's a dragon among the lords of Northern Liang, a genius of the Northern Liang. Therefore, the Lord specially asked me to pass the message to him. Speak your mind. Jiang Chen said. In his heart he was extremely shocked. The strength of this divine envoy of the Northern Liang was actually stronger than Huang Qi. Although he didn't know how strong he was, he knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. In the hands of the Northern Liang Lord, there were more than a dozen divine envoys. It was truly amazing. If the Lord of Northern Liang has nowhere else to go, you can always return to the Northern Liang. The Northern Liang divine region will always be your shield. The middle-aged man in white was neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes shone with radiance as if he was envious of Jiang Chen. Jiang Qin was shocked as he recalled the black-clothed man who saved him in the forbidden land of Divine Region. He couldn't help but frown. Could the Lord of Northern Liang be related to that black-clothed man? That black-clothed man shouldn't be the Lord of Northern Liang. If the divine envoy of Northern Liang was so powerful, then how terrifying would the Lord of Northern Liang be? It went without saying. Jiang Qin was slightly shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. At least with his current strength, Jiang Qin knew that the Lord of Northern Liang would never be able to shake him. The Lord of Northern Liang's words gave Jiang Qin a reassurance. This was a great favor. The Northern Liang would be your most solid shield. Who else but the Lord of Northern Liang would say such words? Jiang Qin didn't know who the Lord of Northern Liang was and what kind of existence he was. However, it seemed that the Lord of Northern Liang was an enemy and not a friend. Help me thank the Lord of Northern Liang. Tell him that I, Jiang Qin, appreciate it and I will definitely pay a visit in the future. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sudden appearance of an extremely powerful big brother. He had caused quite a lot of trouble in the Central Region Divine Land. This time it seemed that he had to re-examine himself. Since there was a master of the Northern Liang Divine Land, then there must be a master of the Western Pole Divine Land, the Southern Pole Divine Land, the Eastern Victory Divine Land, and the Central Region Divine Land. The Lord said that he is waiting for that day to come. The white-clothed middle-aged man nodded with a smile. I wonder when it will be. Jiang Qin murmured. Emperor Realm. After the white-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, almost everyone present took a deep breath and held their breath in concentration. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone felt an incomparable pressure. How could the Emperor Realm be ordinary? They didn't even dare to think about it in their entire lives. The Emperor Realm was the pinnacle of the heavens, the focus of time and the end of Tao. However, only Jiang Qin understood that the Emperor Realm was just another beginning. It wasn't something that he could achieve in a short time if he wanted to become an Emperor Realm expert. Jiang Qin's pupils shrunk as he looked at the void. An incomparable pressure seemed to be shrouding his heart. Emperor Realm. Does it mean that I'm qualified to meet the Lord of Northern Liang after reaching the Emperor Realm? Although Jiang Qin was just guessing, the strength of the Lord of Northern Liang should be much more terrifying than he had imagined. May I know the name of the Lord of Northern Liang? Jiang Qin said. Emperor Ji. Take care, Lord Jiang. I shall take my leave. Chapter 34-22. The Lord of Northern Liang. Brother Jiang, it seems like you're very concerned about the Lord of Northern Liang. Zhou couldn't help but say. Huang Ji did not even look at him, but he treated Jiang Qin very seriously. Even though he did not have a noble look, Zhou could see that Huang Ji had high hopes for Jiang Qin. Huang Ji's hope naturally came from the Lord of Northern Liang. The two words Emperor Realm might seem ordinary, but in the entire divine world, how many people could reach the Emperor Realm? Even in the Central Region Divine Land, no one had been able to reach the martial Emperor Realm for many years. However, the Lord of Northern Liang said that Jiang Qin could only meet him when he reached the Emperor Realm. This meant that the Lord of Northern Liang's position and strength were unimaginable to ordinary people. Emperor Realm. Emperor Realm. Jiang Qin murmured. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He even felt a little hesitant. The arrival of Huang Ji had made Jiang Qin's heart fluctuate. He was shocked, surprised and disappointed. In the eyes of a true expert, his strength was far from enough. Huang Ji's appearance meant that the Lord of Northern Liang was paying attention to him. Jiang Qin's expression was calm as he looked afar. Even though he did not know if the Lord of Northern Liang was a friend or foe, he did not dare to trust him completely. However, his roots were in the Northern Liang Divine Region. He could not let Profound Feng sect in Linhe boundary become a hindrance to his cultivation. Jiang Qin returned to Profound Feng sect this time to set up an inescapable formation. Even those Emperor Realm experts might not be able to break through the sect's defense. His father was here, his brothers were here. Profound Feng sect was the first place he came to after he entered the divine world. It was also where his foundation was. Jiang Qin could not trust the Lord of Northern Liang completely. It was better to trust oneself than anyone else. Jiang Qin understood one thing from the moment he came to the Saint Origin world. Fate was not in the hands of the heavens but in one's own hands. If one was manipulated by others, one would only become a puppet. One could only trust oneself if one wanted to control one's own fate. Huang Ju's departure had brought Jiang Chen a lot of information, and it had made him feel even more serious. There was a saying that people were born in sorrow but they died in peace and happiness. Jiang Chen couldn't continue staying silent at this moment, because he knew he had to become stronger in order to better protect his family and friends. He still had no idea where Xiaoyu was, and as long as he couldn't find her, there would always be a knot in Jiang Chen's heart. Lin Yukong brought a middle hierarch realm expert with him. Jiang Chen left all of them here to teach the disciples of Profound Feng Sect in order to protect Profound Feng Sect. Jiang Chen also set up an extremely powerful formation. Currently, Jiang Chen had already comprehended more than half of the No Beginning formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen was incomparably confident about the sect protecting grand formation that he had set up. Even a late Divine Emperor expert might not be able to break through the sect protecting grand formation. In this way, Jiang Chen was confident that he could leave this vast land and leave Profound Feng Sect to search for a bigger sky. Because the sky was no longer enough for a peerless eagle like him to soar. His father was here, his foundation was here. If the northern cold divine region did not fall, then at least the Profound Feng Sect would not be destroyed. Although the legendary lord of the northern cold divine region was extremely terrifying, Jiang Chen knew what the lord was thinking. Undoubtedly, the lord of the northern cold divine region was trying to win a bargaining chip for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength could shock the lord of the northern cold divine region. This meant that the lord of the northern cold divine region really cared about him. No matter good or bad, as long as Jiang Chen did not offend the lord of the northern cold divine region, the lord of the northern cold divine region would be under his protection. 10 days later, when Jiang Chen finished setting up the inescapable trap in the sect protecting formation, not to mention Shen Qingming, Yang Jian, Man Shuai and the others, even Lin Yukong, Zi Qingtian and the elders from Tongxian Mansion were amazed. Although they could not break through the sect protecting formation, the strength of the formation was not something that anyone could withstand. Once we part ways, who knows when we'll be able to meet again. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart because he left with the confidence to find Yan Qingyu. Now that Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu had returned and stood beside Jiang Chen. Although Yan Qingqing had not fully recovered, at least she had set her mind on Wu Ningzhu. As long as Wu Ningzhu did not leave Jiang Chen, she would not leave either. Father, Sect Lord, please go back. I will definitely come back after I find Xiaoyu and let our family reunite. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His father's eyes were filled with tears, but he was trying his best to hold it back. He maintained a solemn expression and his face was full of smiles. Don't worry and go. A good man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Find Xiaoyu and bring her back for me to see. The person I am most worried about is this girl. She is delicate and doesn't like to fight with others. If she doesn't have your protection, she will definitely suffer. Jiang Zhenhai's words made Jiang Chen sigh in his heart. He had never told his father how worried he was about Yan Qingyu. His only wish was for their family to reunite. Qingqing, Ningzhu, the two of you must take good care of little Chen. Take good care of him. I am a little tired, I will go back first. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sadness. However, his mission was far from being completed. Xiaoyu's whereabouts were still unknown. How could he enjoy his family in peace? His father's family was ruthlessly taken away by him. Everyone could see how reluctant Jiang Zhenhai was. However, he did not say a word. No matter how big the matter was, he would keep it in his heart. He did not want Jiang Chen to worry about him. Lin Yukong, after I leave, Tongxian Mansion will be under your control. If Profound Feng Sect faces any difficulties, you must help us. This place is my home. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yukong. Lin Yukong nodded his head silently. He did not dare to neglect Jiang Chen's words. The Jiang family lord's words carried enormous weight. Lin Yukong did not dare to be negligent. Brother, see you again in the martial world. Chapter 34-23. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped Wu Ningzhu tightly. Meanwhile, Yan Qingqing held Wu Ningzhu's hand on the other side. Let's go. Just when Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were about to leave, Lin Yukong's body trembled. He transmitted his voice. Someone from Tongxian Mansion sent a message. He said, Helion is in trouble. Jiang Chen's body trembled. His complexion became somewhat gloomy. Helion. It must be you, Dongxing Divine Region, Divine Wind Valley, Mountain of Will. Continuous green mountains, towering waterfalls, ancient trees, and the cries of birds, beasts and apes filled the valley. Countless red-crowned cranes danced under the waterfalls and in the clear spring. The water was like a tide and the birds were singing in harmony. There were many dense forests in the mountain. Layers of bamboo shadows could be seen. The mountains and fields were covered with flowers and grass. The bright moon shone through the pine trees. The clear spring flowed above the rocks. The moonlight was like a golden dipper and the light and shadow were like red lotus. Between the mountain and the clear spring, a beautiful figure was dancing alone in the valley. She was graceful under the moonlight, giving off a feeling of self-pity. The sword in her hand was as cold as frost. Her complexion was like jade. The young lady and the figure moved together, jumping continuously under the moonlight. They were like the spirits of the mountain, lively and quick-witted. The huge mountain of will, 3,000 miles of rivers, 3,000 miles of pines, 3,000 miles of bamboo, 3,000 miles of lonely clouds, still couldn't hide the petite and quick-witted figure. She was at the same level as the mountain and shone with the bright moon. The young lady's sword intent was ice-cold. Her aura was steady. She gave off a feeling that a woman was not inferior to a man. That kind of unbridled grace was like the flow of water. She advanced and retreated gracefully, like a gentle breeze without any ripples. Gradually, the sword in the girl's hand became sharper and sharper. The unparalleled sword intent seemed to drive the determination and stubbornness in her heart, causing her to become more and more disordered. She felt more and more flustered and impatient, as if she wanted to break through the cage of the world. On the bank of the flower embankment, two young men in white robes stood with their hands clasped behind their back. They looked at the young lady performing her sword dance and sighed in their hearts. One of them had a hook-like figure while the other had a picturesque figure. However, it was undeniable that these two young men in white robes were extremely powerful. Their appearances were extremely good as well. They were filled with a sense of suaveness and elegance. As long as a woman took a look at them, she would never be willing to forget them. "Zhang, what do you think she will choose?" one of the white-clothed young men said in a low voice. There was a complicated look in his eyes, but he did not know how to persuade the girl in the river, who was intertwined with the shadow of the moon and the clear spring. His mind raced, but he became more and more hesitant, not knowing what to do. Who knows? We're not her. We can't choose for her and we can't change anything for her. All of this is fate, the will of the heavens. No matter what, she can't change it. This is the will of the heavens. Even if it's the patriarch, I'm afraid he can't do anything about it, right? The young man called Zhang shook his head and sighed. When he looked at the young lady again, he shrugged his shoulders helplessly, as if he was completely unable to change her mind. The only thing he could do at this moment was to silently look at the stubborn figure in the river. However, he was powerless and couldn't change anything. That's true. I was a little too arrogant. Even she doesn't have a choice. What can we do? Feng Chao shook his head and sighed. He seemed to have become silent. They couldn't change anything in front of them. They could only choose to follow the will of the heavens. No one would change for the sake of that young lady. Just like the heavens, day after day, year after year, it would never change for a single person. She would rather die 9 times without regrets than to bow her head to fate. This isn't like the people of our Hellion clan. Hellion Zhang smiled. However, he also felt some sympathy for the young lady in the clear spring. But what could he do? He could only silently stand behind her. It was easy to like someone, but it wasn't so easy to change the world for her. Hellion Feng Chao also nodded. He knew that the two of them couldn't do anything. Even the clan head couldn't change the decision of the ancestors. Moreover, the clan had always followed the ancient teachings. Who could change their original intentions? All they could do was to silently be bystanders. There were many things that they didn't even dare to think about. They couldn't change anything. They could only accept fate. Although they didn't believe in it, they had to follow fate at all times. This was the fate of the Hellion clan. Right now, the clan head and the 5 great elders are probably unable to restrain their anger. It's just that I don't know how long she can persist. No matter what, she is a member of the Hellion clan. She has to be prepared to sacrifice herself for the Hellion clan. Moreover, it's not like she's going to die. Hellion Zhang was also extremely curious about that young lady. What was it that she couldn't bear to part with? It was something that she couldn't forget. She even disregarded the ancient teachings of the clan. However, her strength was still there. If she wanted to defy the fate of the clan, she was destined to die. There are some people and some things that can't be missed once they are missed. I think she should also be unable to forget her past. Once we enter the profound gate, we can do a lot of things. However, we can't do anything. Looking at the current situation, I reckon that the 5 great elders are already furious. Hellion Feng Chao smiled. Aren't you worried about her? Hellion Zhongyang asked. Aren't you the same? As the 2 peerless geniuses of the Hellion clan, we can't do anything. Who do you think can change everything? What's the use of worrying? The outcome is still something we can't change. Being born in the Hellion clan is a kind of fortune. However, it's also a kind of sorrow. Hellion Feng Chao sighed. His eyes were solemn. He stared at the young lady in the clear spring for a full minute before leaving. This pair of peerless geniuses of the Hellion clan were like fire and water. It was the first time that they were so harmonious. Because the person they were facing was Hellion Yu, whom they deeply loved. However, at this moment they were all powerless. They could only watch Hellion Yu follow the decision of fate. It was destined that she would not be able to let go of it. That was why she was so resistant. No one knew when the clan would be completely enraged. At that moment, the outcome that no one could change would become a reality. I hope you can let go of it. Otherwise, those guys will definitely not let you go. Chapter 34-24. In the Wind God Valley, the sound of the wind was like a curtain. It was beautiful. As the headquarters of the Hellion clan, it had an extremely strong influence in the Dongxing Divine region. Its position was not any weaker than the sword-drawing sect in the Central Region Divine Land. Moreover, as one of the top 10 sects in the Dongxing Divine region, the Hellion clan had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. It could be said to be one of the most ancient clans, the living fossil of the Dongxing Divine region. It stood in the Dongxing Divine region, towering and unreachable. In the Wind God Valley, hundreds of birds paid homage to the phoenix. The main hall was located above the Wind God Valley. Pillars that supported the sky surrounded the main hall, standing in the middle of the mountain. Hidden in the clouds, there were layers of cloud ladders that led to the Hellion clan's Heavenly Prayer Palace. The Heavenly Prayer Palace was the highest standard palace in the Hellion clan. Those below the Hierarch realm were not allowed to step into the Heavenly Prayer Palace. They were not even qualified to step into the clouds of the Wind God Valley. In the Hellion clan, the hierarchy was very strict. The disciples of the clan were not any weaker than the sections. Moreover, this ancient clan that had been passed down since ancient times attached great importance to the ancient teachings. Since then, it had its own principles and meaning. Countless sects gradually declined when they passed down their inheritance. The Hellion clan was able to be a super sect in the divine world since ancient times. Just based on this point alone, many ancient sects and clans could not catch up to them. Even the ancient sects like the Eastern Emperor sect had gradually declined. From this, it could be seen that the Hellion clan's strength was extraordinary. In the main hall, 5 elders with strong auras were discussing. Their faces were extremely solemn as they argued endlessly. These 5 people had not gathered for 100 or even 1,000 years. However, as soon as they met, they quarreled non-stop, expressing their own opinions in the Heavenly Prayer Palace. I think this girl will not shed a tear until she sees the coffin. As a member of the Hellion clan, she should always have the awareness of sacrificing her life for the Hellion clan. However, she is so stubborn. Isn't she clearly going against our Hellion clan? What's the use of keeping such disciples and disciples? An old man with a long beard harumphed in a domineering manner. You can't say it like that. Third brother, our Hellion clan hasn't had a disciple as talented as Yuer for a very long time. Even Zhang Yang and Feng Chao were barely able to fight against Yuer. If we do it like that, wouldn't we have to break one of our arms? Although Yuer's heart is filled with unwillingness right now, we can slowly teach her, slowly educate her. He was even more powerful than the long-bearded old man. He was the Hellion clan's second elder, Hellion Zhangyu. Second brother, your words don't conform to the rules of our Hellion family. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. How did our Hellion family stand on the peak of the divine world for billions of years? Didn't they rely on the ancient teachings of being impartial and impartial? Our Hellion family needs to be meticulous. We can't tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in our eyes. However, you said that we've been indulging that little girl. Do you want to abolish the ancient teachings that have been passed down for billions of years? If we want to uphold the ancient teachings, we must punish her severely. She can do whatever she wants. Does she think that we, the ancestors, don't exist? Humph. The fourth brother, Helian Changhe, sneered with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He didn't dare to agree with Helian Zhangyu's words at all. The moment those words were spoken, the black-robed elder Helian Zhangyu and Helian Changhe stared at each other with sharp gazes. The two of them seemed to have completely forgotten their identities. Harmony breeds wealth, harmony breeds wealth. Aha, the reason why our Helian family can maintain its prosperity is because we are united. Moreover, there are no parasites in the family. Everyone is wholeheartedly devoted to the family. If we want our Helian family to rise to the next level, we must unite as one and face the outside world. Yu'er's situation is very suitable. We must not act rashly. Everything needs to be planned in the long run. Everyone wants to solve the problem perfectly. However, my two brothers, please calm down first. Unusual matters must be treated with extraordinary measures. Whether it's severe punishment or leniency, everything must be done with the sex benefits as the priority. We've lived for so many years. Are we going to fight because of a child? The fifth elder, Helian Chongqing, smiled indifferently. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He was calm and composed. Although he was the youngest among the fifth elder, his strength was enough to compete with the great elder. The fifth elder is right. This matter needs to be planned in the long run. This concerns whether our Helian family can become the #1 superfamily in the Dongxing Divine Region. It's not impossible for us to stabilize the Central Region Divine Land. We must not take this lightly. Yu'er may be a little willful, but she's still a member of our Helian family. We can't give up so easily. The great elder Helian Chongtian said in a deep voice. Although it wasn't the final word, it at least made everyone quiet down. At this moment, the patriarch is in the critical period of breaking through. Therefore, we must not disturb him. He loves Yu'er the most. Let's wait until he comes out of seclusion. As soon as the great elder finished his words, the third elder said in a deep voice, "Big brother, this damned girl is stubborn. She used the patriarch's love to run amok. Now that she's trapped in the mountain of will, it's also a kind of fortune for her to wake up. But now that the gate of heaven's will has opened, I'm afraid we can't wait for the patriarch to come out. If we miss the gate of heaven's will, we don't know when it will open again." The great elder also sighed. The gate of heaven's will was in the Helian family's ancestral land. It was a bronze gate that had been sealed for countless years. Since ancient times, as long as the gate of heaven's will opened, the members of the Helian family would be able to enter it. Only those who had entered the gate of heaven's will could truly understand the profoundness of the profound heavenly divine mystery, which was also the profoundness of the great divination art. The last descendant of the Helian family comprehended the profoundness was something that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Therefore, the opening of the gate of heaven's will was a major event for the entire Helian family. However, it just so happened that the patriarch of the Helian family was in seclusion. This time the patriarch wanted to break through in one go, and it was of utmost importance. Therefore no one dared to disturb him. Therefore Yu'er's situation was in danger at this moment. 3 months. If the patriarch still doesn't come out of seclusion, then we'll carry out the ancient teachings. The first elder also sighed. On one hand he was helpless. On the other hand, it was for the sake of the entire Helian clan's prosperity and glory. As the first elder he was duty-bound. Chapter 34-25. On the continent of the river, a graceful lady is a gentleman's match. The current Yu'er was even more captivating than Ling Yun in the past. Although Yu'er was still not Ling Yun's match, that kind of peerless beauty was incomparably moving. Any man who saw her in this world would not be able to sleep soundly at night. She was truly a peerless beauty, a true phoenix among men. Above the clear spring between the boulders, the young lady sat on the ground. Her legs were like jade, her hair was like pearls, like a fairy in the mountains. "Big brother, where are you? Did you see the message that Yu'er sent to you? You are now an expert of a region. I wonder if you still remember that insignificant little girl who followed behind you?" Yu'er murmured. Her expression was gloomy, a young lady's melancholy rose in her heart. When Jiang Qin received the news from Tongxian Mansion, he immediately rushed towards the Dongxing Divine Region. Even though he was already a Divine Emperor expert, it was still impossible for him to rush to the Dongxing Divine Region. He would need some time to reach the Dongxing Divine Region from the Northern Cold Divine Region. Jiang Chen did not stop to rest. The three of them traveled in the day and cultivated at night. Even though they were Divine Emperors, they still needed to rest when they were flying at full speed. Jiang Chen could last for more than a month without sleep and rest, but he might need more time to cultivate after this. The three of them took more than a month to leave the Northern Cold Divine Region. However, the shortest way to reach the Dongxing Divine Region was through the Great Earth Divine Region. Although the Great Earth Divine Region was not as big as the Northern Cold Divine Region and the Dongxing Divine Region, it was still a vast divine region. Who is she? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen Lung and asked. A friend of mine. Jiang Chen said. A friend? What friend? Is she just an ordinary friend or one with a special relationship? Yan Qingqing sneered. This fella's womanizing skills were not ordinary. To her, Jiang Chen was not a good person, yet this fella still showed mercy. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He did not know how to answer Yan Qingqing. However, she was a little jealous, which made Jiang Chen very happy. Forget it, Qingqing, don't make things difficult for little Chenzi. He must have his reasons. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Although she didn't say anything, Wu Ningzhu still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. After all, they didn't know who Yuer was at all. Moreover, they still had to rush to the Dongxing Divine Continent at this time. They had to cross provinces to save a person who had nothing to do with them. Moreover, it was a woman. Moreover, both of them were Jiang Chen's legitimate wives. I'm sorry, Sister Ning Qingqing. I really can't explain too much to you. She's just an inexperienced little girl. Don't overthink it. When I first entered the divine world, if it wasn't for Yuer and her grandfather, I might have already been eaten by wolves and leopards. Now that Yuer is in trouble, how can I not go and help her? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He could not go back on his words at this moment. Moreover, he really liked Yuer. That sensible and lovable little girl was someone that Jiang Chen and Ling Yun cared for a lot. I didn't overthink it. Let's hurry up. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Yan Qingqing was not going to let it go. I hope you're right. That inexperienced little girl, I want to see if she's a vixen. Yan Qingqing's unruly behavior made Jiang Chen speechless. The current her was completely different from the Yan Qingqing who was obedient to him in the past. However, the relationship between the two of them could not be erased. Jiang Chen was willing to wait for the day she changed her mind. The moment Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the Great Earth Divine Region, they were stopped by someone. The Great Earth Divine Region was a 300,000 miles wide blockade. It was actually sealed by a formation. Even Jiang Chen would need at least 10 days to half a month to break out of it. Such a long formation that spanned across the mountains and rivers of the Great Earth was truly unbelievable. What a terrifying formation. This formation that stretches for 300,000 miles is set up by a top-notch formation. What kind of sect is this? What kind of person is this? How could they set up such a huge formation? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was afraid that he would need at least a year to set up this formation, and if he wanted to break through it he would need at least 10 days to half a month. Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to break the formation now. There's such a change in the Great Earth Divine Region. Looks like we need to find someone to ask. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu entered a city rapidly. They couldn't fly in the sky. It was unknown how long it would take for them to cross the 100,000 miles. Jiang Chen found the guard and gave him 10 mid-grade divine origin stones. Instantly the guard was extremely excited. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was the god of fortune. Although Jiang Chen was a divine emperor expert now, he did not like to oppress others with his strength. These divine origin stones were meaningless to him. Moreover, the guards would tell him everything they knew. So why not? Jiang Chen didn't mind it at all. Sir, please instruct me. I will definitely tell you everything I know. The city guard bowed and chuckled. Whoever had the money was the boss. As a city guard, he only earned 3 mid-grade divine origin stones a year. That was almost 3 years of his salary. Let me ask you. There's a formation protecting this 100,000 miles. It's impossible to fly in the sky. What's going on in the Great Earth Divine Region? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. Lord, this is Fuyu City, the territory under the 9th Wangye's jurisdiction. In order to prevent the Long family from invading, he set up an inescapable net here. No expert can pass through the Great Hovering Array. Countless experts have tried to forcefully break through the array, but in the end they were all annihilated by the array. Although the offensive power of the array isn't too great, its defensive power is extremely terrifying. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The Great Hovering Array was set up to prevent the Long family from advancing. As for how to break through the formation, I guess you'll have to find the Xianxia, the guard said in a low voice. He looked around with shifty eyes as if he didn't dare to speak loudly. Xianxia, the hovering grand formation. Interesting. Looks like we really have to find the Xianxia, Jiang Chen said. The Xianxia is in the Yulan city within 100,000 miles. We'll only need 7 or 8 months to reach there, the guard said with a smile. Chapter 34-26. It seemed like the best solution now was to break the formation. Otherwise he would have to take a longer detour to reach the Dongxing divine region. The loss would outweigh the gain. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen had no choice but to break the formation forcefully. 10 days. I'll try my best to break this formation within 10 days. Otherwise it's impossible to take a detour. Jiang Chen sighed. This hovering grand formation wasn't too difficult for him. At least at this moment this was his only option. No matter who it was, Jiang Chen had no choice but to break the formation first. I hope this won't attract more trouble, Yan Qingqing said faintly. Jiang Chen couldn't care less anymore. Breaking the formation as soon as possible was the most important thing. Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 heavens. The source of the formation was struck 3 times. Even a divine emperor expert like him was pushed back by the tremendous force. Jiang Chen's heart became even more solemn. He activated the no-beginning formation and evolved the reincarnation cycle of the formation. Jiang Chen was extremely cautious and solemn. He started to change the formation rapidly and evolved the no-beginning formation. Breaking the formation wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Even though Jiang Chen was extremely anxious, he still had to take it one step at a time. 7 days had passed. Jiang Chen was getting more and more excited. His formation had been broken by 70 to 80%. At most 2 days this formation would be completely broken by him. It won't be long before this hovering grand formation is going to be broken. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The current him was already a formidable formation master, and he was not afraid of any formation. It was just a matter of time. However, the person who set up this formation might not be any weaker than him. This person must be an extremely powerful formation genius. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Jiang Chen smiled. However, Jiang Chen didn't care who it was. In order to cross this void he had to break the formation first. Time passed by. The powerful hovering grand formation was completely broken by Jiang Chen. Above the void a purple ripple spread out. The entire sky seemed to have become clear at this moment. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a bright smile. They could finally hurry on with their journey. At this moment, in the 9th Wangya's mansion in Yulan City, a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a wild dragon on his back suddenly stood up. He stared in the northeast direction and narrowed his eyes. His expression was extremely ugly as he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Who dares to break my formation? Today I will fight to the death with you." A furious voice went straight to the sky. The middle-aged man's expression changed completely. Once the hovering grand formation was broken, the Long family would inevitably attack with irresistible force. At that time he would be in even more danger. His family's ancestral land would inevitably be devoured bit by bit. His daughter would not be able to escape misfortune and would definitely become a sacrifice for the marriage alliance. It must be an array grandmaster invited by the Long family. Otherwise, who would have the ability to break his formation? At least there was no such person in the Long family. Even in the Divine Land it was absolutely impossible. Could it be an expert from the Central Region Divine Land? The middle-aged man's expression became gloomier. He murmured, "Could it be that the heavens want to forget about the Wu family?" At the same time, in the north of Fuyu City between the mountains, a group of people riding on flying beasts flew past the sky dragon of Fuyu City and began to quickly head in the direction of Yulan City. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Wu's formation has been broken? After all, the Long family still invited an expert to break our sorcerer clan's formation? Yes, could it be that our sorcerer clan is really finished? It's hard to say. All these years the Long family has been eyeing us covetously. Although our sorcerer clan's strength is far from what it used to be, it is still not a problem to resist a mere Long family. A mere Long family? Haha, you underestimate the Long family. If it wasn't to protect the sorcerer clan and resist the Long family, Lord Wu would not have spent 10 years to set up this hovering grand formation. Now that the formation has been broken, the Long family can't wait any longer. Countless people of Fuyu City and even the sorcerer clan were shocked and extremely pained. The sorcerer clan had always been another name for the Wu family. It had not been easy for them to pass down their lineage to this day. However, the Long family had been eyeing them covetously and had long wanted to occupy the sorcerer clan's territory and destroy the clan. The experts of the Long family filled the air above the void and formed a black mass, causing the people of the sorcerer clan to feel extremely depressed. To the people of the sorcerer clan, Lord Wu was their backbone. The hovering grand formation that Lord Wu had put in all his effort to set up was actually broken. For many years, it was because of the existence of the hovering grand formation that the Long family could not invade the sorcerer clan on a large scale. That was why their enemies did not dare to covet the existence of the sorcerer clan at all. Now, a large number of experts of the Long family had crossed Fuyu City and thousands of miles and started to advance towards the sorcerer clan. They were heading towards Yulan City. Jiang Qin did not have time to look back. Along the way, 3 auras of Divine Emperor Realm experts were discovered by Wu Chongjiu instantly, and he came face to face with Jiang Qin and the others. Wu Chongjiu was the legendary 9th Wuxia, the master of the sorcerer clan and the ruler of Yulan City. Who are you? Jiang Qin frowned because at that moment, Wu Chongjiu had already blocked their way, causing the 3 of them to lose their way. Who am I? Ah, how dare you ask me who I am? Could it be that you broke my array formation just to laugh at me? How many benefits did Long Fei Wu give you? Wu Chongjiu shouted coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile and he did not take it seriously. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know Long Fei Wu either. I just want to pass through here. It's a pity that you set up a formation in this area so I can only break it. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed tightly. It looked like this fellow was undoubtedly the 9th Wuxia that the city guard had mentioned. Don't try to quibble. If that bastard Long Fei Wu did not instruct you to break my formation, why would you become an enemy of the sorcerer clan? I have no enmity with you, but you want to put the sorcerer clan in danger. I hate you. You bastard, I will not rest until you are dead. Wu Chongjiu's angry roars shocked the world. Countless citizens of the sorcerer clan looked at Jiang Qin and Wu Chongjiu in the void at that moment. Their hearts were filled with fear. Is this guy really sent by the Long family? It seems that the crisis of the sorcerer clan has finally arrived. It's hard to say. However, even the 9th Wuxia has appeared. This time it seems that things will not be so simple. Sai, is the peace that has lasted for so many years finally going to be broken? The sorcerer clan has always been peaceful and does not like war. But in the end we still can't escape this misfortune? Countless people were filled with sorrow and disappointment. Once the Long family and the sorcerer god clan went to war, the ones who would suffer in the war that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles would be the common people, as well as the weak sects and cultivators. Who would care about their suffering? Chapter 34:27. All these years of peace had allowed them to live and work in peace. They had been working hard on their cultivation. But now that the grand hovering formation had been destroyed, the peace that they had longed for was destined to vanish into thin air. I don't want to fight with you. I broke the formation just to leave this place. Jiang Qin did not want to waste any more time with this fella. He turned around and left. However, Wu Zhongjiu did not intend to let Jiang Qin leave just like that. No matter who he was, he must be related to the Long family since he broke the formation. It would be strange if he was not sent by the Long family. At this moment, Jiang Qin wanted to leave. However, powerful auras rushed up to the void above the 9 heavens. There were 11 Divine Emperor experts. Although they were all initial Divine Emperor experts or lesser Heavenly Connecting Realm experts, they had the advantage in numbers. There were more than 100 Hierarch experts. At this moment Jiang Qin, Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were trapped inside. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh. He did not expect that he would cause so much trouble after breaking the formation. This should be all the experts of the Sorcerer God clan gathered here. I advise you to surrender. Otherwise you will definitely die a graveless death. Wu Zhongjiu held his spear and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt helpless in his heart. He wasn't afraid of these people, but they were all innocent. He couldn't just kill them right now, could he? Although this battle might be a little tricky for him, he wasn't afraid. Firstly, he didn't want to waste too much time. Secondly, it was meaningless to kill them. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. I've said it before. I really don't know what's going on with the Long family. I broke the formation because I want to go to the Dongxing Divine region. Hence this is the closest way. Your hovering grand formation is blocking my way. Hence I could only do this. Jiang Chen said. What a good excuse. However, do you really think that I'm a fool? You should be stalling for time in order to wait for the Long family to arrive. Today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I will never let you leave safely. Otherwise, how can I face my people? How can I face those innocent people who will die tragically? I Wu Zhongjiu have a clear conscience. I have worked diligently all my life in order to ensure the safety of the people. But your Long family still wants to force me to be so overbearing. Just how long must I retreat before you are willing to give up? Today I Wu Zhongjiu swear to the heavens that I will not let any of the tyrannical members of the Long family off. Wu Zhongjiu said coldly. He was not afraid of death. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Ninth Lord, why are you still wasting your breath on him? Since things have come to this, let's kill them first. When the Long family comes later, we will also kill them. That's right, Lord Jiu. I can't wait to deal with this kind of trash. I must kill him as soon as possible. The remaining members of the Long family have no reason to spare his life. The few Divine Emperor realm experts beside Wu Zhongjiu were already eager to fight. Jiang Chen was also helpless. Are these people brainless? However, Jiang Chen thought about it and felt that it was indeed so. He sighed in his heart. He had broken their protective formation. At this time he had broken their balance. It seemed reasonable for them to treat him as an enemy. Aren't we fine now? What else do you want? Isn't it just a formation? Do you want us to die as an apology before you are happy? We are definitely not the remaining members of the Long family or your accomplices. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. If you really want to fight, you may not be a match for us. Wu Ningzhu said coldly. In an instant, everyone's emotions were on tenterhooks. These guys are so arrogant. It's obvious that they're the ones who broke my formation. Now they're trying to make a false accusation. This is intolerable. There's no point in talking. Let's attack. We must kill this bastard and then deal with the Long family. Wu Zhongjiu waved his hand. His face was gloomy. More than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts rushed out. As the mainstay of the Sorcerer God clan, it was time for them to repay the clan. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head silently. At this moment they were forced to attack. Don't kill them. After all, we are in the wrong. Jiang Chen will never kill the innocent. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The strength of an early Divine Emperor was nothing in the eyes of these people. They could not play a decisive role at all. As for Wu Zhongjiu, who was a mid-Divine Emperor, he did not even bother to take action. He only needed to watch this battle coldly. The real highlight was definitely at the end. After these three people, the Long family would definitely send out all of their forces. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. These fellas are seeking their own deaths. Yet you still let them live. You're just pretending to be merciful. Humph. Yan Qingqing sneered. However, she still listened to Jiang Chen and did not kill these fellas. More than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts rushed towards them. At this moment, Jiang Chen fought against 6 of them alone. Fighting 1 against 6, even Wu Chengjiu was completely shocked. This fellow, was he really that strong? An early Divine Emperor realm fella fighting against 6 early Divine Emperor realm experts. He could not believe it. This fella is indeed quite capable. No wonder he could break through my formation. Wu Chengjiu murmured. His lips curled into a cold smile and his face darkened. However, it would not be easy to escape from his hands. The Sorcerer God tribe was not a tribe that would be bullied by anyone. Brat, give me your life. The experts of the Sorcerer God clan shouted. Jiang Chen was calm and at ease. With his bare fists he forced the 6 of them to retreat. His imposing manner was so imposing that no one dared to fight against him. Jiang Chen's attacks were like thunder, but he did not go overboard. His fists landed on their flesh but did not harm their lives. Within 10 moves all of them were forced to retreat. Their faces were pale as they suffered a palm strike from Jiang Qin. Their injuries were severe and their battle strength was greatly reduced. Jiang Qin had already shown mercy to them. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would have already killed them. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also at ease. When Wu Ningzhu was in the profound Feng sect, she had already broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Although her strength might not be comparable to Yan Qingqing's, she was not a pushover. She was able to fight against two opponents with ease. At this moment, Wu Zhongjiu was the one who was shocked. Because the 11 of them were not a match for 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts. It was shameful to hear about this. Chapter 34-28. Wu Zhongjiu's eyes were sharp as he stared at Jiang Qin. In this battle, if he did not bring Jiang Qin to justice, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The entire sorcerer god tribe would lose confidence in them. Therefore Wu Zhongjiu had to show his true strength and kill the person who destroyed his formation. Only then would he be able to inspire his followers and the people of the sorcerer god tribe. Although the sorcerer god tribe was in a difficult situation, as the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Wu Zhongjiu was very clear that the Long family understood this very well. It was impossible for them to take down the sorcerer god tribe in one fell swoop. Even if the Long family wanted to destroy the sorcerer god tribe and occupy more of the divine Great Earthland's territory, it was destined to be a long battle. The sorcerer god tribe was in a precarious situation. Wu Zhongjiu had to stand up for his people. Jiu Wangya, kill him and take revenge for us. Our city's defensive barrier was destroyed by him. These people must be the Long family's minions. Teach him a lesson. The Long family has ulterior motives. We must not let them succeed. Jiu Wangya's prestige is unparalleled. Our sorcerer god tribe has been passed down for thousands of years. The Long family can't touch us. The entire sorcerer god tribe's front line stretched across the sky. Countless people of the sorcerer god tribe had already rushed up to the peak of the sky. More and more experts were rushing up to the sky to strengthen the sorcerer god tribe. Facing thousands of experts, Heavenly God Realm, Divine King Realm and Hierarch Realm, there were tens of thousands of them. They were the people of the sorcerer god tribe in the Divine Great Earth. Although the sorcerer god tribe was not the ruler of the Divine Great Earth, the sorcerer god tribe was one of the 4 great powers in the Divine Great Earth. It had an absolute geographical advantage and was rich in natural resources. There were hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains, demonic beasts and spiritual herbs everywhere. Therefore the Long family had been eyeing it covetously. Wu Zhongjiu's gaze was ice-cold as he looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. His hand punched out heavily. As he punched out, the wind howled and roars filled the air. Space itself started to distort as fist shadows filled the skies. Jiang Qin immediately held his blade horizontally and punched out with a flip of his hand. The two of them collided in an instant. Even though they were separated by several hundred meters, the terrifying shockwaves swept across the skies. Countless people in the surroundings stopped in their tracks and were forced back, their faces pale. Jiang Qin was calm and composed, not showing any signs of weakness. Both of their fists weaved together, but there was no pressure at all. Jiang Qin was alone, facing the 9th Wangya of the sorcerer god tribe, Wu Zhongjiu. The might of that one punch shocked everyone. How could this guy be so strong? The 9th Wangya was the top expert of the entire sorcerer god tribe. If the person invited by the Long family could compete with the 9th Wangya, then it would be hard to tell who would win this battle. If Wu Zhongjiu lost, the sorcerer god tribe would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Even Wu Zhongjiu did not expect Jiang Qin's strength to reach such a terrifying level. It was no wonder that Jiang Qin could break his floating array. However, as the number 1 expert of the sorcerer god tribe, Wu Zhongjiu was full of confidence. He could only win this battle and not lose. He did not represent himself but the countless people of the sorcerer god tribe. You are very strong, but I still want to kill you. As the vanguard of the Long family, your strength is impressive. Why do you want to risk your life for the Long family? Wu Zhongjiu clenched his fists tightly and his gaze was extremely cold. Jiang Qin sighed, a myriad of emotions welling up in his heart. I have already said that I am not on the same side as the Long family. What do I have to do to make you believe me? I'm just a passerby. What does the grudge between the sorcerer god tribe and the Long family have to do with me? It is my fault for breaking the array. I do not want to kill innocent people. Otherwise, do you think that I could not kill those Divine Emperor Realm experts? You are still so arrogant even when you are about to die. Ninth Wangya, this guy must be killed. Most of the people in the Long family are cunning. This guy is not a good person. Humph. A divine emperor expert harumphed coldly and said. Jiang Chen's arrogance and conceit made him furious. There is no point in talking anymore. The array has been broken. What else do you have to say? The Long family wants to annihilate the sorcerer god tribe. Wu Chongjie will accompany them to the end even if I have to die. Wu Chongjie roared and clashed with Jiang Chen. Their figures were like rainbows intertwining chaotically. Jiang Chen's aura was vigorous and he dared not be negligent. Wu Chongjie's strength was definitely not weak. He was at the great perfection middle divine emperor realm. It would be difficult for Jiang Chen to defeat him. Moreover, Jiang Chen did not have any killing intent. At this moment he could only sigh silently. Jiang Chen's battle strength was on par with Wu Chongjie's and he was not in danger. However, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were being pushed back. This made Jiang Chen's face gradually turn gloomy. However, everyone has a temper. Jiang Chen had endured again and again. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's situation was not very optimistic. The two of them were fighting against 5 divine emperors at the same time and they were already in a difficult situation. I originally wanted to keep the peace, but you guys are so aggressive. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson you guys will really think that I, Jiang Chen, am a sick cat. Jiang Chen sneered and the corner of his mouth became gloomier. He could suffer but he would never let Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu be wronged. Jiang Chen forced Wu Chongjie to retreat with a single strike. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand shone brightly and charged towards the 11 divine emperor realm experts. How dare you touch my woman? Get lost. Jiang Chen killed in all directions. His swordsmanship was amazing. The 11 divine emperor realm experts could not even withstand one strike from Jiang Chen. With the heavenly dragon sword no one could withstand its sharpness. In just a moment the 4 of them were severely injured by Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword tasted blood and splattered across the sky. Wu Chongjie's face became gloomier. How dare you? Don't you dare to hurt my clansmen. Wu Chongjie held the long spear in his hand and the spear's shadow soared to the sky. Lightning radiated in all directions. Jiang Chen was shouted at by Wu Chongjie. Their swords collided with each other. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Those who dared to touch his woman were destined to have a bad ending. Jiang Chen had already shown mercy by not killing all 4 of them with his 4 strikes. Stubborn fella, the sorcerer god clan will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. You guys forced me to do this. Get lost. Jiang Chen was like a god descending to the mortal world. The heavenly dragon sword roared and swept across the 9 heavens. He stepped on the clouds and the 18th sword technique stole the sky and changed the sun. The rain of swords was terrifying. Wu Chongjie held the long spear in his hand. Although he was shocked he did not panic. Chapter 34-29. Absolute Shadow Snake Spear Formation. Wu Chongjie was not in a hurry. The spear shadows instantly formed a formation and trapped Jiang Chen within. The 36 spear shadows formed a formation that shocked Jiang Chen. He squinted his eyes and thought that Wu Zhongjie's strength was definitely not weaker than his. He was definitely no match for Wu Zhongjie's spear shadows. Wu Zhongjie's understanding of formations was probably higher than his. Great. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 18th sword's momentum collided with the countless spear shadows. A tearing sound resounded through the sky and a series of sparks burst out. It was like a sea of fire raging in the void. The sea of fire spread across the sky and the impact was suffocating. Several divine emperor experts were forced to retreat. Numerous hierarch and divine king experts were shocked and quickly retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen's skills were exceptional. The 18th sword pierced through the absolute shadow snake spear formation with great power. In the end, the sword shadows and spear shadows collided with each other. The 2 of them were evenly matched and no one gained the upper hand. Whether it was the sharpness of the 18th sword or the sealing of the absolute shadow snake spear formation, they were all completely blocked. In an instant the entire void was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think that if it was him he wouldn't have been able to form a formation so quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a hurry to leave, Jiang Chen might have really wanted to have a good fight with Wu Zhongjie. This battle had benefited him a lot. However, to Wu Zhongjie he had already lost. The Long family would definitely be eyeing them covetously, and they must be on their way. The sorcerer divine tribe situation was getting more and more difficult. Look, there are so many people and demonic beasts. Yeah, it's so dark that the sky is almost covered. This can't be someone from the Long family, right? It's hard to say. These guys took advantage of the floating hunter formation of our sorcerer divine tribe to attack Yulon City. Their target is Yulon City. More and more people began to see groups of people heading towards Orchid Spirit City. Wu Zhongjie was unwilling to give up. He wanted to continue attacking Jiangchen, but in front of him was a dense mass of experts that seemed to cover the entire sky. His heart finally sank. This was definitely the Long family. If the Long family did not make a move at this time, even he would feel that something was amiss. It's here, it's finally here. Wu Chongjio's heart skipped a beat. As the leader of the Sorcerer God tribe, he was duty-bound. This battle would be the most terrifying battle in the tens of millions of years that he had been in charge of the Sorcerer God tribe. This concerned the life and death of the entire Sorcerer God tribe, as well as the inheritance of the Sorcerer God tribe. Even if he had to risk his life, Wu Chongjie would never lower his head. In the sky, the clouds fell. On the back of countless demonic beasts, experts stood one after another. 17 divine Emperor Realm experts stood in the clouds, their hands clasped behind their backs. They seemed to be crushing everything in their way. The Long family was a family that had a supreme legend. Compared to the Sorcerer God tribe, they were not to be outdone. Wu Chongjio's mind raced and his face was solemn. If the Sorcerer God tribe really fell in his hands, he would definitely become a sinner. Jiang Chen's face was cold as he looked at the 17 divine Emperor Realm experts. He sighed in his heart. These super forces were indeed extraordinary. Even the foundation of the sword-drawing sect could not be compared to them. Although the Central Region Divine Land was the largest place in the entire divine world, there were many sects that were entrenched in a small area. They were not weak at all. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, it was destined that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Their foundations were not to be underestimated, especially those that had been passed down since the ancient times. Any one of them was destined to be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Not even time could corrode them. They were the true heroes in this chaotic world. The Long family is here. What should we do? Jiuwangya, these guys seem to have come out in full force. 17 divine Emperor Realm experts. We can't fight against this force. Yes, Jiuwangya, what should we do? It's all because of this bastard that we are in such a passive position. We are not afraid of death. Whoever wants to trample on our homeland will have to step over our bodies first. One by one, the experts behind Wu Chongjio were riled up as they roared in anger. They did not retreat, but this battle was destined to be a battle where they would lose more than they would win. Everyone from the Long family has crossed more than 30,000 miles from the Sorcerer God tribe. What do you want? Wu Chongjio said faintly. Jiuwangya is right. We are just bored and wanted to come to the Sorcerer God tribe for a walk. We have no other intentions. We and the Sorcerer God tribe have been one family since ancient times. Surely Jiuwangya doesn't want to interfere in such a small matter? A divine Emperor Realm expert said with a smile. You're just a young man. How dare you challenge me? You're really thick-skinned. Do you really think I don't know why you're here? A group of people with ulterior motives. Thousands of experts have come out in full force. Are you here to tour the Sorcerer God tribe? Humph. Could it be that the Long family only sent people like you who are so weak? Wu Chongjio said lung. Some people from the Long family were already angry and their faces were extremely gloomy. You're indeed the Jiuwangya. You're brave and insightful. My juniors are a little unfamiliar with you. Hurry up and apologize to the Jiuwangya. A middle-aged man in a black and white long robe walked out slowly and said with a faint smile, pretending to be angry. Forgive me, Jiuwangya. I was the one who offended you. The arrogant divine Emperor Realm expert said with a faint smile. There was no trace of apology on his face. Wu Chongjio could not be bothered to argue with that guy. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was the Long family patriarch Long Inue. The two of them had known each other for tens of millions of years. Long Inue had been waiting for this moment for far too long. You don't come without a reason. Tell me, what do you think the Long family patriarch wants? I'd like to see what's the Long family patriarch's intention of bringing 3,000 troops into the Sorcerer God tribe? Wu Chongjio said. How could Wu Chongjio not know about Long Inue's wishful thinking? Both of them were well aware of it. However, Long Inue was a person who cared about his face. Moreover, both of them were patriarchs of big families. How could they let others see them as a joke? Therefore, even if Long Inue came to fight, he would definitely have a good reason. Haha, nothing can escape the Jiao Wangye's eyes. I'm afraid you've already guessed what I'm thinking, right? I just want to find a wife for my unfilial son. I've heard that the Jiao Wangye's daughter is virtuous. Therefore, I want to form a marriage alliance with the Jiao Wangye. If we join hands, who in the divine great land would dare to go against us? Don't you think so? Chapter 34:30. Half a master, looks like I can't reject your motive. Is it really that simple? Wu Zhongjio laughed coldly. Of course, I would like you to give me a small dowry. I wonder what you think about the 800,000-mile territory of the sorcerer god tribe. If our two families are on good terms, isn't it the same as sending it from the left hand to the right hand? Don't you think so? In my opinion, this is a joyous occasion for everyone. Long Yu's words almost made Wu Zhongjio spit out a mouthful of blood. This fellow was simply shameless. Did he really think he was a fool? The 800,000-mile territory was 2/3 of the sorcerer god tribe's territory. This fellow actually wanted him to be a dowry and give it to the Long family? Wasn't this the ravings of an idiot? Ah, Long Yu, you old man, you're really shameless. Why don't you just declare war on me? You want to snatch the territory of the sorcerer god tribe? You really kill without spilling blood. Wu Zhongjio snorted coldly and said disdainfully. You're wrong, Ninth Wangye. What I mean is for the good of our two families, for the good of our children, and more importantly for the good of the divine great land. Ninth Wangye, please don't be suspicious and don't be suspicious. Long Yu's smile also narrowed, angering Wu Zhongjio so much that his face turned green. I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. There's no point in saying anything more. You've brought so many experts here. Isn't it to fight against the sorcerer god tribe? Long Yu, isn't this exactly what you want? Wu Zhongjio pointed his spear at Long Yu and shouted in a low voice. Sigh, I never thought that my good intentions would be looked down upon by you, Ninth Wangye. It really hurts my heart. My heart is towards the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. Ninth Wangye, won't you reconsider? The 800,000-mile territory is just a drop in the ocean for the sorcerer god tribe. Long Yu continued to speak shamelessly. Wu Zhongjio completely ignored him. This guy was just doing this for a good reason. All these years you are still so long-winded. You really disappoint me. Hypocrite, the Long family has been eyeing you for a long time. I'm afraid that you have been looking forward to today's battle for a long time, right? For the sake of the territory of my sorcerer god tribe, you really put in a lot of effort. Wu Zhongjio said. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He was not a savior, he was just a passerby. Regardless of whether the sorcerer god tribe or the Long family won or lost, it had nothing to do with him. He was just an outsider in this battle. He only had one goal, which was to leave this place as soon as possible and head to the Dongxing Divine Continent. Since Ninth Wangye doesn't give me any face, I have nothing else to say. Ninth Wangye, my Long family has always treated you with respect. Since you don't give me any face, I can only test Ninth Wangye's skills. My face is worthless, but the juniors behind me are all hot-blooded people. It's hard to guarantee that they won't do anything to make Ninth Wangye unhappy. I can give up my face, but Ninth Wangye should give them an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame my Long family for being impolite, Long Yu said lightly. Long Inue indifferently said. At this moment he had finally revealed his fox tail. If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. The person you sent earlier broke my spell formation and now he's putting on an act. Long Inue, our battle is inevitable. Make your move and don't let me underestimate you. Wu Zhongjio said with a big laugh. He was full of fighting spirit and arrogance. Good. As expected of the descendant of King Ban. In today's battle, Ninth Wangye, I won't let you down. Long Yu's loud voice resounded through the 9 heavens. At this time Jiang Chen, who was already far away, heard Long Yu's words and couldn't help but tremble. Although he was already 100 miles away, Long Yu's voice was too loud. It was deafening and resounded for 1,000 miles. King Ban. Jiang Chen's body trembled and his face was incomparably gloomy. Wu Zhongjio is the descendant of King Ban? King Ban. Ninth Wangye, why didn't I think of that? No, let's go back first. Why? Aren't you anxious to save you heir? Yan Qingqing frowned and asked in a low voice. Although I haven't seen King Baan, my formation inheritance is all from him. Now that the descendant of King Baan is in trouble, I definitely can't just stand by and watch. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh and looked towards the east. I'm sorry, you heir. I might have to save you later. King Baan is as important as a mountain to me. Now that his descendant is in trouble, I can't just sit by and watch. Jiang Chen turned around and went straight to the battlefield of the sorcerer god tribe. At this moment, Wu Zhongjiu and Long Yu were already at each other's throats. The people of the Long family and the sorcerer god tribe were also holding their breath. This battle was imminent. This battle started because of me, so I should be the one to end it. Jiang Chen's sudden return made Wu Zhongjiu's face as gloomy as water. This guy had always been around, and the battle between him and the Long family had become more and more difficult. Brother, may I know where you came from? Long Yu smiled faintly. This floating path grand array was broken by me. Jiang Chen sighed. Long Yu's eyes brightened as he looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude and admiration. This brother is truly a genius of the heavens and earth. My Long family has been helpless for so many years. Who would have thought that it would actually be this brother who solved it? Long Yu, am truly grateful. Long Yu clasped his hands together and said. Wu Zhongjiu's face became increasingly ugly. I had no choice but to break the array. In this battle I am a member of the sorcerer god tribe. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I Jiang Chen will fight to the death. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked at Long Yu with disdain. At that moment Long Yu and Wu Zhongjiu were both stunned. Even the people behind them were extremely shocked. What was going on? Jiang Chen broke the array, and now he was standing on the side of the sorcerer god tribe. Wu Zhongjiu even thought that he had heard wrongly. This guy wanted to help him fight against the Long family? Brother, you broke the array first, and my Long family owes you a debt of gratitude. But you are standing on the side of the sorcerer god tribe. This is really confusing. Long Inue furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the current situation to become so chaotic. Who was this guy who appeared out of nowhere? What did he want? Did he break the floating path grand array of the sorcerer god tribe just out of curiosity? Wu Zhongjiu was completely dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Who are you? Chapter 34-31. Jiang Chen's words caused Wu Zhongjiu's expression to change. His body trembled and he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. King Baan is your master? You can say that. Master's kindness is like a mountain. It was all thanks to Senior 8 Nunnery Wang that I was able to break your floating traversing formation. If it wasn't for Senior 8 Nunnery Wang, my attainments in formation would have been terrible. Jiang Chen smiled apologetically. How can you prove that you are my father's disciple? Wu Zhongjiu's eyes were burning. I didn't see the no-beginning array vanish. My achievements today are all due to the no-beginning array in the hands of Senior Baan Wang. Jiang Chen's face was solemn and respectful. Wu Zhongjiu nodded his head silently. His heart was filled with emotions. It was really a hilarious scene. His own father's disciple had destroyed the formation that he had personally set up, causing the sorcerer god tribe to fall into dire straits. Is this person really the disciple of King Baan? What a failure. He actually broke the floating teleportation formation. Isn't he breaking his own limbs? Sai, isn't that right? If he wasn't the disciple of King Baan, who else could break our King Jiu's floating teleportation formation? However, the current situation is really disadvantageous to the sorcerer god tribe. The disciple of King Baan is at least half a member of the sorcerer god tribe. It's a pity that this guy helped an outsider. Now, with his strength alone, can he change the situation? It's hard to say. Now the sorcerer god tribe is surrounded by enemies. The Long family has ulterior motives. This battle is going to be very difficult. More and more people gathered. After all, this was the territory of the sorcerer god tribe. However, everyone was sighing. Even Wu Zhongjiu's face was solemn and he did not dare to let his guard down. I am the son of King Baan. You can also call me King Jiu and Wu Zhongjiu. Wu Zhongjiu took a deep breath and said. He did not expect his own father to have a disciple outside. Even he did not know about it. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had used his supreme formation skills to break the floating barrier formation that he had spent more than 10 years to set up. It could be said that the flood had rushed into the temple of the Dragon King, and they did not know each other. I had no choice but to break the grand abstinence floating traversing array. Brother Wu, please forgive me. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He had used the skill that his father had taught him to break his son's formation and put the entire witch god tribe in danger. It was inevitable that he felt a little apologetic. Wu Zhongjiu sighed and shook his head helplessly. It was too late to say anything now because Long Yingyue was already eyeing them. This is really interesting. The disciple of King Ban? No wonder you could break the Jiao Wangyes formation. It's really unbelievable. What a dramatic scene. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. The witch god tribe is destined to become cannon fodder. Long Yingyue said with a smile. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. He was just an early divine emperor, and his formation skills were quite admirable. Now that the floating barrier formation had been broken, what was the use of him? This guy's appearance was already meaningless. Just kill him. I will naturally settle the trouble that I have caused. Whoever dares to step into the witch god tribe today will be my Jiang Chen's mortal enemy. Brother Wu, I can only fight with you today to atone for my crime of breaking the formation. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Wu Zhongjiu waved his hand and said, the witch god tribe will not be able to escape from this disaster. Even if it's not you, there will be a second person. This is the will of the heavens. However, with Brother Jiang here, I am not worried. If my father is watching from the heavens, he will definitely be happy. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, Senior King Ban, father has already disappeared from this world. Wu Zhongjiu said sadly. Today I will live and die with Brother Wu. Jiang Chen made up his mind. All of this happened because of him. Therefore Jiang Chen must complete his redemption and block this life or death battle for the witch god tribe. Kid, so what if you're the disciple of King Ban and an early divine emperor wants to control the battle? Your existence is not even worth mentioning to me. Long Yingyue said confidently. Although he did not expect this scene, he could not help but laugh at Jiang Chen's arrogance. Does this guy really think that he is a peerless god of war and can change the fate of the world? These 17 early divine emperor experts and hundreds and thousands of hierarch experts, are they all useless? Jiang Chen smiled calmly and confidently. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as taking water from my pocket. The Long clan is not worthy of my attention. Jiang Chen's arrogance made Long Yingyue very angry. He squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. This fella is too arrogant. His Long clan is one of the 4 major forces in the divine land. Even the witch god tribe that had existed for countless years could only defend passively. They did not dare to fight, even shrinking the battlefield and using the floating grand formation as a defense. However, Jiang Chen was so arrogant, wanting to fight against the Long clan by himself. Wasn't this a fantasy? Good. Now it seems that I should teach you a lesson. It's good that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but arrogance and conceit are destined to be punished. My Long clan has dominated the divine land for countless years, but I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. The witch god tribe will be destroyed in your hands. Long Yingyue pointed at Jiang Chen. The coldness in his smile was frightening. Brother Jiang, don't underestimate your enemy. The Long clan is strong and Long Yingyue is not to be trifled with. Wu Zhongjiu said in a low voice. The Long clan's morale was high. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent, ready to make a move. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at Wu Zhongjiu. At this time he was ready to fight. Moreover, Jiang Chen would definitely not let the witch god tribe fall into danger. Otherwise, wouldn't he be cursed for eternity? Once the Long clan defeated the witch god tribe, blood would flow like a river and the world would be turned upside down. At that time it would be an unpredictable tragedy. Moreover, Wu Zhongjiu was the descendant of King Ban. Therefore Jiang Chen could not let them come to any harm. Whether it was to repay a debt of gratitude or to make up for his mistake, Jiang Chen was duty-bound. Very well, I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die together with the witch god tribe. We will advance and retreat together, live and die together as you wish. Long Yingyue roared. His sword was unsheathed. Long Yingyue held the dragon-shaped broadsword in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Come, let me see how strong you really are. Chapter 34-32. Good sword, it's really a good sword. Long Yingyue's eyes narrowed as he looked at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. He was pleasantly surprised because he lacked a suitable divine weapon. The heavenly dragon sword was just what he needed. Patriarch, we can't wait any longer. Let me teach this reckless guy a lesson. Yeah, does this little bastard really think he's invincible? He's just breaking a formation and he's so arrogant. Serves him right to be annihilated like the Sorcerer Divine clan. Patriarch, these idiots should become ghosts under the iron hooves of our Long family. Their deaths are not to be regretted. The Long family members held on to their weapons and spears. They were eager to fight. Long Inoue wanted to have a good reason to fight. At this moment they did not need to hesitate anymore. Kill. Long Inoue sneered and waved the dragon-shaped saber in his hand. In an instant the sea of people started fighting fiercely. In this battle, let me see if your so-called Long family can trample the Sorcerer God clan. Xianxia was the first to face them. The 17 early Divine Emperor experts of the Long family went up to Xianxia without hesitation. Because in their eyes this Xianxia was too annoying. Did he want to fight against the Long family alone? It was simply an idiot's ravings. Now they had to teach this guy a lesson. The 17 Divine Emperor experts swarmed forward. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He looked calm and fearless. Brother Xianxia, be careful. Wu Zhongjiu exclaimed. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he could not do anything when 17 Divine Emperor experts attacked him at the same time. Wu Zhongjiu's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and the experts of the Sorcerer Divine clan behind him also rushed forward. Even an outsider could fight to the death for the Sorcerer Divine clan, let alone a patriarch like him. Your opponent is me. Long Inoue blocked Wu Zhongjiu's path with a slight smile. His broadsword was more than 5 feet long, and it was domineering and godly. The two of them were already fighting at close quarters. As the sword and saber moved, their auras were in chaos. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged, wreaking havoc on the common people. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. I'm sure Patriarch Long has been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Wu Zhongjiu sneered. Just as Lord Jiu said, the Witch God clan should have taken the surname Long a long time ago. Long Inoue attacked fiercely. His broadsword soared into the sky and clashed with Wu Zhongjiu at the peak of the 9th Divine Emperor realm. Their figures were incomparable as they crossed each other. Wu Zhongjiu understood that this battle concerned the survival of the Witch God clan. He must not show the slightest bit of cowardice. He must fight to the death and settle the common people. On the other side, the most eye-catching one was Xianxia. Xianxia's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, when he fought with Wu Zhongjiu, they were evenly matched. This had already attracted the attention of countless people. But now he was fighting against 17 Divine Emperor experts alone. 17 Divine Emperor experts could not gain the upper hand against Xianxia. Xianxia wielded his broadsword and leaped into the battle. No one could withstand his sharpness. Xianxia had completely blocked the Long clan's most terrifying attack by himself. At this moment, the Divine Emperor experts of the Witch God clan were confused. Xianxia was fighting against 17 Divine Emperor experts alone. What should they do? Let's go and beat up those Hierarch Realm experts first. You should have said so earlier. The eyes of the elder of the Sorcerer Divine clan lit up. Seeing that Xianxia had stabilized the situation, more than 10 of them looked at the Hierarch Realm experts. The Hierarch Realm Long family members were like stray dogs facing the Divine Emperor Realm experts of the Sorcerer Divine clan. They ran away in all directions without any resistance. Even a Divine Emperor Realm expert was not inferior to hundreds or thousands of Hierarch Realm experts. The strength of a Divine Emperor Realm expert was far beyond that of a Hierarch Realm expert. Many people could not even catch up to them. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu did not want to be outdone. Xianxia was extremely powerful. As Xianxia's women, the two of them led more than 10 Divine Emperor experts and killed their way into the Hierarch Realm experts of the Long family. It was as if there was no one who could stop them. In an instant, deafening screams and shouts filled the air. The entire Long clan was quite depressed. They did not expect that they would end up in such a difficult situation after going all out. The strength of the Long clan was not weak. They were even more powerful than the people of the Witch God clan. However, it was not a battle of strength but an unequal battle. It was just like Tianji's horse race. A superior horse against a mediocre horse against an inferior horse. In an instant, the Long clan was in an extremely passive position and their morale was low. At this moment the battle between Zhou Xian and the 17 early Divine Emperor experts, as well as the battle between Wu Chongjiu and Long Yu, the leaders of the two great forces, had already fought mercilessly. It was enough to show Long Yu's determination to invade the Witch God clan. However, Zhou Qian's strength had become the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. Who would have thought that an early Divine Emperor expert could be so relaxed when facing 17 experts of the same level? At this moment, although Zhou Qian was not at ease, he was completely at ease. Shadows of dragons and tigers pierced through the sky. Zhou Qian raised his sword and wreaked havoc in the sky. The limitless sword was at the peak of the firmament, and the 17 Divine Emperor experts were nothing to him. Zhou Qian's sword was unconventional. He retreated in order to advance. These 17 people had become the dojo for Zhou Qian to practice his swordsmanship. As soon as the sword was drawn, it cut through the firmament. The 16th sword sealed the sky, the 17th sword raged, and the 18th sword gave everyone a feeling of desperation. Zhou Qian finally broke out at this moment. A bunch of reckless fools. Just the Long family. Zhou Qian will send you all to the next world today. Zhou Qian sneered. Under the dragon transformation his strength was even stronger than before. He had almost reached the great perfection of the early Divine Emperor realm. These experts of the Long family were completely shocked by Zhou Qian's aura. The dragon's might was unparalleled, and together with the heavenly dragon sword Qi, it swept across the sky. The 17 early Divine Emperor experts were all shocked. This sword was like a pillar that could support the sky and destroy the mountains. The 17 early Divine Emperor experts were all shocked. This sword was like a pillar that could support the sky and destroy the mountains. The 17 experts all retreated, but they still could not stop this sword. Chapter 34-33. Fuck. Is he still human? Impossible. This is impossible. The people of the Long clan were shocked and trembled. Divine Emperor realm experts could not even withstand a single blow from Zhou Qian. Only the remaining Divine Emperor realm experts truly understood how terrifying that strike was. If they did not risk their lives to resist it, they would have been crushed to death by the power of that strike. At this moment Long Yingyue had already forced Wu Zhongjiu to retreat and his aura was at its peak. However, in an instant his side had lost 3 Divine Emperor experts, and the remaining people were also in an incomparably tragic state. This guy seemed to be a little too overbearing. How did he do it? Long Yingyue frowned, completely unwilling to believe it. However, the truth was that he could not change the outcome. Bastard. Long Yingyue gritted his teeth and said. His heart was in turmoil because Zhou Qian's attack had completely disrupted his plan to attack the Sorcerer Divine clan. At this moment the Long clan was actually in a passive position. Not only were 3 Divine Emperor realm experts killed, but the death rate of Hierarch realm experts had risen to more than 10 people. This made Long Yingyue completely collapse. It was impossible for the Sorcerer Divine clan to be so powerful. Could a mere early Divine Emperor realm expert really turn the situation around? Long Yingyue did not believe it. He must give Zhou Qian a heavy blow. Get out of my way. Long Yingyue's attack had forced Wu Zhongjiu to retreat. Wu Zhongjiu's strength was indeed a level higher than his. At this moment, more than 10 Divine Emperor realm experts began to attack Wu Zhongjiu, while Long Yingyue faced Zhou Qian directly. If this guy was not eliminated, then the Long clan's attack would be stopped here and it would be difficult for them to advance. I have really underestimated you. Zhou Qian, right? I, Long Yingyue, would like to meet you in today's battle. Long Yingyue's broadsword and Zhou Qian's heavenly dragon sword were shining brightly. Sure, but you must be prepared to die at any time. Zhou Qian said faintly. In this battle he wanted to boost the morale of the Sorcerer God tribe. Now that the hovering demon array had been destroyed, he had to change his position. Only then would he be able to strike fear into the hearts of the dragon race. I'll wait and see. Long Yingyue grasped his broadsword and slashed through the air, stepping on clouds and thunder. He and Zhou Qian clashed again and again with aurora bolts, reversing the firmament. Long Yingyue's strength was a notch higher than Wu Zhongjiu's, and Zhou Qian did not dare to be careless. Under the dragon transformation he clashed with Long Yingyue's every move. The two clashed again and again and it was quite ferocious. Their swords screeched as they fought in the air. Sword intent of solitude. Dragon chant frenzied saber chaos. The sky was filled with feathers and light and shadow filled the air. 3,000 miles of the sky was filled with splendor, rushing to the heavens and the earth. The convergence of sword and broadsword, the tearing of light and shadow, and the drastic change that shook the heavens and earth, made everyone gasp in amazement. Even Wu Zhongjiu felt ashamed of his inferiority. He could not help but murmur, "This Jiangqin is really terrifying. If not for Jiangqin, I'm afraid that the sorcerer god tribe would sooner or later be in the hands of the dragon race." Only now did Wu Zhongjiu realize that he had completely underestimated Jiangqin and even Long Yinue. He was no match for either of them. Even if he used all his skills, he would still lose. At that moment, the sky and earth were spinning, but the battle between Jiangqin and Long Yinue had attracted everyone's attention. Long Yinue's face was also extremely ugly. It was not that he was no match for Jiangqin, but the Long family behind him was already struggling. Whether it was Wu Zhongjiu facing a dozen divine emperor experts or the hundreds and thousands of hierarch experts, they were all pale. Moreover, the battlefield was shrinking step by step. Their situation was worrisome, and if they continued to fight, they would only suffer heavy losses. This was the only outcome and also an irreversible outcome. Only the battle between Long Yinue and Jiangqin could be considered as an equal. The others were struggling and in danger. "Damned fella." Long Yinue snorted and his face was gloomy. He had no choice but to retreat and pull away from Jiangqin. The current him had no other choice, and the only way was to retreat quickly. He was indeed a little reckless in this battle. He did not expect that Jiangqin would be able to turn the situation around. Although he had painstakingly prepared for this battle all these years, it was still disrupted by the unknown factor Jiangqin, and even caused his people to be seriously injured. From the initial confidence to the current situation, Long Yinue had completely lost the will to continue fighting. That was because the Long family's losses would only increase if they continued to fight. Jiangqin had single-handedly turned the situation around, and his hopes of winning were gradually extinguished. Now it was difficult for him to move an inch, and it was impossible for him to take down the Sorcerer God clan in one fell swoop. After thinking about it, Long Yinue knew that there was no meaning in continuing to fight. The Long family had suffered heavy losses, and the outcome would be even more miserable. At that time, the other two major forces would be eyeing them covetously, and the Long family was not without enemies. With internal and external troubles, it would be very difficult for him to maintain his position as the patriarch. Today's battle had pained Long Yu to the core, but that bastard Jiangqin was simply too disappointing. He'd had everything planned out, but the final outcome hadn't gone as he'd hoped. Moreover, he no longer had the confidence to win. If they continued to fight without success, they would be the ones to suffer the most. Today's battle has really broadened my horizons. What a good Jiangqin, what a good Sorcerer God clan. Haha, 9th Wangye, today will end here. I will take my leave. However, the mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. I will return. Long Yinue snorted coldly and looked at Jiangqin with a serious expression. Then he waved his hand and slowly retreated. At this moment, Jiangqin and Wu Zhongjiu looked at each other. They had no intention of continuing to chase. This battle was a great loss for both the Long family and the Sorcerer God clan. Although it was not a great loss, the battle that the Long family had schemed for so long had ended in failure. Furthermore, they had left in such a sorry state. Even if the Long family wanted to make things difficult for the Sorcerer God clan, they would have to consider the existence of Jiangqin and be extremely cautious. After all, the Sorcerer God clan was a great ancient clan, one of the four great powers of the divine Great Land. Although the Great Hovering Array was the mainstay of the Sorcerer God clan, without the Great Hovering Array, the Sorcerer God clan would not be easily bullied. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the Long family defeated the Sorcerer God clan in the end, they would still suffer a great loss. Therefore, this battle was only a probing attack for the Dragon clan. If they could really take down the Sorcerer God clan, they would naturally not be so persistent. After Long Yinue left, the entire Sorcerer God clan cheered loudly. Jiangqin and Wu Zhongjiu looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Chapter 34:34. He wasn't young anymore. The floating traverser formation was broken and the Sorcerer God clan was in grave danger. However, none of this was important. Jiangqin's appearance had turned the tide and saved the Sorcerer God clan from the abyss of suffering. Jiangqin had made a mistake, but he had brought more hope to the Sorcerer God clan. The people of the Sorcerer God clan, especially the experts, knew that they were in a bad situation. The Long family had been eyeing the Sorcerer God clan for so many years. Therefore, when the floating traverser formation was broken, Xianxia was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Long family turned out to attack the Sorcerer God clan, putting the Sorcerer God clan in grave danger. However, the final result was perfect. Xianxia's appearance had made the Sorcerer God clan unscathed and ended the Long family's ambition. At least in a short period of time, the Long family would not attack the Sorcerer God clan again because the person they had to be wary of was Xianxia. He had become a hero in troubled times with his own strength. His name and figure were like a monument to the Sorcerer God clan. Not everyone was a saint and everyone made mistakes. However, his merits and demerits offset each other. In this world where only the strong were respected, Xianxia had won the respect of many people. The Long family has been defeated this time. I don't think they will dare to attack us again in a short period of time. As for breaking Brother Wu's floating traverser formation, I still feel guilty about it. Xianxia said with a smile. Wu Zhongjie waved his hand and laughed. He was feeling extremely happy and comfortable. Xianxia stood between the two superpowers and turned the situation around in an instant. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he might not believe it. Since Xianxia was only an early divine emperor, it was already shocking enough. His strength and skills were not something that an ordinary person could compare with. His father's eye for picking a disciple was indeed unparalleled and unique. The battle between the Sorcerer God clan and the Long family will happen sooner or later. Your appearance will only bring forward the battle between our two clans. After this battle, even if the Long family does not suffer a great loss in strength, they will definitely not launch a large-scale invasion. It will not be easy for them to take down the tough bone that is the Sorcerer God clan. As for the floating traversing array, Brother Jiang, you don't have to mention it again. What's done is done. Brother Jiang, you've done enough for the Sorcerer Divine tribe. Not to mention that we're related. It's not too abrupt for me to call you junior brother, right? Wu Zhongjie said with a smile. Senior brother, you are too serious. It is my honor to fight for the Sorcerer God clan. I have not repaid my master's kindness and caused trouble. Xianxia cannot absolve himself from the blame. If you need my help in the future, Xianxia will definitely come to help. Xianxia said solemnly. He was a person who valued relationships very much. Moreover, King Baan was half a master to him. The relationship between him and the Sorcerer God clan could be said to be one of a kind. Little junior brother, it is a pity that we did not meet earlier today. We must have a good gathering and drink together. The experts of the Sorcerer God clan are full of admiration for you. Wu Zhongjie said. Yeah, Brother Jiang, since you have such a relationship with our old master, you are a member of the Sorcerer God clan. Everyone has seen your means and abilities. You are indeed a hero in this chaotic world. Today we must drink 300 cups of wine. Brother Jiang, I am proud of you. In the Divine Emperor realm, you are the king of the kings. Brother Jiang, you have won the admiration of the 800 heroes of the Sorcerer God clan. We must drink together. Those experts who were originally disdainful of Xianxia were completely convinced by Xianxia in this battle. Xianxia's means were unparalleled. He was even stronger than the 9th Wangya Wu Zhongjie. In their eyes, Xianxia was the savior of the Sorcerer God clan. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. Everyone, senior brother, I really have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to forcefully break your formation in a moment of desperation. Am I right? Xianxia's face was filled with bitterness. In that case, little junior brother, I will not keep you any longer. When you return, the Sorcerer God clan will definitely celebrate and welcome you back. From now on, little junior brother will share the Sorcerer God clan with me. Wu Zhongjie said solemnly and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Wu Zhongjie's words had a double meaning. He was tying himself to the Sorcerer God clan, advancing and retreating together with the Sorcerer God clan. Moreover, he was half a member of the Sorcerer God clan and he was extremely powerful. How could Xianxia not understand Wu Zhongjie's words? Xianxia did not say much. After all, if the Sorcerer God clan was in trouble, Xianxia would definitely not stand by and do nothing. I, Xianxia, will forever remember senior brother's great kindness. However, the situation is urgent now. I will not stay here any longer. Until we meet again. Jiang Qin bid farewell to Wu Zhongjiu and the experts of the Sorcerer God clan. Then he and Wu Ningzhu rushed to the Dongxing Divine Continent. Dongxing Divine Continent, Wuyi Mountain. A cool breeze blew and the water was calm. Birds chirped and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. A 1,000-year-old green willow was reflected in the lake. A young lady in white stood in the middle of the lake. She leaned against the green willow and a few colorful butterflies danced beside her ears. She was not afraid of the humans in front of her. In the distance, on the bank of willow trees, a young girl of 16 or 17 years old was trotting over. She was graceful, and there was a touch of sadness and bitterness in the corners of her mouth. She was jogging towards the 1,000-year-old willow tree. Auntie, why are you still here? Didn't you say that you have been entrusted with an important task by the clan? The young lady blinked her big and innocent eyes and asked softly. At this moment, Auntie was taking a nap and she did not know if she would disturb Auntie. The eyes of the white-clothed girl who was called Auntie slightly moved. She opened her eyes and a cold, bitter smile appeared on her face. She shook her head and sighed. She looked at the girl with the bun hairstyle and her eyes contained a trace of gentleness. In this large clan that was as cold as ice, only this girl could make her heart feel a trace of warmth. Auntie is waiting for someone. As long as he is here, I can complete the task of the clan with a peace of mind. Auntie smiled faintly. She was a charming and enchanting woman that could move flowers and willows. That kind of character that could cause the downfall of a city and state caused the bun-headed girl before her to be filled with adoration. Auntie is devastatingly beautiful. I also want to be like Auntie. Auntie, are you the most beautiful woman in the world? The young lady with the bun hairstyle said softly. She was deep in thought. However, in her eyes, Auntie was the most beautiful woman in the world. Silly girl, there are many people in the world who are more beautiful than Auntie. When you grow up, you will definitely be more beautiful than Auntie. Auntie rubbed the young lady with the bun hairstyle and said with a smile, I am not young anymore. Chapter 34-35. The Battle at the Heaven Prayer Palace. Yes. Rong is not young anymore. Helian Yu nodded. Auntie, is the person you are waiting for very powerful? Will he really come? Helian Rong looked at Auntie and asked seriously. Maybe, but Auntie will definitely wait for that day. Auntie also believes that he will come. Helian Yu looked into the distance with determination because she believed that her big brother would not miss her. As long as he came, she would be able to enter the gate of heaven's will with a peace of mind after seeing him for the last time. Otherwise, it would be her life's regret. Oh, when will there be such a person silently waiting for Ronger? Helian Ronger's pair of bright eyes moved and said curiously. Dong, dong, dong. A bell sound reverberated throughout the entire Wind God Valley. Helian Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at the Heaven Prayer Palace. Is something big going to happen in the Helian clan? Auntie, let's go to the Heaven Prayer Palace. This bell sound seems to be summoning all the people in the Helian clan. Helian Ronger's little face showed a touch of excitement. All right. Helian Yu nodded and said. The Helian clan was currently in a precarious situation. If it was not for the news of her father, she would have left this place long ago. Only by entering the gate of heaven's will she might be able to get news of her father. Currently there were many people in the Heaven Prayer Palace. In the huge Heaven Prayer Palace, there were hundreds of people from the Helian clan. They were all well-known figures in the Helian clan. Most of them were at the Hierarch realm. Those who had not reached the Hierarch realm were not qualified to enter the Heaven Prayer Palace. The 5 elders of the Helian family were seated at the head of the table, with the great elder sitting in the middle. During the period when the clan leader was in seclusion, everything was decided by the great elder Helian Chongtian. The entire Helian family, apart from the matter of Helian Yuer, was quite harmonious. On the other side there were 4 people sitting on the ground in groups of 2. These 4 people were the distinguished guests of the Helian clan. Great Elder, I've come here today to fulfill my promise of marriage. Although I've been wandering outside all these years, I've never dared to make any mistakes in the matters of the Dongfeng family. Great Elder, you don't have any objections to my coming here today, right? The white-clothed young man said faintly. His expression was calm and his face was calm. Even though he was facing so many experts of the Helian clan, he was not afraid at all. Beside him there was a man who looked similar to him. He sat next to him with an arrogant smile on his face. Young Master Dongfang's words are extremely correct. This marriage agreement was set a long time ago for the sake of our relationship. Naturally, we can't refuse it now. However, Helian Changdun shook his head, smiled faintly and hesitated. First Elder, there's no harm in speaking your mind. There's no need to hide it. Could it be that my Dongfang clan is definitely not an unreasonable and inferior clan? The white-robed youth said coldly, but he was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm sorry, young Master Dongfang. Right now, the Helian clan's clan leader has already entered training. During his closed-door training, he has given me full authority over all matters. However, the clan leader is Yu'er's second grandfather, so I don't dare to rashly make a decision on this matter. Everything will have to wait until the clan leader comes out of closed-door training before making a decision. At that time, I will definitely give young Master Dongfang a satisfactory explanation. Helian Zhangyu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What a great move to push the boat with the current. First Elder has really made a good plan. In the blink of an eye, he has kicked the ball away. This really causes me, Dongfang Lianshua, to feel extremely depressed. The white-clothed young man was shockingly Dongfang Lianshua, who had fought with Jiang Qin in the Forbidden Land of Divine Prefecture. Dongfang Lianshua said with a cold smile. The reason why he was able to look down on everyone and was fearless even in front of the Helian family was naturally because of the existence of the Buddha Pagoda. As a disciple of the All Lives Buddha Hall, which sect in the Dongxing divine region dared to disrespect the Buddha Pagoda, Dongfang Lianshua's overbearingness was naturally related to this. Why are we still wasting words with them? Brother, these fellows are obviously trying to deny it. We definitely can't give them any chance. We definitely can't go back on our words. I, Dongfang Liani, will be the first to disagree. How can the Dongfang family's face be easily brushed away by them? Dongfang Liani, who was standing behind Dongfang Lianshua, took the lead and said in a deep voice. It was obvious that he was trying to take the Helian family down a notch. The first elder was slightly stunned and there was bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The Dongfang family was completely different from the other big forces because the genius of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Lianshua, was from the Buddha Pagoda. This was something that everyone in the Dongxing divine region knew. Therefore, even if they didn't give face to the monks, they had to give face to the Dongfang family. Dongfang Lianshua, what a coincidence. Today, I'm also here to propose marriage to Helian Yu, I guess you'll have to stand aside. There's no woman that I, Shimen Xiongkue, can't marry. A sturdy young man stood with his arms crossed and said with a loud laugh. Shimen Xiongkue was also extremely domineering. The Shimen family was the same as the Dongfang family. They were both rather powerful families in the Dongxing divine region. However, Shimen Xiongkue wasn't afraid of Dongfang Lianshua at all. He even opposed him with equal harshness. Dongfang Lianshua Lung said, Shimen, do you really think you're a match for me? Have you forgotten how I beat you up in the past? After so many years you still have such a bad memory. I'm already engaged to the daughter of the Helian family. Who do you think you are? Are you here to snatch the bride? You're not qualified. The two of you, please calm your anger for now. Firstly, the daughter of my Helian clan is not some commodity. Moreover, this time around my Helian clan is indeed in a special situation. As long as the clan head comes out of seclusion, he will definitely give the two of you an explanation. Helian Changtian said in a deep voice. These two fellows came at the same time because they wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Helian family. However, the Helian family didn't want to do it now. The gate of heavens was about to open. Helian Yu couldn't be married out. Otherwise, after so many years, the only genius of the Helian family would be married out. Wouldn't it be like handing over the top genius to someone else? Chapter 34-36. Helian Changtian was certain that he would not let either the Shimen clan or the Dongfang clan have their way. Helian Yuer could only belong to the Helian clan. As for the marriage, not to mention that Helian Yuer could not be married to two men, the Helian clan was already on the rise. Helian Changtian would not let the hope of the Helian clan be destroyed in his own hands. Even when the patriarch woke up, he would not allow Yuer to be married. The gate of heavens would only open once every 10 million years. There was only one person who was qualified to enter the gate of heavens, and that was Yuer. At this moment, in front of the heavenly prayer palace, two beautiful figures quietly arrived. Their long dresses fluttered in the wind, graceful and graceful. They were like goddesses. It's Yuer. Yuer is here. Hellion Zhongyang's eyes lit up. As one of the two strongest geniuses of the Hellion clan, he had also been in love with Yuer for a long time. However, Yuer did not seem to be tainted by worldly affairs. She treated everyone the same. Yuer is really too beautiful. She is simply the goddess of my dreams. Ske, don't even think about it. Yuer's talent is something that even Zhang Yang and Feng Chao, those two freaks, could not compare to. What qualifications do you have to stand beside Yuer? Yeah, I wonder what kind of man is qualified to stand beside Yuer. I think that Ronger is also very beautiful. I do not expect to get Yuer's attention. Even if I could be with Ronger, I would still be quite happy. Many members of the Hellion clan were discussing among themselves. It wasn't impossible to have an illicit relationship within the same clan. Apart from the marriage, it was entirely possible for them to become husband and wife. Many people were drooling over Yuer. Who wouldn't be moved by such a peerless genius, a peerless goddess? Compared to Yuer, Hellion Ronger was still a level lower. Yuer had attracted everyone's attention. Shimen Xiongkue and Dongfang Lianshuo were both looking at her, unable to shift their gazes away. She is really too beautiful. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times do you see her in the mortal world? Ah, Hellion Yuer, I want you. Dongfang Lianshuo's eyes narrowed slightly and flickered indeterminately, and his eyes carried a trace of covetousness. Who wouldn't want to become husband and wife with such a woman? Moreover, Hellion Yuer's talent had already spread far and wide. In a short span of 10 years, the entire Dongxing divine continent had heard about her talent. Hellion Yuer's talent was comparable to Dongfang Lianshuo and Shimen Xiongkue. Good. Lady Yuer, you're as beautiful as a fairy. You've won me over. I have long heard that Lady Yuer is as beautiful as a swan, and seeing her today, I can see that you truly live up to your reputation. I, Shimen Xiongkue, am so shocked that I am like a celestial being. In this life, I will not marry anyone other than Lady Yuer. Shimen Xiongkue said without concealing anything. He was full of adoration for Hellion Yuer, like a moon surrounded by stars. How can Yuer be loved by all of you? Yuer only wants to cultivate in peace. My father is in danger, how can I talk about love? Please leave, Yuer said faintly. Yuer said faintly. In an instant, it was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. The entire heavenly prayer palace became incomparably lively. The people of the Hellion clan were extremely happy. Hellion Yuer was the goddess in their hearts. Now that the goddess had already expressed her stance, she would definitely not be together with them. Such a tactful rejection had caused Dongfang Lianshuo and Shimen Xiongkue to completely lose their confidence. However, the faces of the two of them were not discouraged at all, because they had already made preparations to continue fighting. The Shimen clan and the Dongfang clan had always been incompatible like fire and water. Now in the Hellion clan it was strangely calm because they had the same goal. Lady Yuer is so beautiful that everyone in the world falls head over heels for you. I am no exception. For Lady Yuer, this young master is willing to go to the 9 heavens to catch the moon and the 5 oceans to catch the turtle for you, just to win Lady Yuer's heart. Dongfang Lianshuo said with a smile. He was also merciless. What he wanted to express was his love for Yuer. In front of Yuer, it seemed that any other woman would be overshadowed. Lady Yuer has already expressed her feelings. Please leave. Now that Lady Yuer is wholeheartedly cultivating, even if there is a marriage agreement, everything will have to wait until my clan leader comes out of seclusion. I hope that the 2 young masters can forgive me. Hellion Chongtian said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. Although these 2 great clans were the mainstay of the Dongxing divine continent at this moment, he was completely fearless. Hellion Yuer of the Hellion clan was also not inferior to them. Moreover, Hellion Yuer had already become an existence in the entire Dongxing divine continent. Peerless talent, peerless beauty, such a woman was destined to stand at the top of the pyramid. Ah, great elder's words have really let me see the means of the Hellion clan. Alright, today I, Dongfang Lianshuo, will not argue with you. I only want to know, how long will the Hellion clan need to come out of seclusion? Dongfang Lianshuo said in an overbearing tone. He took a step forward and looked at the great elder. The great elder's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, at least 3 months at most, half a year. The clan leader of the Hellion clan will definitely come out of seclusion. At that time, I believe the clan leader will give young Master Dongfang and young Master Ximen a satisfactory explanation. As for our Yuer, she is not a commodity. I hope that the two young masters can respect themselves. Yuer's original intention is what we value the most. Everyone was convinced by the great elder's words. Dongfang Lianxua and Ximen Xiongkue could not find any fault with such an outcome. At this time they could only shrink back and silently wait for the clan leader of the Hellion clan to come out of seclusion. Alright, then I will wait for you. If the clan leader of the Hellion clan cannot give me an explanation after half a month, then don't blame me, Dongfang Lianxua, for falling out with you. Dongfang Lianxua snorted coldly. At this moment he did not mention the Dongfang clan but Dongfang Lianxua. It was to let the Hellion clan know that even without the Dongfang clan he still had another identity. He was a disciple of the Temple of All Living Beings. The strength of the Temple of All Living Beings stood at the peak of the entire divine world. Even if the Temple of All Living Beings was only one of the 8 divisional pagoda, no one dared to look down on it. The Temple of All Living Beings was not something that the Hellion clan could easily offend. Dongfang Lianshua's words had put the entire Hellion clan in a precarious situation. It was even a little unbearable. This was obviously an attempt to force the Hellion clan to abdicate. Moreover, he was using the prestige of the Temple of All Living Beings. However, the morale of the Hellion clan was low. Adding on to the fact that they were in the wrong, even the Great Elder was speechless. The people of the Hellion clan also fell into a state of rage. However, they did not dare to say anything. At that time I, Hellion Zhongyang, am willing to meet with Brother Dongfang. Hellion Zhongyang said in a deep voice. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Dongfang Lianxua. You are still not my opponent. I hope that the Great Elder will remember today's matter. Dongfang Lianxua will definitely return. Lady Yuer, we will meet again. Chapter 34-37. I won't stay any longer. I'll pay a visit another day. I hope the Hellion family head will come out of seclusion then. Lady Yuer, I'll be leaving first. Don't miss me, huh? Ximen Xiongkue and Dongfang Lianxua both left, but the Hellion family was facing internal and external troubles. They had no choice but to rectify the situation. The two great families were forcing the Hellion family to abdicate and the patriarch was in seclusion. The Hellion family was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Great Elder's face was a little gloomy. The two great families were obviously taking advantage of the Hellion family. The Hellion family was inferior to the Dongfang family and the Ximen family in the past. Once Hellion Yuer entered the Gate of Heaven's Will, she would definitely have a chance to surpass the two great families. At that time even Dongfang Lianxua wouldn't have to be afraid. If the Hellion family became the #1 family in the entire Dongxing divine region, even if the All Beings Futu Temple wanted to touch them, they would have to think twice. This Dongfang Lianxua is really too much. Our Hellion family must not be bullied by him. Yeah, look at how arrogant he is. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after joining the All Beings Futu Temple? That ungrateful thing. Sooner or later someone will teach him a lesson. The people of the Hellion clan were very angry with Dongfang Lianxua, but they simply couldn't find anyone who could be his enemy. If they could find someone, then they wouldn't have allowed him to continue to be arrogant. Even Hellion Zhongyang was the same. Although he was despised by Dongfang Lianxua and he was very unhappy in his heart, but if he were to confront Dongfang Lianxua by himself, then he would probably lose. It had to be admitted that Dongfang Lianxua was known as the strongest genius in the entire Dongxing divine continent. His methods and strength were not just for show but for real. He had once destroyed one of the top 20 sects in the Dongxing divine continent with his own strength. His methods caused countless people to tremble in fear, and he became famous after one battle. Moreover, his identity in the Buddha Hall had also become the most eye-catching background for him, and no one dared to be his enemy. Everyone leave. Stay. The Great Elder faintly said. Aside from the 5 Great Elders in Hellion Yu, the entire Heavenly Prayer Palace was empty in the blink of an eye. You've seen it for yourself. The family is currently facing internal and external troubles. I know you don't want to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will, but it's no longer up to you. You only have one choice. How long are you going to wait? Don't tell me you want to watch our Hellion family be destroyed in your hands? Yue remained silent, her expression cold. Don't tell me you're going to watch your father die without doing anything? Only by entering the gate of heavens will you be able to find news of your father. This is your only choice. At this moment, their only hope was for Hellion Yue to enter the gate of heavens will obediently and become the mainstay of the Hellion family, helping them to stand on top of the Dongxing divine continent again. I know I carry a heavy burden, but I have my own choice. I'm waiting for someone. When he comes, I'll naturally enter the gate of heavens will. Yue said in a low voice. Who is it? Is it more important than your father? The fourth elder continued. In other words, Hellion Yue had completely disregarded her father's life and was so unfilial. It was infuriating. Do you really want to force me to my death? If I die, will you be able to get what you want? Yue smiled brightly, an indescribable bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Who could understand the pain in her heart? She had no other thoughts but to see her big brother. As long as her big brother came, she would willingly enter the gate of heavens without any worries. The 5 elders looked at each other and held their breaths. Why didn't they think of this? If Yue wanted to die, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? What was the point of their efforts? The Hellion family would still be like a salted fish, ranked last among the top 10 forces of the Dongxing divine continent. Yue, you should be able to understand our feelings. However, your father once left a prophecy in the gate of heavens will. There's less than a month left before you enter the gate of heavens will. You're on your own. The great elder sighed. Yue's delicate body trembled. Her heart was struggling. 1 month. 1 month. Will you come? Big brother, or did you not care about me from the beginning to the end? The news of her father was an unparalleled conviction that lingered in her heart. She absolutely could not give up. Yue turned and left the heavenly prayer hall. Her pretty face was filled with gloom. Clear springs, green willows, flowers blooming throughout the 4 seasons. However, her heart was filled with darkness. The willow bank, the breeze, and the waning moon. After a few years, it should be a good time for nothing. Even if there were thousands of amorous feelings, who would she share them with? At this moment, Hellion Ronger hopped over. Aunt Yu, so many people like you, but you're frowning. If I had so many people who like me, I would be so happy. Hellion Ronger said happily. Her pretty face was filled with innocence and innocence. Yue smiled and looked at Hellion Ronger enviously. How good would it be if she could be like her, carefree? Unfortunately, people always have to grow up. After growing up, her heart would no longer be naive. Let's go. I'll accompany you to relax. You'll get sick sooner or later if you're bored in this Wuyi mountain. Hellion Ronger pulled Yue and said. Go ahead. I just want to be alone. If you meet someone you like, remember to come back and tell me. Yue smiled. Her figure was like the wind. She turned and left. Under the shadow of the moon, it was as if she was rushing to the moon. Hellion Ronger scratched her head. She pouted and sighed. Alone, she left the Hellion family and went to play. Just as Hellion Ronger left the Hellion family's territory, she was targeted by someone. At this moment, even she felt that something was wrong and frowned. Who is it? Ah, little girl, guess who I am? When we met in the heavenly prayer hall, I missed you day and night. Today, I must make you come home with me and be my wife. A young man said with a smile. He stood in front of Hellion Ronger and blocked her way. You're from the Dongfang family? Hellion Ronger's eyes turned cold. Lung Ling said. This person didn't look like a good person. He actually wanted to capture her and make her his wife. Pa, you're really shameless. Only a ghost would want to be your wife. Hellion Ronger sneered. Chapter 34-38. Dongfang Lianyi squinted his eyes and looked at Hellion Ronger with a smile. The corner of his mouth showed his covetousness. He had been waiting here for many days for the appearance of Hellion Ronger. No one knew that he had already coveted Hellion Ronger back in the Heaven Prayer Palace. If his elder brother, Dongfang Lianxua, could accept the marriage alliance with the Hellion clan, then he would definitely take advantage of the victory and directly propose to Hellion Ronger. However, his elder brother didn't get what he wanted, so Dongfang Lianxua could only choose to give up. Therefore, Dongfang Lianxua had left, but he had always stayed here, looking forward to Hellion Ronger leaving the Hellion clan. At this moment, Dongfang Lianyi could be said to be blessed. He had been waiting for this moment. His wild ambition was clear. The corner of Dongfang Lianyi's mouth was extremely cold, causing Hellion Ronger's pretty face to turn cold. This guy, is he going to make a move on me now? You really dare to make a move on me? Humph, aren't you afraid that the Hellion clan will attack your Dongfang clan? Hellion Rong, snorted coldly. Ah, I'm looking forward to this day. If your Hellion clan attacks my Dongfang clan, won't you become my slave? If you listen to me obediently, maybe I'll let you be my concubine. If you don't, you know the consequences. I really like you, little girl. Dongfang Lianyi rubbed his palms and approached Hellion Rong, step by step. His smile was so evil that it made Hellion Rong want to vomit. Don't even think about it. Hellion Rong, said arrogantly. Her strength had reached the late Hierarch realm. Although she could not compete with those Divine Emperor realm experts, her strength was definitely extremely strong in the Dongxing Divine region or even the Central region Divine Land. In the entire Hellion clan, she could be considered as one of the most powerful young geniuses after Hellion Zhongyang and the others. Hellion Rong, was spoiled since childhood. Being in the Hellion clan, she held a high position and naturally did not put anyone in her eyes. So what if it was the young master of the Dongfang clan? What a stubborn little girl. This young master likes the way you struggle. I can't wait any longer, Gagaga. Dongfang Lianyi went straight to Hellion Rong, like a bolt of lightning. His strength was much stronger than Hellion Rong, even reaching the peak Hierarch realm. The long sword in his hand slashed towards Hellion Rong. Hellion Rong let out a tender shout. Not to be outdone, she continued to form seals with her hands. One powerful seal after another closed in. Although Dongfang Lianxua was startled, he did not panic. He did not expect this little girl to be so fiery. Hellion Lianyi Rong, Dongfang Lianyi's sword chi buzzed and it was soul-stirring. Rays of sword chi shot out, rendering Hellion Rong, completely useless. The seals in her hands changed again and again, but she was still unable to resist this crazy sword force. In the end, more than half of her clothes were cut off, and her beautiful legs and arms were all revealed. Her snow-white skin made Dongfang Lianyi's eyes shine even brighter, and he was already drooling. Hellion Rong's face suddenly changed. Her body trembled. She was so weak that her clothes could no longer cover her body. Hellion Rong, retreated again and again. However, she was firmly locked on by Dongfang Lianyi. There was no chance for her to escape. Hellion Rong, even began to cry in her heart. She was afraid. She was afraid to face Dongfang Lianyi, who was like a devil. She did not know what to do. You little girl, let's see how you can escape from my palm today. Dongfang Lianyi's smile was incomparably brilliant as he approached step by step. Hellion Rong was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and her heart was filled with incomparable fear. She had never thought that she would suffer such humiliation and even torture after leaving the Hellion clan. Her dreamlike world had been greatly threatened, and the beautiful expectations of love between her and Aunt Yu had all become empty talk. At this moment she was about to face a wild beast that was like a ferocious tiger. Perhaps in the next second she would no longer have the face to continue living in this world. Little beauty, you're mine now, huh? Dongfang Lianyi was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He directly rushed towards Hellion Rong. Hellion Rong, retreated step by step. Her body was constantly trembling and her pretty face was pale. This Dongfang Lianyi actually wanted to torture her. At this moment, no matter how innocent Hellion Rong was, she knew what Dongfang Lianyi's intention was. Dongfang Lianyi was about to pounce on Hellion Rong. At this moment, a cold light directly stood in front of Dongfang Lianyi. Dongfang Lianyi's face suddenly changed. He broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that he almost shriveled up. Fuck your mother. Who is it? Come out now. Dongfang Lianyi said with a dry mouth. This sword was too strange. He had never seen or heard of such a sword. He was a sword principal cultivator, but he had never seen such an overbearing sword chi. Only his elder brother Dongfang Lianxua could have such a power. At this moment, a white-haired young man with a huge sword on his back walked out slowly. His eyes were cold and resolute without a single shred of emotion. His face was cold and merciless without a single shred of emotion. His face was cold and merciless. Dongfang Lianyi and Hellion Rong's faces instantly changed. Get lost. The white-haired man said coldly as if he was unwilling to say another word. Ah, kid, I don't care who you are. I'll make you beg for death if you ruin my plan. No one dares to talk to me like this in the Dongxing divine region. Dongfang Lianyi laughed and said while holding the sword in his hand tightly. It seemed that he must teach this arrogant white-haired kid a lesson in today's battle. Dongfang Lianxua originally thought that the opponent was a top expert, but he was only a peak hierarch. He was the strongest genius of the Dongfang clan. How could he be weaker than a kid? Dongfang Lianyi had 100% chance to kill the opponent under the situation where both of their strengths were almost the same. The white-haired man's expression was calm. He didn't care about what Dongfang Lianyi said. His eyes were still cold as he silently stared at Dongfang Lianyi. There was even a hint of killing intent in his eyes. What he hated the most were people who bullied women. At this moment, the sword in the white-haired man's hand was getting colder and colder. Chapter 34-39. "Aunt you, is this the feeling of love?" Helian Ronger murmured in her heart. Looking at the white-haired young man, she felt intoxicated. Even his appearance made her feel at ease, comfortable and even excited. The original haze was swept away, but she was still that gentle and weak girl, still that naive girl full of longing. "Scram or die," the white-haired young man said in a deep voice. His expression was still indifferent, as if he did not take the white-haired young man seriously at all. No matter how powerful this guy's background is, so what? His strength was only Essos. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill him. "Stubborn fool, do you still naively think that you can escape from my palm at this time? You overestimate yourself. You will definitely die in today's battle." Dongfang Lianyi pointed his sword at the white-haired young man. Ruthless and decisive, he didn't retreat in the slightest as he rushed towards the white-haired young man. At this moment, the two silhouettes merged together once again. Sword light shot out in all directions, exuding a peerless aura. The same amount of sword chi intertwined with each other, but the white-haired young man's sword chi was getting stronger and stronger. Light of the East. Dongfang Lianyi directly displayed his special skill, the determination of the Dongfang clan. He continuously attacked with unparalleled sword momentum. Because of this battle, his situation was getting more and more difficult, and it was quite terrifying. The white-haired young man's sword momentum was fierce, and it was indeed something he had never seen in his life. He must not fail miserably. Limitless sword. Fifth sword. Sixth sword. Seventh sword. The white-haired young man's eyes were sharp, and his sword momentum was shocking. From the moment he gave up, he finally comprehended the limitless sword. Trembling in despair, hysterical in despair, he finally mastered the limitless sword. That night, Wang Fengqi's heart experienced endless tearing. That night, Wang Fengqi's inner world completely collapsed. That night, Wang Fengqi felt that the only thing that supported him in this world was revenge. Entering the petrified sect, he thought that he could soar to the sky, that he could travel the world, and that everything was just the beginning of a nightmare. There were more than 10 senior brothers in the petrified sect, and they all coveted Sister Feng's beauty. While he was cultivating, she was ravaged to death by more than 10 senior brothers. That kind of hopeless torment, the baptism of life and death, he did not dare to imagine how much pain Sister Feng had experienced, and how terrifying that inhuman torture was. Wang Fengqi didn't dare to speculate. When he saw Sis Feng, over 10 senior apprentice brothers had already ravaged her to the point where she was on the verge of death. Wang Fengqi was on the verge of collapse, his inner world completely collapsing. In that instant, there was only hatred in his eyes. Sis Feng's final look of despair, her agonized howls, he simply couldn't bear to look at her. In that instant, he bitterly hated this world, hated every single person in the petrified sect, hated every flower, every blade of grass, every mountain, every river. Under his rage, Wang Fengqi fought with more than 10 people, fought with life and death, and killed more than 10 hierarch realm experts. In the end, he comprehended the limitless sword. However, it was all too late because Sister Feng was already dead and completely tainted, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Wang Fengqi could only kill countless people in the petrified sect, and finally escaped from the petrified sect. He became a traitor of the petrified sect and was wanted by the petrified sect. Everyone had the right to kill him. That night, Wang Fengqi's hair turned white. The most painful thing in the world was this. The torture that Wang Fengqi suffered was also incomparable. That choice of life and death, that painful reincarnation, he would rather be the one who died. He would rather that all of this had never happened. He also did not bring Sister Feng along to the so-called petrified sect to seek a higher realm. But everything was already too late. He no longer had any room to choose. The dead had already passed away, and the pain of despair was something he would never forget. Sister Feng's miserable appearance at that moment, as well as the despairing look in her eyes, was something he would never forget. The limitless sword swept across, and in a flash, it shattered the light shadow in the void. The sword shadow was completely shattered, and Dongfang Lianyi's sword shadow was also shattered at this moment. His throat was slit, and he didn't even have the chance to cry out in despair. It was such a tragic scene that it was hard to look at. Dongfang Lianyi died, but Helian Rong did not have a shred of sympathy. Wang Fingqi did not even look at him. Such a man's death was not to be pitied. No matter who he was, it was impossible for him to live in this world. In his eyes he was a beast through and through. "Thank you, white-haired hero," Helian Rong said in a low voice. At this moment she had already changed into a clean and tidy set of clothes. She was not as naked as before. "It's nothing." After saying that, Wang Fingqi turned around and left. "White-haired hero, can you tell me your name?" Helian Rong said in a low voice. Her heart was in a mess. For the first time she felt that taking the initiative to ask for a man's name was actually this kind of feeling. Even her charming face was boiling. Names are just a code in the sea. Meeting by chance means that we are fated. If we are fated, we will naturally meet again. Wang Fingqi did not seem to stop and continued to walk forward. Fate is determined by the heavens. 30% depends on striving and 70% depends on hard work. So in other words, fate is determined by the heavens. If you want to go against the heavens, it is very difficult. You might even need to work hard to have a trace of hope. But if you don't work hard, it will be even more difficult. From the moment you appeared, I knew that we were fated. Helian Rong said very seriously. Her words were not groundless. The great divination art of the Helian family had given her a trace of comprehension. This person seemed to be inextricably linked to her life. Although she was not sure, the moment he appeared he was deeply embedded in her heart. "You are an interesting person." Wang Fingqi turned around and glanced at Helian Rong. "I know that you are definitely looking for someone. Moreover, your life seems to have undergone a major turning point. You are in so much pain that you wish you were dead." Helian Ronger's words caused Wang Fingqi's pupils to shrink. His complexion became more and more unsightly. "Who are you? How do you know?" Wang Fingqi's heart could not help but surge. What was the background of this girl? Why did she know everything about him? They did not know each other, so why would she say these words? Moreover, every word was true. Although Wang Fingqi was unwilling to admit it, her words had become a prophecy. "I am from the Helian family. My great divination art can help you predict the future. However, it is very limited because my cultivation of the great divination art is not high enough." Chapter 3440. You can predict the future? Wang Fingqi was slightly moved. This girl was not simple. Although she was not as strong as Dongfang Lianyi, she was already a late hierarch realm expert and should not be underestimated. The Helian clan should be the Dongxing Divine Region's transcendental clan. Then, can you guide me in the future? Where is the person I'm looking for? When will I be able to find him? Wang Fingqi asked in a low voice. "I try." Helian Ronger knew that her cultivation base was limited, but she did not want Wang Fingqi to leave just like that. She wanted to repay his kindness. "Thank you." Wang Fingqi nodded slightly. "Give me your hand." Helian Ronger's face was slightly red. The moment she held Wang Fingqi's hand, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She had never had any contact with a man before. Although the huge hand was covered with calluses, it made Helian Ronger's heart ache incomparably. His eyes were full of coldness and despair, making one's heart ache. Helian Ronger tightly held onto Wang Fingqi's hand. At that moment her face, which was originally blushing, turned red and then paled. In less than 20 breaths of time, Helian Ronger's entire body seemed to be trembling, and even the sweat on her face couldn't stop flowing down. "Are you all right?" Wang Fingqi frowned and could not help but ask. "I'm fine." Helian Ronger bit her red lips and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was flushed. Wang Fingqi was quite worried as he gently wiped the sweat off her face. In that scene, Helian Ronger seemed to have seen the person Wang Fingqi wanted to find. However, she was beaten back by an extremely terrifying force. However, she had risked her life. At least she knew where the person he wanted to find was. "Did you find anything?" Wang Fingqi asked. Yes, the person you're looking for should also be in the Dongxing divine region. But I can't see him. He seems to be like a cloud of fog. I didn't find anything at all. Wang Fengqi's eyes lit up and his expression seemed to have changed. As long as his master was in the Dongxing divine region, it was enough. He believed that he could definitely find his master. Thank you, young lady. We will meet again. Wang Fengqi nodded heavily to express his gratitude. But you can't stay here anymore. If you do, you'll definitely be hunted down by the Dongfang family. You've killed Dongfang Liani, so the Dongfang family won't let you go. As long as you're still in the Dongxing divine region, you won't be able to hide from the Dongfang family. Helian Rong-Air's face was pale. She was extremely worried about Wang Fengqi's safety. However, Wang Fengqi's face was calm as if he did not care about the Dongfang clan at all. The Dongfang clan was so terrifying that even the Helian clan had to be courteous to them. Wang Fengqi, a hierarch realm fella, had caused the Dongfang clan to be drunk and killed one of their most powerful geniuses. They would definitely not let this matter go. As long as I can find Master, everything will be worth it. I will not leave the Dongxing divine continent. Since Master is still here, he might be right in front of me. If I leave, where should I go to find Master? Wang Fengqi said firmly. White-haired hero, you don't know how terrifying the Dongfang clan is. No one can compete with them. If you insist on staying here, you'll probably put yourself in danger. You've killed Dongfang Liani. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape from the Dongxing divine region. Helian Rong-Air was very anxious, but Wang Fengqi was quite calm. He did not show any emotions on his face, as if he was not afraid of anything. Wang Fengqi took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. With his back facing Helian Rong-Air, he said faintly, I'm Wang Fengqi. I'm Rong-Air, white-haired hero. I'll call you Brother Qi from now on. Wang Fengqi's entire body trembled, and his inner world was incomparably conflicted. He seemed to recall that naive and unaffected girl, Little Sister Feng. Unfortunately, everything could not be redone. Little Sister Feng was already dead, and now he was all alone. Other than taking revenge on the petrified sect, he had no other conviction to continue living. Helian Rong-Air seemed to be very happy and excited. However, she was still very worried about Wang Fengqi. Before Wang Fengqi could leave her line of sight, Helian Rong-Air saw a stream of light soaring into the sky. It traversed 3,000 miles and directly cut through the void, blocking Wang Fengqi's path. Wang Fengqi was knocked back. His face was pale and he was seriously injured. He directly fell beside Helian Rong-Air. Brother Qi. Helian Rong-Air immediately hugged Wang Fengqi. Her eyes were filled with fear. Wang Fengqi, who was knocked back, had been seriously injured with just 1 sword. Brother Qi, don't scare me. Are you okay? Helian Rong-Air kept calling out, but Wang Fengqi had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood. It was extremely difficult for him to breathe. However, Wang Fengqi was not willing to lie in Helian Rong-Air's embrace. He held the long sword in his hand and supported his injured body to stand up. You killed my brother. How dare you? Today I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I will make your family disappear from the divine realm. An imposing figure stood in front of Helian Rong-Air and Wang Fengqi and shouted in a deep voice. The sword in his hand was constantly trembling and his anger was soaring. Dongfang Lianxua, Helian Rong-Air exclaimed. She did not expect this guy to come so quickly. The death of Dongfang Liani had completely infuriated Dongfang Lianxua. He was even filled with anger. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes. He did not intend to give the 2 of them any way to live. What a girl from the Helian family. You are indeed a femme fatale. Today both of you must die. Dongfang Lianxua roared angrily, which made Wang Fengqi's face turn even paler. This guy's strength was really too strong. The power of 1 sword was unparalleled, making people unable to compete with him. This kind of strength had at least broken through the Divine Emperor realm or even surpassed it. Dongfang Lianxua, if you want to kill, just kill me. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Qi. Dongfang Liani was also killed by me. If you want to kill me, just do as you please. Helian Rong-Air suddenly stood in front of Wang Fengqi, protecting him behind her. She said in a low voice, and her face also became very gloomy. How could you kill Liani? However, both of you must die. You don't have to be anxious. After killing one, I don't mind sending the 2 of you to die together. At least you will have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Chapter 34-41. Dongfang Lianshua was also incomparably sorrowful. At this moment he was struggling in his heart. He was determined to burn the two of them to ashes, unable to resolve the hatred in his heart. I killed her. If you are still a man, then let her go. Wang Fingqi said indifferently. You dare to talk terms with me? Who do you think you are? Who I want to kill? What does it have to do with you? If I like, then I will kill. Both of you go to hell. Dongfang Lianshua roared and took a step forward. The might of a sword rippled out, like the blazing sun of the 9 heavens, scarlet like light. As Wang Fingqi turned around, he protected Helian Ronger behind him and took Dongfang Lianshua's sword head-on. That sword completely made him kneel on the ground. His face was pale, blood was flowing, and his aura was extremely weak. He was on the verge of death and could die at any time. No, Helian Ronger cried out in surprise. Her charming face was filled with disbelief and sorrow. At that moment she knew that her heart had been touched. For the white-haired hero in front of her, for the man she had never met before. Was this the love that Aunt you spoke of? Why are you still not leaving? Wang Fingqi roared angrily, wanting her to take this opportunity to leave quickly. A pair of dogs, humph. Dongfang Lianshua was furious. Death for them was too easy. Another sword slashed out. Dongfang Lianshua used 70% of his strength. Limitless sword, 8th sword. Wang Fingqi risked his life to protect Helian Ronger. At this moment he actually used the 8th sword and his strength had another breakthrough. However, for Dongfang Lianshua, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Dongfang Lianshua's pupils constricted and his expression changed. What a familiar sword technique. What was the relationship between this guy and that Jiangchen? You know Jiangchen? Dongfang Lianshua said in a low voice and did not continue to attack. You know my master too? Wang Fingqi was stunned. He was already in a state of desolation and was about to fall. However, this guy was already at odds with him. Even if he knew about his master, he would not tell him. If he was in front of me, I would tear him to pieces. Since you're his apprentice, I'll kill you first to collect interest. You master and apprentice are really annoying. I'll imprison your soul for 10 million years, making it impossible for you to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Dongfang Lianshua clenched his teeth, wishing he could devour his flesh. You don't have the qualifications to touch my disciple. At this moment, Jiangchen was standing proudly with his arms crossed. He looked down at Dongfang Lianshua from above. Master! Wang Fingqi cried out in alarm. He abruptly lifted his head as his entire body trembled. It was as if his inner world had finally found its home. Jiangchen! It's really you. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, Jiang Chen's appearance was exactly what he wanted. This pair of loathsome master and disciple could also be wiped out in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen and Dongfang Lianshua looked at each other with a cold expression and sneered. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You dare to attack a hierarch realm expert. You're getting more and more arrogant. Dongfang Lianshua, it's a pity that you didn't die in my hands. Do you really think you can kill me? Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for your speed, you'd be a walking corpse now. Dongfang Lianshua curled his lips and sighed. Really? If it wasn't for Louis XVII, how could you have survived? It's true that I'm no match for both of you, but it's still more than enough for me to kill you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Killing you is just a piece of cake for me. I'm Jiang Chen's disciple, he isn't someone you can handle. Jiang Chen said confidently. Really? Looks like you've overestimated yourself. With your strength, do you really think you can change your fate? Today I'll send you 2 fugitives to hell together. Dongfang Lianshua and Jiang Chen were at each other's throats. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, causing Wang Fingqi and Helian Ronger to shiver as they felt the murderous aura. He's your master? He looks strong, but is he really a match for Dongfang Lianshua? Ronger glanced at Wang Fingqi and said in a low voice. At this moment, Wang Fingqi was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He did not let his master down. His strength had broken through and mastered the limitless sword. He did not embarrass his master. That's right. He's my master. The person I'm looking for is also him. Wang Fingqi was extremely excited. With his master here, nothing would be a problem. This Dongfang Lianshua will definitely die without a burial place. So what if he's a genius of the Dongfang clan? He can't be compared to his master. Watch from the side. What is the real limitless sword? Today I'll use this guy as a sacrifice to the sword. I'll let you truly comprehend the overbearingness of the limitless sword. You're too naive. In the territory of my Dongxing divine region, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Jiangchen, if you kneel on the ground and beg me now, I might leave your corpse intact. If you're soft, you'll die a horrible death. Your disciple will also die a horrible death. Dongfang Lianshua sneered. The determination in the depth of his eyes was terrifying. So what if it's the Dongxing divine region? Even in the central region divine land, why would I be afraid of you? Just the all beings pagoda hall, and you're so arrogant. Do you really think you're the 8-divisional pagoda? Jiangchen snorted. All right, I'll let you understand that the dignity of my Buddha's pagoda can't be violated. Your disciple killed my younger brother and you killed my junior brother. Annihilating both of you today can be considered as helping the people get rid of evil and allow them to rest in peace in the netherworld. Dongfang Lianshua held the sword in his hand tightly and said indifferently. He didn't want to waste his breath on Jiangchen anymore. In this battle he must kill him. Back then in the forbidden land of the divine region, Jiangchen managed to escape. Now Jiangchen would definitely not be able to escape from his palm. As you wish. You'll die with integrity. Jiangchen smiled. He held the sword in his hand and was ready to fight against Dongfang Lianshua. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu stood on the left and right of Jiangchen. Both Wang Fengqi and Helian Ronger were shocked. Only Aunt Yu could be compared to such a woman. Brother Qi's master is really too powerful. These two should be master's wives, right? Wang Fengqi couldn't help but exclaim. However, the person he admired the most was still his master. His master must be a supreme expert. Looks like there's going to be a battle of life and death today. I need to quickly inform the clan. Chapter 3442. In the Wuyi mountain, the mountain flowers had fallen and the mountain was still there. The cool breeze was gentle, but her heart was heavy. Helian Yuer sighed and stared at the tall mountains. Helian Yuer's face was filled with helplessness and sighing. She had waited for him for a long time, but there was still no sign of him coming. At that moment Helian Yuer felt a little hopeless. For her father, for the Helian clan, she had no choice but to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. The Gate of Heaven's Will was an ancient inheritance of the Helian clan. Until now, those who entered the Gate of Heaven's Will were all outstanding talents of the Helian clan. It was a great fortune for Helian Yuer to have the opportunity to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. However, once she entered the Gate of Heaven's Will, all her memories would be erased. In other words, she would become a new person, a person who would never have any memories of the past. Her father, grandfather, big brother, and everyone in the Helian clan would even forget. At that moment, she would inherit the inherited memories of the Helian clan from the immemorial era. At that time, Helian Yuer knew that she would no longer be herself. There were bound to be many choices in life. You would lose something if you gained something. Helian Yuer never hoped that she could be the best in the world. She never hoped that she could become a true leader in this world. She only wanted to be with the person she cared about for a long time. That was enough. However, there was a limit to one's strength. She couldn't change the current situation. She couldn't make the Helian clan one of the few clans in the entire Dongxing divine continent. She couldn't get news of her father. Only by entering the Gate of Heaven's Will could she change everything. The Gate of Heaven's Will was her only chance, and also the hope of the entire Helian clan. Helian Yuer turned around and prepared to step into the Heaven Prayer Hall. In the Heaven Prayer Hall, the 5 great elders looked at Helian Yuer with solemn eyes. Every one of them had a meaningful look of joy in their eyes because this day had finally come. Although the clan leader hadn't woken up from his seclusion, Helian Yuer had already made all the preparations to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. This was a joyous occasion for the entire Helian clan. It's good that you can make a good decision. Yuer, I believe that you will definitely become the strongest genius of our Helian family in the past million years. You will definitely surpass your father. Great Elder Helian Changtian said in a deep voice as he looked at Helian Yuer. At this moment she had already become the hope and darling of the entire Helian clan. For Yuer to choose to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will at this time, she's really very righteous, huh? At that time, even if Dongfang clan and Ximen clan come knocking on our door, it will be useless. That's right, you can be said to have killed 2 birds with 1 stone this time. Not only can she delay the problem of them finding trouble with the Hellion family, she can also lead our Hellion family to glory. This is truly worthy of celebration. The day you return in triumph will definitely be the day when the Hellion family rises to the top. We are proud of you. The few elders were very excited. They looked at Hellion Yuer and nodded repeatedly. It was as if they were looking at their own granddaughter. Great Elder, I only wish to know about my father, Hellion Yuer said with a solemn expression. Sigh, since things have come to this, I can't hide it from you anymore. Your father disappeared in the gate of heaven's will. Although he left behind a trace of his will, it has completely disappeared since then. For so many years, no one has been able to enter the gate of heaven's will. Even the previous clan leaders couldn't catch up. This time when you enter the gate of heaven's will, you not only shoulder the glory of the Hellion family, but also the heavy responsibility of finding news of your father. You must be careful. The Great Elder said with great concern. He was also worried that Hellion Yuer would completely disappear in the gate of heavens will like her father, never to be heard from again. Because of this, the Hellion family would also be attacked from all sides and be unable to recover. The Hellion family was able to occupy a position among the top 10 families of the Dongxing divine continent by relying on searching for the secrets of heaven. Moreover, it was the last place. If they couldn't search for the secrets of heaven, they would fall even further behind. Even many families and sects that came later could stand on top of them and shit on them. Therefore, although they were an old sect in the Dongxing divine continent, they only existed in name. If it wasn't for the fact that their existence was extremely special, perhaps they would have long been spurned by others. I hope you didn't lie to me, Great Elder. Hellion Yuer nodded, turned around and went straight to the Heavenswell mountain range. The gate of Heavenswell was there. Just as Hellion Yuer's figure disappeared in the sky, Hellion Ronger appeared above the Heaven Prayer Palace. She was in a hurry and her face was full of seriousness. Thank you, Auntie. Wait for me. Hellion Ronger exclaimed, but she was stopped by the third elder and the others. Ronger, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? The third elder asked. I have to hurry and find Aunt Yu for help. When I went out to play, I met Dongfang Liani of the Dongfang family. He wanted to molest me, but he was killed by a white-haired youth. Then Dongfang Lianshua appeared again and almost killed the 2 of us. At this time, the master of the white-haired youth appeared again. I'm afraid that the 2 of them might not be a match for Dongfang Lianshua. We have to hurry and save them. I have to find Aunt Yu. Hellion Ronger said anxiously. No need. Whether what you said is true or false, you don't have to go. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. Why? That person is in danger because he wanted to save me. Shouldn't we go and save him? Hellion Ronger said stubbornly. The Great Elder shook his head helplessly. Putting aside the strength of the Dongfang family, they definitely couldn't afford to offend them. If they really angered Dongfang Lianshua, then their situation would be quite dangerous. More importantly, Dongfang Liani was already dead. That was his younger brother. The cause of this matter was Hellion Ronger. Although she was saved, the other person who killed Dongfang Liani couldn't escape misfortune. At this moment, it was impossible for them to let Hellion Ronger go back. It would be a humiliation to them and it might even put the Hellion family in danger. Once they fought with Dongfang Lianshua, it would be equivalent to declaring war with the Dongfang family. They would absolutely not allow such a price to be paid. If there was a little negative factor, they would be strangled in the cradle. Moreover, Hellion Yuer was about to enter the gate of heaven's will. How could they let Hellion Ronger appear and cause unnecessary trouble? Now that you've returned safely, don't cause trouble for no reason. The Dongfang family is not so easy to provoke. Since the 2 people you mentioned offended the Dongfang family, then they should be prepared to die. Our Hellion family will definitely not start a war with the Dongfang family because of those 2 people. The Great Elder said righteously. Chapter 34-43. Hellion Ronger was completely dumbfounded. Those 2 people were suppressed by Dongfang Lianshua because they wanted to save her. Something really happened to them. How could she face it? She originally thought that if she told the whole story to the elders, they would definitely help her. But now it seemed that she was too naive. Great Elder, how can you leave us in the lurch? Hellion Ronger begged bitterly. She even hoped to use her own life to exchange for the master and disciple. If she stayed in the Hellion family like this, they might not forget her even in death, thinking that she had escaped. Hellion Ronger's heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. Nonsense. We are putting the interests of the family first. How can you understand? Do you want to be as stubborn as you are? But even Yuer has now turned over a new leaf and entered the gate of heaven's will. Fifth brother, lock her up and face the wall for 30 years. She's not allowed to go out. Teach her the rules of our Hellion family. The great elder flicked his sleeves and left with a gloomy face. Hellion Ronger's appearance at this time must not disrupt their plan. As for the people she mentioned, what did their lives have to do with them? It was not that they were heartless, but for the sake of the overall situation, some people were destined to die. Those two unrelated people could only be considered unlucky. No. Don't, great elder, they will die. They will be killed by Dongfang Lianxua, don't. Hellion Ronger's delicate body trembled continuously. Looking in the direction that Aunt Yu left, her heart was filled with despair. She thought that the great elder and the others were benevolent, that they were righteous, that they were virtuous and respected, that they would lend a helping hand, that they thought, her guesses and hopes had all turned into the pain of despair. Her young heart had also suffered a great blow at this moment, and her inner world had nearly collapsed. Ever since she was young, her parents and elders had taught her to be kind and charitable, to know how to repay kindness. This was the cycle of the heavens, and retribution was not pleasant. However, in the end they had completely changed her view of this world. Their incomparably lofty image in her heart had completely collapsed at this moment. For Hellion Ronga, she simply hoped that her savior could be saved. She only wanted to use her meager strength to salvage this desperate battle of life and death. However, the great elder and the others were just too cold. In their eyes, there seemed to be nothing else worthy of their sympathy and pursuit other than the interests of the clan. Great elder, I've always remembered the teachings of our ancestors, to be raised by the good and raised by the evil. With a clear conscience, the heavenly mandate is boundless. Hellion Ronger's delicate voice entered their ears, causing the great elder and the others to tremble. Good nature nurtures, evil nature prostitutes. With a clear conscience, one's destiny is boundless. This was the Hellion family's ancestral teachings. However, did they still remember the idea that humans were born with good natures that had been instilled into the Hellion family since young? Perhaps all of this no longer existed from the moment they were in a high position. What they thought was no longer simply sharing the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth. Instead, they thought about how to plot against each other and how to step onto the peak of power. Humanity had gradually disappeared in the countless years of reincarnation that they had lived in. Heaven's Will Mountain, the gate of Heaven's Will. Hellion Yuer waved her hand. Above the void, there seemed to be a familiar figure rippling. It was like the voice and smile of her big brother. However, she had no more time. Everything could only end at this moment. Reincarnation was too cruel for Hellion Yuer. However, she had no other choice. It was like walking from the beginning to the end of life. From the moment she stepped into the gate of Heaven's Will, Hellion Yuer was destined to die. There would no longer be any news of her appearing in this world. I'm sorry, big brother. I can't see you one last time. I'm sorry. Yuer misses you. I'm sorry. I've never forgotten you. Big brother, promise me don't forget to see me, okay? Hellion Yuer murmured as she looked across the void. I know you will definitely come. It's just that I can't wait for that day. Big brother, do I have a place in your heart? Do you like me? However, everything is no longer important. From this moment onwards, Yuer will enter the gate of Heaven's Will. After entering the gate of Heaven's Will, I will no longer be me. My soul will have all my memories erased. At that moment, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I'll forget you. I'm afraid that I'll never see big brother again. I'm afraid that I'll cry. Hellion Yuer knelt on the ground with tears streaming down her face. Her heart was filled with bitterness. No one knew how bitter that feeling was. She had been unwilling to enter the gate of Heaven's Will because she wanted to see her big brother one last time. She wanted to enter and search for traces of her father. However, she knew that once she entered, it would be an eternal farewell. She would never have the chance to see her big brother again. In her memory, there would only be the ancient inheritance of the Hellion clan. Her past would be erased bit by bit. Sisterling, big brother Yuer misses you. Grandpa seems to be together with you. If I'm together with you, will Yuer not have to experience all these? Will I be able to yearn for forever and follow big brother forever? Hellion Yuer was already sobbing uncontrollably. However, she had no choice. The moment she stepped into the gate of Heaven's Will, everything would return to zero. Everything would start anew. When she was young, she loved to chase her dreams and only wanted to fly forward. However, Xianxia knew that everything she did was futile. When she became the only hope of the clan, when she stepped on this path of no return, she already understood this logic. However, it was already too late to turn back. Life became fragile at this moment. She wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid that she would never see her big brother again. She wasn't afraid of dissipating in this world. She was only afraid that her big brother would never exist in her memory again. How could she live? Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. She staggered towards the gate of heaven's will. Her inner world had long collapsed. There was no joy or sorrow in her heart. When she turned back, she was no longer herself. At this moment, Zhou Xian suddenly looked at the void above in the direction of the Xian clan. He didn't know why, but at this moment his heart was in pain. It was as if he had lost his most beloved thing. Where are you still there? Are you waiting for me? Chapter 34-44. Fighting with me and you still dare to be distracted? Zhou Xian, you're courting death. Ha! Dongfang Lianshuo's eyes were cold as killing intent surged. With the divine spear in his hand, he soared up and unleashed consecutive attacks, causing Zhou Xian to not dare to take it head-on. Just now, when he looked towards the east, he was indeed a little absent-minded. That was why Dongfang Lianshuo was able to seize the opportunity to unleash a spear that tore apart mountains and rivers. Zhou Xian held onto his sword and counterattacked. He could only defend passively. Compared to before, Dongfang Lianshuo's strength was much stronger. He wasn't any weaker than Zhou Xian. The terrifying aura stacked on top of each other as the spear struck out like a rainbow. Zhou Xian did not dare to be negligent. He calmed his mind and a bitter taste could be seen on the corner of his mouth. He felt that something was going to happen in the east, but he couldn't describe it. The bitterness in his heart was still lingering around him. Zhou Qian's fighting spirit became even more violent and impatient. Because he couldn't wait to go to the Xian clan to see what was going on. Watch carefully, Limitless Sword, 18th Sword. Zhou Qian slashed out with his sword, causing the void to shatter. A crack appeared in the sky. Dongfang Lianshuo brandished his spear. His figure was like a hook as he streaked across the horizon. Similarly, a myriad spear light soared through the sky. The intense battle between the two had caused the entire sky to be dyed scarlet red. Countless experts in the surroundings had surged into the sky to find out what was going on. But at this moment no one dared to show themselves. If they appeared in the battle between divine emperors, they might be implicated. At this moment, the 5 elders of the Xian clan squinted their eyes as they looked towards the northeast. 2 streaks of light were constantly intertwining with each other. Both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. Each of them recalled what Xian Rong had said before. Someone had killed Dongfang Liani and even alarmed Dongfang Lianshuo. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. The 2 who killed Dongfang Liani must have been heavily injured by Dongfang Lianshuo. They didn't have any chance to participate in this battle. Moreover, if they were to be entangled by the Dongfang clan, their current situation would be extremely dangerous. The people of the Xian clan could only lament their inadequacy. Remembering the ancestral teachings was just a joke in their eyes. Wang Fengqi stared at the scene without blinking. Although he had only comprehended the 8th sword, Zhou Qian's 18th sword was extremely useful to him. It could even be said that he had benefited a lot from it. The mysterious realm of the sword Dao was something that Wang Fengqi had never comprehended before. Although he had already activated the Limitless Sword, he still couldn't use it freely because Zhou Qian's strength was too strong. Even before he had learned the Limitless Sword, his sword technique was already on par with Feng Bai's. Therefore, Zhou Qian's sword technique had improved step by step. Needless to say, Zhou Qian's talent was enough to reach his current level from Saint Origin World step by step. If it wasn't for his strength and monstrous talent, he might have already become an ordinary person. Zhou Qian's sword was incomparably sharp and domineering. Every single movement of his was filled with the aura of being rescued from a desperate situation. Every single move of his was natural, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. However, the artistic conception behind it was that of a single sweep of the sword that could destroy the entire world. This realm was still too far for the current Wang Fengqi, but it was inevitable for Zhou Qian. Otherwise, how could he suppress his opponent with his sword technique? Jiang Chen would always use the limitless sword to its fullest, seeking for perfection. If he could complete the redemption in a short period of time, he might even be able to reach the next level. Jiang Chen's sword technique was desireless. It had already surpassed the realm of swordsmanship, transcending the shackles and limits. Once the sword was unleashed, tens of thousands of swords would be broken. The heavens and earth would be under his control. The 18th sword was getting closer and closer to this step, but Jiang Chen was still unsatisfied. The limitless sword required the sword to be limitless. Only then could it reach the realm of supremely strong and overbearing. Wang Fengqi admired his master even more. The limitless sword and the 18th sword had already reached such a realm. When would he be able to reach his master's realm? To him, this step was simply too far away. However, the plan now was to kill Dongfang Lianxua as soon as possible. Otherwise, their situation would become more and more difficult. After all, they were in someone else's territory. Wang Fengqi knew that his master's current situation wasn't good. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing attacked together. The strength of the three of them had already forced Dongfang Lianxua to be fearful. Jiang Chen's strength alone was enough to suppress him, let alone the strength of the three of them. Dongfang Lianxua was incomparably anxious, but it was still difficult for him to get out of this predicament. He was powerless against the attacks of the three of them. Jiang Chen was really hateful. Dongfang Lianxua was extremely angry. Every time something happened, he would encounter this bastard. Jiang Chen's every step was filled with killing intent. He didn't care whether this was the territory of the Dongfang family or not. As long as he could kill this guy, he would be able to leave quickly. His only goal was to enter the Hellion family to investigate. As long as he could get the news of Hellion Jiang Chen would be able to be at ease. Get lost. Violent flower rain. Dongfang Lianshua's long spear swept across. The spear radiance spread out like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, scattering in all directions. The strong momentum forced Jiang Chen and the others to retreat. Dongfang Lianxua was also in a difficult situation. At this moment, he knew that it was already very difficult for him to fight against the three of them alone. He still had a chance if he fought alone. Moreover, Jiang Chen was still a little distracted at this moment. Even so, it was still difficult for Dongfang Lianxua to kill Jiang Chen. He already knew in his heart that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill them here. However, his family was here. What did he have to worry about? No matter how weak the Dongfang family was, they were still one of the well-known families in the Dongxing divine region. Killing Jiang Chen was not a problem. Although the hatred of killing his brother was absolutely irreconcilable, Dongfang Lianxua had to prioritize his own life. If he lost his life, he would suffer a double loss. Dongfang Lianxua wasn't a hothead. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Shiwen, he could only choose to retreat at this moment. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Yan Qingqing could tell that this guy wanted to leave with just one glance. The long sword in her hand flew up and she wasn't willing to show weakness. Who said that a woman was inferior to a man? Chapter 34-45. Now Yan Qingqing's strength had even crushed Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing was beside Jiang Chen and her morale was like a rainbow. The impact and suppression of Dongfang Lianxua made Dongfang Lianxua complain incessantly. He could only avoid the sharp edge and retreat. The mountains will never change and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen, just you wait. Even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will definitely let you die without a burial ground to avenge my brother. Dongfang Lianxua roared in anger, but he could only retreat with a trace of helplessness and anger at the corner of his mouth. With his strength alone, it was already impossible for him to completely annihilate Jiang Chen. In this battle, he deeply felt that his strength was insufficient. The two women beside Jiang Chen were also not easy to deal with. Although Dongfang Lianxua was not a match for Jiang Chen and the others, if he wanted to leave, it was not a problem at all. In addition, Jiang Chen and the others did not want to chase after him at all. Dongfang Lianxua also turned around and left without any hesitation. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted. Dongfang Lianxua was already not a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even if they met again, Jiang Chen had the confidence to kill him. However, Jiang Chen's heart was getting more and more panicked. Because he was worried that something would happen to Hellion he could not wait to go to the Hellion clan to find out what happened. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Let's go to the Hellion clan first. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy as he gave Wang Fengqi 2 healing pellets. Come with us, Fengqi. Alright, where's your sister Feng? Why isn't she with you? Jiang Chen's heart moved. He looked at Wang Fengqi but his face was filled with difficulty. She's already gone. She was ravaged to death by those goddamn beasts in the fossil sect. I risked my life to escape in order to find Master. I want to stay by Master's side and learn well. One day when I can return to the fossil sect I will definitely grind all of their bones to dust and make the fossil sect disappear from this world forever. Wang Fengqi said while gritting her teeth. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's countenance suddenly changed. They looked at each other. As women, no one knew better than them what kind of feeling it was. Their eyes were also filled with anger. This petrified sect truly deserves death. Yan Qingqing abhorred evil. Her charming face was covered with frost. She clenched her jade-like fingers and her aura suddenly became gloomy. Alas, poor child. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge you. Little Qinzi, let's go together. Wu Ningzhu also took a glance at Jiang Chen. She couldn't bear it in her heart. Whether it was Wang Fengqi or his sister Feng, they were both people with a bitter life. Petrified sect. It seems like there's no need for this sect to exist anymore. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Wang Fengqi was his first true disciple. His wife was ravaged to death by the people of the petrified sect. To Jiang Chen this was a great humiliation. After I'm done with all these, one day I will definitely go with you to the petrified sect and ask them what happened. It's time for them to wake up. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Wang Fengqi's trembling appearance he felt sorrow in his heart. He empathized with him. His own disciple was not someone that anyone could bully. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master's wives. Wang Fengqi heavily knelt in front of Jiang Chen. His eyes were full of affection. Now the only person he could rely on was his master. Wu Ningzhu didn't mind but Yan Qingqing still couldn't accept it. Her face was slightly red but she didn't refute. We are master and disciple, there's no need to be polite. You just need to cultivate properly in the future. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Wang Fengqi couldn't hide the joy in his heart. This was the only happy moment in all these years. Because his master had acknowledged him, he had also received his master's attention. From now on he only had one goal, and that was to annihilate the petrified sect, causing chaos in the petrified sect. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Hellion clan first. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He raised his head with a solemn expression. The 4 of them quickly headed towards the Hellion clan. Jiang Chen asked along the way and finally found the location of the Hellion clan. This place was only 10,000 miles away from the Hellion clan. It wasn't considered far. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Divine Wind Valley, the Hellion clan's mountain gate guards stood in front of Jiang Chen. Who are you? Report your name. What's your purpose in coming to my Hellion clan? The young man in the lead was clad in armor. His expression was cold and stern. He was already in the heavenly god realm. Although he felt the unstoppable aura of Jiang Chen and the others, he still spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm looking for Hellion Yu, Jiang Chen said faintly. You're looking for Aunt Yu? Who are you? The young guard asked. You don't need to know who I am. Just go in and report. Jiang Chen's voice almost pressured the young guard to the point that he couldn't breathe. The young guard didn't dare to ask anymore and quickly returned to the clan to report. The dozens of guards looked solemn and depressed. In front of such an expert they didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, he came to the Hellion clan to pay a visit. Naturally, he couldn't reject Hellion Yu's request. Therefore Jiang Chen could only wait silently. He couldn't throw away the necessary etiquette. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rested. His expression was cold as he waited for the reply. At the end of the month, someone finally came from the Wind God Valley. It was an early divine king from the Hellion clan. He looked at Jiang Chen and the others calmly and said indifferently, Let's go. Aunt Yu has already entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate. She won't come out in a short period of time. Therefore please come again in the future. The divine king said with an arrogant expression as he glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen's expression became gloomy. I've waited for you for so long and you actually sent me away with just a sentence? Who are you trying to fool? If Yu knew that he came, she would definitely rush out immediately. Who would have thought that these guys would look down on him? Most importantly, he was filled with anger. He didn't even see you, Where could Zhou Xian go? I must see you, today, Zhou Xian said coldly. A chilling aura filled the air, causing everyone to shiver. The Divine King Realm expert was almost forced to kneel down due to Zhou Xian's aura. I'm really sorry. Senior, our Aunt Yu has indeed entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate. She won't come out in a short period of time. Please come again another day. Nonsense. Asked me to come and have a chat. But you said that she has already entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate? I don't care where it is. I must see you, today. If you dare to ignore me, don't blame me for being merciless. I've already endured it. Chapter 34-46. This is the Hellion clan. Don't you dare to be presumptuous. Although Senior is powerful and we are not his match, if the experts of the Hellion clan come out, Senior won't be able to escape even if he wants to. The Divine King Realm expert sneered. Don't overestimate yourself. You asked for it. Zhou Xian said coldly. He took a step forward and dozens of guards were blown away by Zhou Xian's aura. Even the Divine King Realm expert was not an exception. Zhou Xian's domineering aura soared towards the mountain gate of the Hellion clan. Stop him. The Divine King Realm expert of the Hellion clan roared. The Heavenly God Realm experts could not help but curse in their hearts. Motherfucker, he's a Divine Emperor expert. He's an expert who is as famous as the 5 great elders. You want us to stop him? If we can stop him, why are we guarding the gate here? As expected, no one could stop Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's figure was like a mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back and rushed towards the Wind God Valley. His divine aura was unstoppable. Divine kings and hierarch realm experts were all blown away by him and were heavily injured. However, he did not kill them because this was Hellion Yuer's clan. However, if someone wanted to stop him from seeing you, he could only attack without mercy. Zhou Xian's aura was unstoppable. He was unstoppable in the Hellion clan. No one could compete with him. Under the Heaven Prayer Palace, Zhou Xian stood proudly. He condensed the void and flew towards the Heaven Prayer Palace. Who dares to act violently in my Hellion clan? Are you courting death? The 5th elder, Hellion Chongsheng, flew up to the void and stood in front of Zhou Xian with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the 4th elder blocked Zhou Xian's path. What a reckless fellow. You actually dared to trespass into the Hellion family. I think you must be tired of living. The 4th elder said with a face full of disdain. At this moment, thousands of Hellion family members had already suffered heavy injuries. At this moment they finally made their move. Otherwise, if they allowed Zhou Xian to continue running amok, he might very well destroy the entire Hellion family. Finally, there are 2 people who can speak. I want to find you, but your people want to send me away. Is this how your Hellion family treats their guests? I really don't dare to compliment you. Zhou Xian crossed his arms and coldly stared at the 2 elders of the Hellion family. How dare you? No matter who you are, you is not someone you can casually see. Who do you think you are? You came to my Hellion family and behaved atrociously. I don't care what your intentions are. Today all of you will die here. The 4th elder furiously said. He had never seen someone so savage before. He had actually fought his way to the front of the Hellion family's mountain gate. Moreover, he seemed to be extremely disrespectful towards the Hellion family. As the elders of the Hellion family, they were naturally duty-bound. Now he had even attacked the members of the Hellion family. Many of them had been severely injured by this executioner. This fellow is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Elders, you must definitely teach him a lesson and punish him severely. That's right, elder. We've all suffered greatly. This fellow attacked us without distinguishing between right and wrong. We're really suffering unspeakably. If this kind of scum is allowed to get away scot-free in our Hellion family, where will our Hellion family's face be? I must kill him as soon as I can. Elders, you must uphold justice for us. Countless people of the Hellion family hated Zhou Xian to the bone. However, they didn't know that Zhou Xian had already shown mercy. Before he even attacked, these people were already injured by his aura. If he casually waved his hand, they would have already turned into ashes. At this moment, Zhou Xian had undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. Many people of the Hellion family wanted to suppress him. 4th elder, 5th elder, let me see how strong this fellow is. He actually dared to trespass into my Hellion family. He must be tired of living. At this moment Hellion Zhongyang had already appeared in the sky with a long spear in his hand. As one of the strongest geniuses of the Hellion family, he had his own pride. Since this fellow came to look for you, he must first pass through him. If he couldn't even pass through him, what qualifications did he have to look for you? Moreover, this fellow was really arrogant. Did he really think that the Hellion family was his backyard? That's fine. Then go and teach him a lesson. Zhongyang, remember, leave him alive. The fourth elder said in a deep voice. At this moment Hellion Zhongyang turned around and pointed his long spear at Jiangchen without the slightest bit of mercy. Since the fourth elder had already spoken, then he must definitely leave a mark on him in this battle. Jiangchen couldn't help but sneer. This ignorant fourth elder actually said that he would leave him alive? What a reckless fellow. If Jiangchen dared to go alone, it meant that he had nothing to fear. Now, a mere member of the younger generation of the Hellion family, he didn't even put him in his eyes. Brat, die. Kneel down and kowtow to grandpa a few times. Maybe I can be a little more lenient. Hellion Zhongyang, just like his name, was filled with the meaning of arrogance. Noisy. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm already showing you great mercy by not killing you. Jiangchen said disdainfully. His arrogant attitude made Hellion Zhongyang even more furious. This long spear in my hand has killed countless enemies. Even if it's not 1,000, it's at least 800. Let's see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. Hellion Zhong rushed up to the clouds. Spear shadows flew everywhere, shaking the heavens and earth. In a single strike his chi dominated the universe. Light and shadow filled the air, attacking the entire Wind God Valley of the Hellion clan, causing all the people of the Hellion clan to retreat continuously. They were completely suppressed by this incomparable chi. No one could block it. Among the people present, only the fourth elder and the fifth elder could remain calm. Even Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu took a few steps back. Jiang Chen's countenance was calm. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen was going to be killed, Jiang Chen slowly raised his hand. Although it seemed simple and slow, it was filled with unparalleled power. Jiang Chen leisurely strolled in the courtyard, grabbing onto the long spear in Hellion Zhongyang's hand. With a flip of his hand, he directly twisted the long spear in Hellion Zhongyang's hand. In the blink of an eye, a palm imprint was blasted out, causing the mountains and rivers to shatter and the valleys to tremble. The true dragon palm was like a gigantic palm descending from the heavens. It easily crushed Hellion Zhongyang, causing him to retreat. The terrifying aura it exuded was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. Hellion Zhongyang didn't dare to face such a tyrannical attack head-on. In the end he was forced to retreat by the palm imprint. His countenance was deathly pale and his injuries were severe. Chapter 3447. Isn't he too strong? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Suddenly, everyone in the Hellion family became silent. They no longer clamored and fell into a daze. The genius disciple of the Hellion family couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent? Isn't this too shocking? The fourth elder and Elder Wu looked at each other in disbelief. However, the scene in front of them was incomparably real. Who would have thought that Jiangchen would be so powerful? Puff, Hellion Zhongyang retreated. The long spear in his hand was already damaged. At this moment he had completely lost his peerless elegance. He was like a drowning dog. Even the people of the Hellion family couldn't be bothered to look at him. Both of their strengths were on par, but Hellion Zhongyang couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiangchen. Isn't this too exaggerated? It didn't make sense. The fourth elder and Elder Wu's faces turned gloomy. Hellion Fengchao was also at the side at this time, but he didn't make a move. Even if he made a move, the result would probably be the same as Hellion Zhongyang, beaten to a pulp. One move, just one move. Who is this guy? What's his background? With such strength, no wonder he dared to challenge the Hellion family. Kid, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I think you won't know your place. The glory of the Hellion family can't be violated. Go to hell. The fourth elder attacked in an instant, showing no mercy. The fifth elder looked on coldly from the side, silently watching. Both of them had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Although they were only in the minor connecting heavens realm, they were much stronger than Jiangchen. If he was defeated, then even if the fifth elder took action, he would only become a laughingstock and make the Hellion family look even worse. It was enough for the fourth elder to make a move. Their goal was very simple. As long as this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth bowed his head before the Hellion clan and admitted his mistake, it would be enough. They wanted him to kneel in the Hellion clan and never get up again. That way, it would be able to reflect the Hellion clan's strength and overbearing. As soon as the fourth elder made his move, the Hellion family immediately became excited. They knew that this guy was finally going to be defeated. The previous scene made them feel disappointed in Hellion Zhongyang. However, with the fourth elder making his move, it would be easy for him to win. Fourth elder, kill him. Fourth elder is mighty and domineering. In response to the fourth elder's powerful attack, Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as ever. Facing the fourth elder's fist, Jiang Chen bluntly responded with a punch of his own. There was nothing fancy about it, just the power of his fleshly body. His bloodline expanded, giving him boundless strength. 9 dragons, 10 mammoths, intimidating mountains and rivers. The scene that everyone was looking forward to did not appear. They thought that Jiang Chen would be severely injured or even killed by the fourth elder. However, the one who took a step back was also the fourth elder. There was no suspense at all. When Jiang Chen's punch was flickering with cold light, Elder Wu and Hellion Chongqing had already felt that something was wrong. However, when the two collided with each other, there was finally a complete explosion. It was like the impact of a comet. The fourth elder was completely pushed back by the might of the collision. There was a sweet taste in his throat as blood gushed up. However, the fourth elder still swallowed it down. This attack had caused him to suffer different degrees of injuries. However, he absolutely couldn't show it. Otherwise, this battle was related to the glory of the entire Hellion clan. No one could take it lightly. No one could stay out of it. Fourth brother. The fifth elder said in a low voice and patted the fourth elder's shoulder. At that moment, there was finally a trace of resonance between the two brothers. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. In the entire Hellion family above the Wind God Valley there was absolute silence. No one said a word. Jiang Chen had defeated the two heroes with one hand. Now they had already suffered a great deal. For a moment they were in a deadlock. Who else? If there is no one else, let you come out and see me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. At that moment no one dared to disobey him. At that moment Wang Fengqi finally felt how terrifying his master was. Previously he was worried that his master might not be the opponent of the Hellion family's elder. After all, the Hellion family's elder was stronger than his master. However, after that punch he knew that his worries were completely unnecessary. His master had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The might of that punch was enough to shake people's hearts. Even the Hellion family's elder could only avoid it. His divine might was unparalleled. Who would dare to be his enemy? Enough. A low voice sounded. The great elder arrived late. His expression was cold. Behind him, the other elders also appeared in front of Jiang Chen. At this moment, the 5 great elders gathered here. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile. I am the great elder of the Hellion family. May I know what this little brother is here for? Why did you trespass into my Hellion family? The great elder said. Jiang Chen shook his head and said with a smile. I came here to find Yu. Where is Yu? I only wanted to see her. I have no evil intentions. I have waited for a long time for your Hellion family to notify me. However, what I got was an insincere rejection and a tit-for-tat stare. Therefore I could only resort to this method. However, I did not kill you. You are all Yu's clansmen. I Jiang Chen did not come here to provoke you. I am satisfied as long as I see Yu. Jiang Chen said sincerely. However, these words were filled with helplessness in the ears of the great elder. It's not that the Hellion family wants to hide Yu. She has already entered the gate of heaven's will of the Hellion family. I think the person Yu was waiting for was you, right? It's a pity that you are one step too late. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. He stared at the great elder and said impatiently, What do you mean by this? What do you mean I am late? Could it be that Yu is already? It's not what you think. Yu is not dead. However, the gate of heavens will has its advantages and disadvantages. Those who enter the gate of heavens will lose all their memories when they walk out. Therefore, when Yu walks out of the gate of heavens will again, she is no longer the Yu of the past. She has waited for you for a very long time, but you still brushed past her in the end. The great elder's words made Jiang Chen's face turn extremely pale. Impossible, this is impossible. You must have forced Yu Er to enter the gate of heaven's will. Otherwise, why would she enter that damn place? What did you do to Yu Er? Or is it that she is no longer here and you are lying to me? Chapter 34-48. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was trembling. Wu Ningzhu held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. As the person closest to Jiang Chen, she could naturally sense the change in Jiang Chen's mentality. Was no longer Yu Er. To Jiang Chen this was simply a bolt from the blue. Yu held an extremely important place in Jiang Chen's heart. Even he didn't know that he cared about Yu Er so much. The relationship between the two of them was like family and friendship. When Jiang Chen heard that Yu Er had entered the gate of heaven's will, he nearly exploded with rage. The gate of heaven's will, what kind of existence is it? The gate of heaven's will is the training ground of my Hellion family. Since ancient times only a few people have the right to enter. Therefore to you, this is a supreme honor and a great fortune. You don't know what this means to my Hellion family and what it means to you Er may forget some things but she will obtain even more. The great elder said in a deep voice opposing Jiang Chen. Are you sure that you didn't force her to enter the gate of heaven's will? I don't believe that she would willingly forget herself and become someone else, a puppet for your family's rise. How could Jiang Chen not know the Hellion family's intentions? Obviously Yu Er had already become a tool for their rise. Only one person in 10 million years had the right to enter, which meant that the gate of heaven's will was definitely not a good place. Her father had also entered the gate of heaven's will, but there was no news of him. Therefore this is her destiny, her wish and choice. No one can stop it. It's just that she waited for you for so long but you didn't appear. In the end she didn't even get to see you for the last time. Perhaps you should blame yourself for this. The great elder's words hit the nail on the head. Although Jiang Chen knew that this wasn't their fault, he and Yu Er hadn't been able to reunite at the last moment. All of this had become the most tragic farewell between the two of them. Was everything really going to end like this? Would Yu Er really forget everything that had happened after she came out from the gate of heaven's will? Jiang Chen didn't want to believe it and he didn't want to guess. No one knew. However, Jiang Chen's heart was still filled with self-blame, because he was a step too slow, and was unable to see Yu Er one last time. However, he was unwilling to accept the ending. What exactly was the gate of heaven's will like? Why did it turn people into such a state? Jiang Chen didn't know, but the guilt in his heart kept tearing at his heart. He was filled with pain and despair. Yu Er, I'm sorry. Big brother wasn't able to see you one last time, Jiang Chen murmured. He didn't know if Yu Er would turn into the person she liked, or maybe she would turn into someone else. In short, she would no longer have any connection with the previous her. This bullshit gate of heavens will made Jiang Chen burn with anger. However, this was the training ground of the Hellion family. It must be a forbidden place. After entering, one would forget themselves and turn into another person. This was simply a nightmare, a path of self-destruction. However, for her father, for her family, still resolutely went forward. When did she ever live for herself? She had a bitter life since she was young, and had experienced many difficulties and obstacles. After growing up, she still had to live the way others wanted to see her. Jiang Chen felt heartbroken for Yu Er. Wu Ningzhu felt the same. The sorrowful aura emitted from Jiang Chen infected her, Yan Qingqing and Wang Fengqi. After a long time, Jiang Chen sighed. His expression was incomparably lonely as he looked at the great elder again. Then when will she come out? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The great elder said bluntly. After entering the gate of heaven's will, it might be 1 day or 10,000 years. No one knew what kind of existence the gate of heaven's will was, and no one knew what would happen after entering the gate of heaven's will. I don't know I don't know. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. At this moment he was speechless. Then today I will step into the gate of heaven's will. I want to see who dares to stop me. Jiang Chen swept away the haze from before. He shouted angrily and soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. Stop him. The gate of heaven's will is our Hellion family's forbidden place. We must not let outsiders enter. Otherwise, how can our Hellion family face the world? The great elder said with a deep voice. Everyone rushed forward and the 5 great elders stood in front of Jiang Chen, blocking his path. No one can stop me. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Sword shadows shot out in all directions. The people of the Hellion family never thought that Jiang Chen would be so terrifying. His overbearing aura filled the air. Jiang Chen was like a mad bull. No one could stop him. The 5 mid-divine Emperor realm experts did not dare to face him head-on. It showed how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen's sword shadows fluttered and streaked across the sky. He only had one goal: to enter the gate of heaven's will and find the forbidden place of the Hellion family. He must enter this bullshit gate of heaven's will and find out what's going on. This was simply a training ground to trick people. Turning oneself into another person and living as another person was definitely not Yu'er's original intention. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. No one was able to withstand a single strike from him. Even with the combined attacks of the 5 great elders, it was still difficult for them to fight against him. At this moment, Jiang Chen was more than 10 times stronger than before, because he had gone completely berserk. His rage was so great that it soared up to the heavens and swept away everything in its path. Quick! We must not let him continue to get away with it. Quickly suppress him. The great elder roared furiously, shaking the entire Wind God Valley. The heavenly prayer palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. If Jiang Chen really entered the gate of heaven's will, it would be a great humiliation to the Hellion family. Moreover, he was an outsider. If he stole the treasure of the Hellion family, how would he, the great elder, explain to the entire Hellion family? Don't be presumptuous. How can you behave atrociously in the land of the Hellion family? An incomparably deep voice spread across the sky. Everyone's face revealed an unconcealable joy. The patriarch was the leader of the Hellion family. Now that he had appeared, the Hellion family was finally saved. This incomparably violent fellow must be punished. The voice was filled with anger and overbearingness. Above the sky, a shadow descended from the sky and lingered above the head of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's voice was gloomy as he shouted coldly. Chapter 34-49. The sky changed color, the wind and lightning flickered, the clouds and mist lingered, and above the entire Wind God Valley, there was a surging wind and surging clouds. Patriarch. The patriarch is back. He's finally out of seclusion. Our Hellion clan finally doesn't have to be submissive anymore. It seems that the patriarch has broken through this time. It seems that our Hellion clan is destined to not be underestimated. A brat who came out of nowhere wants to step on our heads. Dream on. You're finally out, patriarch. The great elder also had a gratified expression on his face. The heavy burden on his shoulders could finally be removed at this moment. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to end this matter. This arrogant kid insisted on seeing Hellion Yu'er. No matter how they tried to stop him, they couldn't stop him. This gave them a huge headache. A figure descended from the sky like a huge mountain. An incomparably gloomy aura blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and threw out a heavy punch. With a single punch, the mountains and rivers changed color. The figure in front of him also casually threw out a palm, which collided with Jiang Chen's attack. At that moment, the two attacks cancelled each other out. A trace of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the white-clothed man, and he finally calmed down. The middle-aged man was a little skinny and gave off a rare scholarly aura. His expression was cold and the space between his brows flashed with coldness. However, when he looked at Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. It was hard for him to relax his brows, because he felt that this young man was unusual, very unusual. Jiang Chen also looked at the white-clothed man. This person should be their patriarch. He was very strong, but his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, making him unable to see through his strength. Patriarch. The fifth elder looked at the white-clothed man and wanted to say something, but the white-clothed man waved his hand and said, "I already know everything. I said that no one can stop me from entering the gate of heaven's will. Was tricked by you guys into entering the gate of heaven's will. I can't let her be trapped alone." Jiang Chen said, "Lung Lung. The head of the Hellion family, Hellion Feng Su, greets you. If you don't mind, please listen to me." Hellion Feng Su said calmly. "Feel free to speak your mind." Although Jiang Chen was infuriated, he hadn't lost his mind yet. Now that the patriarch of the Hellion family had appeared, he wanted to know what he meant. If he had a reason, Jiang Chen might as well listen to it. Jiang Chen didn't mind listening to it. Little friend's strength is valiant. In fact, even the elders of my Hellion clan are inferior to you. However, if little friend is willing to listen to what I have to say, perhaps you won't say any more. Hellion Feng Su said in a heartfelt tone. The Gate of Heavens is a training ground that has been passed down since ancient times. It is a treasured land that only the Hellion family can enter. However, since the ancient times, tens of thousands of years, only a few people have been able to enter. Furthermore, the requirements for entering the Gate of Heavens are extremely strict. Those who are able to enter are all extremely talented experts. However, those who enter the Gate of Heavens will have their memories erased by the rules of the Gate of Heavens. In the end, the memories of the ancient experts of the Hellion family will be inherited. Not just anyone can enter the Gate of Heavens. Furthermore, only the members of the Hellion family can enter the Gate of Heavens. No one else can. It is an existence left behind by an Emperor Realm expert. It also contains the strongest talent of the Hellion family, the secret book of Heaven's will. It can open the cycle of life and death. With the eye of Heaven's will, it can predict the life and death of all living things in the world. It is the strongest secret book of the Hellion family. It is also the foundation of the Hellion family. In other words, the secret book of Heavens can see the past and the future. It is the most important item of the Hellion family. However, it only belongs to the Hellion family. Aside from those chosen by the Gate of Heavens, even we can't enter it. From this, it can be seen how simple it is. Becoming a peerless expert, becoming an existence revered by tens of thousands of people, becoming someone whose name will be recorded in the annals of history. This is Yu's glory and also her destiny. Everyone has their own cycle of reincarnation. As a member of the Hellion family, Yu is duty-bound. Furthermore, this is an indelible part of her life. Regardless of whether you admit it or not, this is the will of the heavens. I have used the great divination art to predict Yu's 9 cycles of reincarnation without any deviation. She will be the person that will bring the rise of the Hellion family. Hellion Feng Su's expression was grave. His face was filled with glory and confidence. To Xianxia, his words might not be enough to change his original intention. However, was the only hope of the Hellion family. I know that you might not listen to what I have to say, but I can confidently tell you that the Hellion family's choice might not be the best, but it is definitely the most correct. The great divination art can predict the future and predict the heavens and earth. It's not something that you can guess. Hellion Feng Su's words triggered Xianxia's inner thoughts once again. The great divination art? I know it too. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Hellion Feng Su's expression changed drastically as he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Even the 5 elders didn't hide the shock in their hearts as they stared at him with wide eyes. That's impossible. The great divination art is a secret technique of the Hellion family. Even Yu has never learned it before. Even when her grandfather was in danger, he never revealed the great divination art to Yu. Even the 5 elders have a copy of it. The great divination art is incomplete. Apart from the current Hellion family head, no one else has the great divination art. The great elder's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianxia. No one was an exception. Perhaps you should give me an explanation. Hellion Feng Su said. Although I'm not a member of the Hellion family, I do know the great divination art. I didn't learn it in the immortal world, but in the 9 prefectures immortal world. My master in the immortal world taught me the great divination art. Xianxia said honestly. There was nothing to hide. His great divination art wasn't a secret in front of the Hellion family. You're actually someone who ascended from the immortal world. Since you know Yu, I won't pursue the matter of the great divination art. However, I hope that you will mislead others and leak the secrets of the Hellion family. Hellion Feng Su's decision made the members of the Hellion family look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to do, but since the family head had already said so, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 3450. Xianxia came from the immortal world of the 9 prefectures. His strength and perseverance were not to be underestimated. Today he barged into the Hellion family for Yu. This was enough to prove his determination. No matter what, little friend, you can't enter the Gate of Heaven's will. You can't enter either because the restrictions of the Gate of Heaven's will are not something you and I can change. As for Yu, she will have a beautiful future ahead of her. Those who have seen the ocean cannot be considered water, and those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds. Some things should be left in the past. To you it might be a little cruel, but to you, it is another kind of rebirth. Don't you want her to have a good life? Hellion Feng Su's words did move Zhou Xian, but he couldn't give himself a way out. Yuer's choice to enter the gate of heaven's will, was it really her own choice? Zhou Xian didn't believe it, but now that he had entered the gate of heaven's will, Zhou Xian knew that whatever he did would be useless. I'm a little doubtful. Is it true that only the people of the Hellion family can enter the gate of heaven's will? I want to give it a try. I don't know if the Hellion family will give me the chance. Zhou Xian looked at Hellion Feng Su with a burning gaze. Husband, Wu Ningzhu pulled Zhou Qian's hand. Putting aside the fact that the gate of heaven's will was filled with dangers, she was afraid that Zhou Qian would forget about her and everyone else after entering the gate, and become a completely different person. If that was the case, then the gate of heaven's will would be like a machine that could make people forget their past. I know what I'm doing. Zhou Qian held Wu Ningzhu tightly. Yan Qingqing's mood was complicated. She didn't know what kind of choice she had made in the past. She had forgotten Zhou Qian and a lot of things. It wasn't a good experience. If you have a choice, you shouldn't enter. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. Zhou Qian smiled bitterly. He also wanted the second choice, but for Yuer he had no other choice. No. Hellion Feng Su directly rejected Zhou Qian and shook his head. Regardless of whether Zhou Qian was able to enter the gate of heaven's will or not, he would not set a precedent for Zhou Qian. Furthermore, as the ancestral teachings stated, other than members of the Hellion clan, no one was allowed to approach the gate of heaven's will. He could not go against the ancestral teachings. I can't let the teachings of my ancestors be useless. I can't let Yuer's life be taken lightly. Zhou Qian and Hellion Feng Su stared at each other. At this moment, Zhou Qian knew that their discussion was about to collapse. After saying so much, he understood Hellion Feng Su's difficulties, but he still decided to enter the gate of heaven's will to see what was going on. What if I don't? Could it be that you really want to barge into my Hellion family's ancestral land? Hellion Feng Su said indifferently. As you wish. Zhou Qian slowly took out the heavenly dragon sword. The corner of his mouth was cold, causing Wu Ningzhu to become nervous. At this moment the arrow had to be fired. Zhou Qian had no way out. You can try. Hellion Feng Su said in a deep voice. He was prepared to fight at any time. However, at this moment in front of the gate of heaven's will, the heaven's will mountain range began to collapse. Waves of smoke and dust rose, and the sound of a tsunami could be heard. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. The mountain range began to collapse, and the gate of heaven's will also began to collapse. The entire Hellion clan was in an uproar. How could this be? How could the gate of heaven's will collapse? Yes, is our Hellion clan going to suffer a great disaster? This has never happened in thousands of years. This person is definitely a jinx. If it wasn't for him, our Hellion clan wouldn't be in such a state. The collapse of the gate of heaven's will is heaven's punishment for our Hellion clan. Maybe it's the wrath of our ancestors. We can't let this guy enter the heaven's will mountain range. Absolutely not. Every member of the Hellion clan roared madly, keeping Zhou Qian at a distance. They always thought that Zhou Qian was the person who brought misfortune to them. As they believed in heaven's will and divine armaments, they were confident in this world. In their hearts, everything was decided by heaven. Is the gate of heaven's will really collapse? Hellion Feng Su did not have time to think. He turned into a ray of light and dashed towards the gate of heaven's will. Zhou Qian did not show any weakness. Other than Hellion Feng Su, no one could stop him. 2 rays of light dashed towards the gate of heaven's will. The scene before them was a complete mess. The gate of heaven's will had completely collapsed. Rubble piled up in the middle of the mountain range. The mountain path had already disappeared, but the tremors were still ongoing. The gate of heaven's will was a huge stone gate that was protected by rubble, and the surroundings were filled with rubble. The originally majestic heaven's will mountain range and the gate of heaven's will had now become ruins. However, one could still vaguely see the shape and outline of the gate of heaven's will. Why would there be such a huge commotion in the heaven's will mountain? Hellion Feng Su's eyes were sharp. He had a solemn look on his face. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He began to use the great divination art to peer into the mysteries of the sky. However, in an instant Hellion Feng Su spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed and his eyes were filled with shock. How could this be? I can't see any signs of you. How could this be? Hellion Feng Su had a bad premonition. At this time, if something were to happen to you, the Hellion family would not only have to face Zhang Chen, but also the Dongfang family and the Shiman family. Most importantly, they would lose the hope of the Hellion family to rise again. This was a sword that could kill without spilling blood. What do you think happened to you, Zhang Chen shouted in a deep voice, interrogating Hellion Feng Su. Hellion Feng Su shook his head and sighed. Even with my great divination art, I can't predict any news about you. Now that the gate of heavens has collapsed, I'm worried that something will happen to you. If anything happens to you, I will definitely make your Hellion family restless. Zhang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at Hellion Feng Su. Hellion Feng Su sighed in his heart. He knew that Zhang Chen had the ability to say these words. This guy was definitely not easy to deal with. Helpless, Zhang Chen walked into the gate of heaven's will. He still hadn't given up hope. He still wanted to go in and find out what was going on. At this moment, Hellion Feng Su saw 2 lines of words carved on the stone pillar of the gate of heaven's will. Those 2 lines of words were Yu'er's handwriting. After a year, it should be a beautiful time and beautiful scenery. Even if there are thousands of different kinds of amorous feelings, who can I talk to? Chapter 3451. After so many years, the beautiful scenery had become useless. All these years without Zhang Chen, the days were incomparably dull. Thousands of amorous feelings, no one to talk to who could understand the sorrow and joy in her heart. This sentence made Zhang Chen feel incomparably conflicted and pained. He came a step too late. The sorrow in his heart was indescribable. If he was here, he would definitely not let you enter the gate of heaven's will. Between the lines, Zhang Chen could feel the sorrow and unwillingness in Yu'er's heart. She did not get to see him one last time, so she had to do something to forget him. The gate of heaven's will was like the gate of reincarnation. One could forget everything after walking out of it, becoming a completely different person. It was not a rebirth but a walking corpse. No matter what, he had to enter the gate of heaven's will, to find out the truth. For Yu'er to seek justice. Countless people of the Hellion clan looked at the collapsing gate of heaven's will, filled with despair and dejection, making their hearts bleed, and everyone felt insecure. Zhang Chen took a step forward, heading straight for the gate of heaven's will. Hellion Feng Su stood in front of him without hesitation. If you want to enter the gate of heaven's will, you have to pass through me first. Hellion Feng Su said in a deep voice. His whole body was like a sword, pointing straight at Zhang Chen. Then let's see if you have the ability. Zhang Chen sneered and struck out a palm, clashing with Hellion Feng Su. That strike made Hellion Feng Su not dare to underestimate Zhang Chen at all. He had witnessed Zhang Chen's strength. Although he was only an early divine emperor, his means made countless mid-divine emperors flinch. Great Void Technique. Zhang Chen executed the Great Void Technique, directly passing through Hellion Feng Su. When Hellion Feng Su turned around, Zhang Chen had already entered the gate of heaven's will. At that moment, everyone of the Hellion clan was stunned. Can he really enter the gate of heaven's will? Hellion Feng Su murmured. Previously, he didn't want his clan's prestige to be tarnished. However, at this moment, Zhang Chen acted as if he didn't exist and barged into the Hellion clan's ancestral land, the gate of heaven's will. Could all of this really be the will of the heavens? The great elder sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to utter another word. Zhang Chen had indeed entered the gate of heaven's will. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also in a daze. Zhang Chen, would he come back? When he returned, would he still be the Zhang Chen of the past? Heaven's will was hard to defy. He said he knows what he's doing. I don't think he's lying to me. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe a man's stupid mouth. Most of his words are lies, Yan Qingqing sneered. However, at the next moment, Wu Ningzhu's eyes flickered with worry. Yan Qingqing then realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. The gate of heaven's will was already close at hand. However, apart from Zhang Chen, no one could enter it. To the entire Hellion clan, this was like an unknown disaster because they believed in destiny, the heavens, and the will of the heavens. Everything was destined by the heavens, karma, and reincarnation. The collapse of the gate of heaven's will was directly blamed on Zhang Chen. They believed that it was his curse. If it wasn't for him, the gate of heavens wouldn't have collapsed, and the Hellion clan wouldn't be in such a predicament. Even Hellion Yu'er's life and death were unknown. Whether the gate of heavens had completely collapsed was still unknown. I don't know if there will be any influence in the gate of heavens will. I hope nothing will happen to you, Hellion Fengsu said in a low voice. Clan head, that fella entering the gate of heavens won't affect our Hellion clan, right? The great elder asked in a low voice. Hellion Fengsu shook his head. I don't know either. However, what's done cannot be undone. The gate of heavens has become like this. We can only take it one step at a time. It's also a kind of fortune for him to be able to enter the gate of heavens will. We won't be able to stop him. If it's an ordinary person, they might not be able to enter the gate of heavens will no matter how powerful they are. However, he's so unscrupulous. He has nothing to fear. As for what he can obtain in the gate of heavens will, it's all up to the heavens. Might really have an indescribable fate with him. I can't see Yu'er's future. Similarly, I can't see his future either. This fella is far more terrifying than we imagined. In this world, only the person in love can't be seen through by the great divination art. The first elder's face turned pale as he exclaimed. A person who can't be controlled by fate? It was said that in the gate of heavens several Emperor Realm experts of the Hellion clan had passed away. It was during that period of endless strife and war that the Hellion clan almost propped up the sky and contributed immeasurable strength to the ancient war. The great divination art and secret manual of heavens were things that went against the heavens. Although everything was decided by the heavens, the secret manual of heavens could judge all living beings and reveal the secrets of heaven to everyone. At that moment they were truly invincible. What would it be like if you could already guess the outcome of the battle before the other party even made a move? Strategizing and deciding the outcome from 1,000 miles away, it was nothing more than this. The gate of heavens contain the wisdom of countless sages. It was an ancient place left behind by several Emperor Realm experts. It was the true treasure of the Hellion clan. Jiang Qin didn't know why he could enter the gate of heavens so easily. Could it be that he was the one chosen by the heavens? Jiang Qin didn't know. At the very least, it was enough for him to enter the gate of heavens and search for you. Jiang Qin possessed the great divination art, which was probably his greatest guarantee in entering the gate of heavens will. However, Jiang Qin felt an incomparably oppressive aura the moment he entered the gate of heavens will. It was the aura of an Emperor Realm expert. What a terrifying pressure on the soul. Jiang Qin's heart trembled. Even the soul force of an Emperor Realm expert was greatly suppressed. One could see how terrifying the gate of heavens was. When Jiang Qin entered, he saw countless colorful meteorites and stalagmites. It was like a brightly lit cave, dazzling with a myriad of colors. Chapter 3452. The deeper Jiang Qin went into the cave, the more he felt the pressure in his heart. The pressure had already surpassed the existence of an Emperor Realm soul. Therefore, even Jiang Qin had no choice but to be cautious. The reason why Jiang Qin wasn't afraid of having his memories erased after entering the gate of heavens was because his spirit force had already reached the Emperor Realm. It was practically impossible to erase an Emperor Realm soul, which was why he was so fearless. Jiang Qin's spiritual power kept spreading out, but he found that his spiritual power couldn't spread out at all. It could only cover a radius of less than 100 meters. The karst cave in the gate of heavens was too strange. This place really makes one's heart turn cold. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes as he walked forward, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Although he hadn't encountered any danger for the time being, it didn't mean that this place was safe. The tremors from before also came from underground. Jiang Qin entered the gate of heavens but he didn't discover any cracks. It seemed that the gate of heavens wasn't affected at all. Gradually, Jiang Qin walked for a full 3 days before he entered an underground river. The river seemed to be a few hundred meters wide, and the ice-cold river water flowed endlessly. Clouds and mist curled around it, giving off the feeling of a fishing boat singing in the evening. But on the river, Jiang Qin saw a boat. The boat was extremely simple and was only 4 to 5 meters long. It swayed in the ice-cold river water, moving forward along with the waves. However, its speed was extremely slow. On the bow of the boat sat an incomparably beautiful girl. Jiang Qin recognized the girl's silhouette with a single glance. Wasn't that you, whom he hadn't seen for many years. "It's really you, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank as he shouted in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely loud, so loud that even he furrowed his brows. However, Yue, who was 100 meters away, couldn't hear him at all. There wasn't even the slightest movement. Jiang Chen shouted for a long time, but Yue still couldn't hear him. In desperation, Jiang Chen came up with a plan. He tried to summon Yue with his spiritual energy. However, he realized that his spiritual energy could not go beyond 100 meters. He could not even hear Yue, who was 100 meters away. She even turned a deaf ear to him. Jiang Chen was completely speechless. The mist seemed to be no different from ordinary mist, but it had isolated him from the surface of the underground river. This made Jiang Chen very angry. They could only silently look at each other from 100 meters away. The current Yue was as beautiful as a fairy. She was a beauty that could topple a kingdom. However, Jiang Chen could still recognize her at first glance. "Wait for me, or I'll go find you now." Jiang Chen took a step forward, wanting to walk on the waves. However, he found out that it was impossible because the surrounding void seemed to have been sealed. He couldn't walk on the air at all. Fortunately, Jiang Chen saw Yue, who was on a boat. He understood that if she could fly on the air, then she wouldn't need to take a boat to go to the immortal world. Jiang Chen looked around. Finally, he found a broken boat that was extremely similar to Yue's boat downstream. It was tied to a rough and ancient stone on the embankment. After untying the rope, Jiang Chen tried to move the boat forward. However, he realized that he couldn't move the boat no matter how hard he tried. He could only rely on the flow of the underground river to slowly move the boat forward. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. His invincible Emperor Realm soul was greatly restricted at this moment. "This damned place is too strange." Jiang Chen looked at Yue from afar. However, the two of them were separated by 100 meters. At that moment, he hoped that Yue could turn around and take a look. Perhaps she could see his existence. However, he didn't know when they would reach the shore with their snail-like speed. Yue was still more than half the distance to the shore. The furthest distance in the world. "I'm standing in front of you, but you don't know that I'm here." Jiang Chen was incomparably anxious. Looking at the slow boat moving forward, Jiang Chen was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the mist was getting thicker and thicker. The surrounding mist was also getting bigger and bigger. They were separated by 100 meters. In the end, Jiang Chen couldn't see any traces of Yue. Yue's boat gradually turned hazy in front of him. Jiang Chen's heart was getting more and more anxious. 1,000 miles of mist. Dusk. Chutinqua. Since ancient times, sentimental people have been sad about parting. How could they neglect the autumn festival? Jiang Chen was getting more and more worried. He lost track of Yue. He was getting more and more anxious. However, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt that his boat was hit hard. Then he looked at the murky and cold water. However, he couldn't find anything. However, in a moment when Jiang Chen lowered his head again, skeletons climbed onto the boat. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He kicked the skeletons into pieces. However, more and more skeletons rushed up from the underground river. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. With a slash, several skeletons were smashed into pieces. "Damn it. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. You've already turned into skeletons, but you still want to cause trouble." Jiang Chen snorted coldly. His means were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of skeletons were smashed under Jiang Chen's sword. However, as more and more skeletons came out of the water, thousands of skeletons rushed up from within 30 meters of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingling. These skeletons all had the strength of a hierarch realm. If it wasn't for the myriad chi body's continuous recovery, he would have been dragged to death by these guys. However, it was not a good idea to be dragged down by them. Jiang Chen came up with a plan. Once the 5 elements divine fire came out, the heavenly fire swept across the riverbank. The divine fire could not be extinguished by the underground river. As soon as the divine fire came out, thousands of skeletons were all ignited. In the end, they were burned to ashes and dissipated in the underground river. Jiang Chen turned the 5 elements divine fire into 5 lamps and stood on the left and right side of the boat. Those skeletons only stopped and did not manage to climb onto the boat in the end. However, Jiang Chen didn't know if Yue was also attacked like this at this moment. Although the skeletons had been blocked outside, The small boat was still on the verge of collapsing from the impact. Streaks of green ghostly shadows rushed towards them. Chapter 3453. Buddha's Radiance Illumination. Jiang Qin struck out a seal, but those ghostly figures were not affected at all. They broke through the impact of the Buddha's radiance illumination. The seal dissipated, but they were still like a hot knife through butter, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to attack Jiang Qin. "You're courting death, a bunch of stubborn fellows." Although Jiang Qin's soul power could not spread out, his soul-stealing divine technique still had a miraculous effect. Soulless annihilation. Jiang Qin's body trembled, his soul was like a sword, scattering in all directions. All the thousands of attacking souls were directly annihilated by Jiang Qin, dissipating into nothingness. Puff. Jiang Qin also spat out a mouthful of blood. Because of the attack just now, the burden on him was too great. Thousands of Hierarch Realm expert souls were attacking him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Jiang Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was solemn as he looked around. Except for the sound of flowing water in the underground river, it was so quiet that it was a little scary. In front of him was a dark space that was filled with mist, completely unable to see any light or shadow. The surrounding skeletons were still colliding with each other. Jiang Qin's small boat was swaying, moving forward with difficulty. However, the small boat that looked simple and crude was unusually sturdy. Facing the countless attacks from the skeletons, the boat did not capsize. It was a rare sight. After half a day, the skeletons gradually retreated. The smoke and mist also gradually dissipated, and the surroundings became clear again. In front, Yu Er's small boat had already reached the shore, but Yu Er had disappeared without a trace, her whereabouts unknown. Jiang Qin's expression became solemn again. Yu Er's figure had completely disappeared from his sight. Jiang Qin was still very worried. He did not know how terrifying the Gate of Heaven's Will was, but he did not wish for Yu Er to become another person, a person that she did not like. When Jiang Qin was finally about to reach the riverbank, ghostly wails and wolf-like howls could be heard from every corner, stimulating Jiang Qin's soul. It was as if every scream and sharp cry was tearing his nerves apart. Jiang Qin firmly guarded his mind. At this moment, his Emperor Realm soul was filled with a domineering side. Practically all spiritual energies couldn't cause any harm to it. Jiang Qin maintained an extremely calm posture. No matter what, he wouldn't budge. The martial Emperor Realm soul suppressed all the wails and howls. Finally, after another half a day, Jiang Qin's boat finally reached the shore. On the other side of the river there was a stone bridge. Below the stone bridge was a bottomless abyss, and the stone bridge was made up of stone blocks. The stone blocks were connected to the abyss, causing people to worry. If they weren't careful, they would fall into the bottomless abyss. At this moment, Jiang Qin once again saw Yu Er in front of him. Within the mist on the stone bridge, Yu Er couldn't move an inch. She wanted to take a step forward, but she hesitated and eventually retracted her foot. This repeated many times, causing Jiang Qin to furrow his brows. This was because Yu Er's eyes were closed and she couldn't see her surroundings. It was as if someone had bound her eyes. Jiang Qin was afraid that Yu Er would fall too far and shatter into pieces. The space here was filled with restrictions, making it impossible for them to fly. "Watch out!" Jiang Qin exclaimed. He followed the stone bridge, taking one step at a time. But when he stepped on the first stone block, the scenery in front of him completely changed. It turned into a surging ocean, a flourishing ancient forest, a sun, moon, mountains and rivers, and a tsunami. A step to the mountains and rivers, a combination of illusion and reality. Jiang Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what he was going to face next. The scenery in front of him had completely changed. The mountains and rivers roared and the waves surged endlessly. "Yu Er." Jiang Qin called out softly. But at this moment Yu Er heard it. "Big brother, is that you? Is it really you? Although I can't see you, I can hear your voice in the illusion. Did the heavens hear the call in my heart? Big brother, I really missed you." Yu Er murmured, but she sighed in her heart. Everything in front of her had turned into an illusion. She didn't even know which step she was taking. She was one step away from perfection. She would rather hold her big brother's hand and not be separated even in death. She was one step away from falling into the abyss, unable to survive. So she definitely couldn't believe the illusion in front of her. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He also heard Yu Er's voice. It's just that she thought that she was in an illusion and even she had become a part of it. It's really me. I didn't dare to stop you before you entered the gate of heaven's will. I'm here to find you. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably serious tone. It's too real. Big brother Yu Er misses you. Do you know that? But I can't believe all of this. Everything in front of me is just an illusion. One step to nothing and it's impossible for me to recover. But I'm satisfied to be able to see you in the illusion. Big brother, promise me that you'll always be with me. Even in the illusion, Yu Er doesn't want to leave you. Yu Er's low voice made Jiang Chen's heart ache. But Yu Er didn't believe that she was real. She still thought that she was an illusion. This made Jiang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. What do I have to say to make you believe me? I've already noticed you when you were crossing the river. But you couldn't hear me no matter how I called out to you. The illusion in front of you is one step real and the other is an illusion. You must be careful. Jiang Chen was helpless but he still didn't want to give up. He cautiously warned. I know that you're the shadow in my heart. Illusions are born from the heart. I understand that. My soul realm has already reached the half-step emperor realm. Ordinary illusions can't trap me. Big brother, I know that you're somewhere praying for me. I'll definitely overcome all the dangers and get out of here. I won't forget you, I definitely won't. In the depths of her emotions, Yu's tears dripped down. At this moment no one saw her crying, no one knew what kind of state she was in, and no one knew how much she longed to see her big brother. However, all of that was fake, it was all just a figment of her imagination. I'll always be here by your side. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly red. At this moment he didn't speak anymore. To Yu Er his existence was no longer important. He would always be in her heart. He would never be forgotten. She used all her strength just to remember him in her heart. I know, big brother. You'll always support me from behind. But Yu Er really misses you. Really. Yu Er's heart ached. Because she didn't know if she would ever see her big brother again. But even if she used all her strength she wouldn't forget him. Chapter 34:54. Yu Er knew that it was impossible for her to see her big brother again. Being able to hear his voice in the illusory realm was a rather encouraging thing. At the very least it could give her boundless strength, allowing her to be comforted in this lonely gate of heaven's will. Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. He only silently looked at Yu Er, silently protecting her. At this moment he didn't say anything else. Since she still felt that he was just an illusion in her heart, it was useless for Jiang Chen to say anything else. He was already satisfied as long as he could silently look at her, accompany her, and walk through this difficult gate of heaven's will. Yu Er's every word and action affected Jiang Chen's heart. However, they were so close, yet worlds apart. Yu Er wasn't willing to believe that her big brother was by her side. Jiang Chen knew that Yu Er missed him too much. Furthermore, she didn't believe that he was here. After all, only the people of the Hellion clan could enter the gate of heaven's will. Furthermore, not everyone could enter it. Jiang Chen's existence was definitely in the illusory realm. Furthermore, she was already in the illusory realm. Therefore, no matter what Jiang Chen said, he couldn't change the illusion in Yu Er's heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face drastically changed. That's because an incomparably huge illusion of a skeleton had appeared above their heads. The entire skull was 100 feet wide, covering the sun and the sky. Blazing flames danced in its deep blue pupils. Its mouth was constantly closing as it approached Jiang Chen and Yu. At the same time, beneath their feet, beneath the stone pillar, there were terrifying octopuses that were wriggling their long tentacles, as if they were constantly climbing up the stone pillar. As the giant skull approached, Jiang Chen felt an even stronger spiritual pressure. This fellow was indeed not simple. Jiang Chen couldn't tell if this scene was an illusion or reality. However, he understood one thing. If he fell in the illusion, then he wouldn't be able to return to reality. This was the terrifying aspect of an illusion. Furthermore, this was the ancestral land of the Hellion clan, the place where several Emperor Realm experts died. How could it be ordinary? Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. He firmly guarded his mind, stabilized his Dao platform and leisurely Dao accumulation. With his Emperor Realm soul, he resisted the spiritual pressure of the giant skull. Jiang Chen stabilized the situation, at least the skull didn't continue to approach. However, Yu was different. Her soul realm couldn't be as strong as his. He could clearly see that Yu was brandishing her claws and fangs, as if she was desperately struggling. From this, it could be that the scene in front of her was definitely more terrifying than what he had imagined. Jiang Chen exclaimed. He took a step forward, but beneath his feet was a bottomless abyss. However, Jiang Chen couldn't care less. He ran with all his might towards Yu, but he couldn't reach her no matter how hard he tried. There seemed to be an endless distance beneath his feet. Even the earth-shrinking technique was useless. Jiang Chen watched as Yu was constantly being attacked. Her soul power was wailing in pain, causing Jiang Chen to be incomparably furious. Soul destruction and soul snatching. Jiang Chen had no choice but to use all of his strength. He rushed towards the incomparably huge skull. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally forced the phantom bear to retreat. An extremely terrifying soul power collided. Jiang Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Also seemed to have calmed down a lot, no longer as crazy as before. Jiang Chen could confirm that this phantom bear was an ancestor of the Hellion clan. As for why it became like this and almost devoured Yu, Jiang Chen couldn't understand. Wasn't the Gate of Heavens the Hellion clan's ancestral land? Wasn't it said that the Gate of Heavens was the Hellion clan's ancestral land? However, ever since he entered the Gate of Heavens all Jiang Chen saw was endless danger. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Foolish fellow, you actually want to resist. With my spiritual sense, it's enough to kill you. A torrential soul aura permeated the entire underground space. Jiang Chen was constantly being compressed and squeezed. It was extremely difficult for him. At this moment, Yu finally sensed that something was wrong. There's someone else here other than me? No, that's not right. Big brother, is it really you? Suddenly turned her head around. Just now, when she suffered an extremely powerful soul attack, she saw that she was about to fall. However, when she finally obtained her spiritual sense, it was pushed away and she retreated. Sensed that something was wrong. When she turned her head around, she couldn't see anything. She could only sense the existence of Jiang Chen from the voice. I've said it many times, you just don't believe me. Jiang Chen bitterly smiled. His voice was like a great bell, afraid that Yu couldn't hear his voice. However, at this moment Yu was already sobbing. So, all of this wasn't an illusion. Big brother is here, he's really here. Moreover, he entered the Gate of Heavens so he should be at the highest level? In order to not let me suffer alone. Yu's tears flowed continuously. Her heart was filled with incomparable bitterness, excitement and mixed feelings. She didn't know if she should be happy or in pain. After all, this barren land was filled with danger. She could already feel that this wasn't some inheritance land, but a purgatory on earth. She had thousands of words to say to her big brother, but she didn't have the chance. Right now, the incomparably terrified giant skeleton's eyes were flickering with a crystal demonic light. It seemed to be filled with rage towards Jiang Chen and wanted to kill him. Big brother, you must be careful. Yu didn't have time to say anything. In this dangerous situation, the only thing she could do was to protect herself. She didn't want her big brother to be distracted. That was the best way to help her big brother. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for this spiritual sense to kill me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the giant skeleton. His heart was incomparably solemn. At this moment, life and death were separated by a single thought. He couldn't slack off for even a moment. You're truly naive and foolish. Do you really think that you can escape from my grasp? You're just daydreaming. In this Gate of Heavens I'm the ruler. Who can escape from my palm? After billions of years, you're just a drop in the ocean. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as taking something from my pocket. Chapter 3455. Jiang Chen didn't know who the master of the Gate of Heavens was. However, this guy was the ancestor of the Hellion family. This identity was enough to put Hellion Yu in a dilemma. The phantom of the giant skeleton didn't attack Yu. Instead, it aimed directly at Jiang Chen. It only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Little girl, you brought this kind of person into the ancestral land of the Hellion family. As a member of the Hellion family, your sin is unforgivable. The phantom of the skeleton said in a deafening voice. Yu was in a dilemma. One was her ancestor and the other was her yearning big brother. What should she do? I beg the ancestor to let big brother go. If there's anything you need, Yu will do it. For the sake of the Hellion family, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Yu insisted. She was a member of the Hellion family, so she had no choice. She could only take a step back. However, it was impossible for her to give up Big Brother. You're thinking too simply. As a member of the Hellion family, you're actually siding with an outsider. What are your intentions? How could the Hellion family have such a disloyal and unfilial person like you? Where's the dignity of the Hellion family? Do you think that it's so easy for someone who entered the gate of heaven's will to leave? I won't let him go. If you stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. There's no betrayal in the Hellion family, only blood and sacrifice. The giant skeleton's deep voice once again caused Yu to fall into a dilemma. For a moment she didn't know what to do. She looked around but she couldn't find her big brother. At this moment she hoped that everything in front of her was an illusion, that it was fake, that her big brother didn't appear here at all. Yu wasn't a heartless person. Although she wasn't born and raised in the Hellion family, the blood of the Hellion family flowed in her blood. The only thing she couldn't do was not to become enemies with her ancestor. However, what would happen to Big Brother? She had long been disheartened after entering the gate of heaven's will. On the other hand, she wanted to chase after news of her father. She didn't want to dominate the world. She only wanted to know if her father was still alive. She only wanted to seek justice for her father. She couldn't bear to part with Big Brother, but what could she do? But at this time, the choice she had to make put her in an incomparably difficult and awkward situation. He is a demon. Are the ancestors of the Hellion family really so ignorant of right and wrong? I don't really believe it. If it's true, then you must have been a shameless person in the past. After being killed, you were imprisoned in this dark gate of heaven's will just to display your perverted thoughts, right? For the Hellion family to have an ancestor like you, it is indeed very sad. A centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. You're high and mighty but you're just living in a dream. How can there be such a good thing in the world if you want to never fall into the cycle of reincarnation? Unless you have a way to rise again. However, you're only at the Emperor realm. If you think you can crush me, it's still a little too whimsical. Xianxia was completely unafraid of this giant skeleton. This guy was thinking of ways to kill Xianxia. The fact that Xianxia had entered the Hellion family's ancestral land, the gate of heaven, had already aroused the strong dissatisfaction of this guy. Fortunately, Xianxia had already predicted all the situations, because he already had the determination to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This gate of heavens must be a very terrifying existence. Once he entered here, he was destined to receive extraordinary challenges. It was known as the only forbidden area of the Hellion family since ancient times. The people who entered it were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Xianxia naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that this place was like his backyard, where he could come and go as he pleased. But in order to save you, everything was worth it. Stubborn, then I'll send you to hell. The giant skeleton roared angrily. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens and earth. A huge phantom passed through the sky. The aura of the soul covered the sky. Xianxia had already been forced to retreat again and again. Big Brother. Was in a desperate situation. She couldn't help Xianxia, nor could she change the situation in front of her. No one understood the struggle in the depths of her heart, how painful it was. She could only silently pray and hope that Xianxia could escape from this dangerous situation. But if the one who lost was the giant skeleton, then it would be her ancestor. So in this battle, no matter who won or lost, she would still be in a dilemma. Yu understood that everything that Xianxia did was for her. However, she had no choice. If Xianxia wasn't bad, she wouldn't be willing to accept it. But now that Xianxia was here, she was in a dilemma. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. This old fellow has been hiding underground for millions and millions of years. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. I, Xianxia, don't want to die in your hands without knowing why. The corner of Xianxia's mouth turned cold and he squinted his eyes. At that moment, his soul power rippled out like a tide, pouring down and turning into a huge dragon. The dragon soared in the sky and collided with the giant skeleton. Xianxia's soul power condensed into a huge dragon that entangled with the giant skeleton. The terrifying soul power struck down wave after wave. Xianxia's face became extremely ugly. It was obvious that he was in a disadvantageous position. This fellow was quite terrifying. Even though he was only left with soul power, he shouldn't be underestimated. I have the soul power of a peak emperor god. You're just a beginner emperor god. How are you going to fight against me? The soul voice became even more terrifying as it swept across the sky. In the universe, Jiang Chen's soul was forced into a difficult situation. Without thinking, Jiang Chen understood the difference between a peak emperor god and a beginner emperor god. He had investigated quite a bit. If he were to fight with this fellow to the end, his situation would be extremely dangerous. I don't believe it. Soul extermination. Soul extermination. Jiang Chen continuously exerted his terrifying soul pressure and turned into reaping sickles. However, they were all swallowed by the phantom skeleton. Jiang Chen staggered and retreated. His face grew ugly. 2 rays of blue light turned into 2 rays of light and tore the void apart. They pierced through Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen fell down and spurted out blood. Motherfucker, you old thing. Great, you soul-forming light, suppress. Chapter 3456. Great, you soul-forming light. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. However, this great you soul-forming light is not complete and your strength is too weak to activate the power of the great you soul-forming light. Unless you become an Emperor Realm expert, you won't be able to use it to suppress me. Go to hell. The phantom of the skeleton roared continuously. His angry voice revealed the anger and excitement in his heart. Although the great you soul-forming light could not suppress him, it had injured him. If Jiang Chen was strong enough, the great you soul-forming light could easily subdue him. It was a pity that Jiang Chen's strength was too weak compared to the skeleton shadow. Jiang Chen knew how difficult this battle was. If he lost, he would be destroyed and his soul would be restricted. Even the great you soul-forming light could not turn the situation around. Jiang Chen was at his wit's end. The only thing he could do now was to use his Dao essence to cast the Howling Heaven seal. Success or failure depended on this. Jiang Chen had no other choice. If he wanted to live, this was the only way. The soul thought was invisible. If he wanted to hide, there was nowhere for him to hide. It was impossible for the limitless sword and the formation to trap him. In the end, Jiang Chen could only place all his hopes on the Howling Heaven seal. He hoped that the seal that was formed with the energy of Dao accumulation could shake the soul consciousness. Howling Heaven seal. Jiang Chen formed a seal with his hands and squinted his eyes. When the seal was cast, the mountains and rivers roared. The entire gate of heavens will seemed to be shaking. Big brother, are you okay? Yu Er said anxiously. He was worried. However, the moment the heavenly seal appeared, the skeleton in charge instantly turned pale with fright and roared madly. How is this possible? You have Dao essence. This is impossible, impossible. This Howling Heaven seal? Who are you? The giant skeleton was incomparably shocked, as if it couldn't be more shocked by Jiang Chen's seal. The heaven howling seal smashed out like a rotten twig. The clouds in front of the stone block parted, revealing the clear blue sky. As soon as the seal moved, the giant skeleton was crushed into countless soul fragments. The power of the heaven howling seal instantly crushed the giant skeleton. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised and his lips curled into a smile. He didn't expect that his last attack would destroy the phantom of the skeleton. In an instant, Jiang Chen quickly activated the Great You Soul-forming light and kept the soul fragment of the phantom of the skeleton into the Great You Soul-forming light. No, no. A tragic cry reverberated in Jiang Chen and Yu Er's ears. However, Jiang Chen was indifferent. It was the law of the jungle. If he lost, the ending would be even more tragic than this. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Jiang Chen didn't feel any discomfort. He kept the broken soul fragment into his pouch and prepared to refine it. That way he could get rid of the hatred in his heart. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Finally, he ended the guy's life. There was no need to explain how powerful a peak divine sovereign's spiritual sense was. Jiang Chen could only rely on the heavenly torturing seal to help him escape this time. Jiang Chen also let out a sigh of relief. He finally subdued that guy. The surrounding illusion disappeared and what appeared under his feet was a broad road. The abyss and the stone bridge were all part of the illusion. Yu Er suddenly turned her head and saw her big brother. Her eyes were filled with tears and she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. At that moment they were separated by life and death. So many years of wind and rain, so many years of longing, so many years of bitterness. They finally met again. Yu Er had thousands of words in her heart. She didn't know how to tell Jiang Chen about her endless grievances and hardships. Jiangchen looked at Yu Er and Yu Er looked at him. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. The little girl who was kind and understanding had finally grown up. Her appearance was even more stunning than when Jiangchen saw Ling Yun in the past. However, her tears flowed into Jiangchen's heart. Don't cry. Your tears are my pearls. You're the princess in my heart. Even if you lose one, my heart will ache. Don't lose my pearls. Let them shine in your heart. Jiangchen smiled. After so many trials and tribulations, he finally saw this lovable and heart-wrenching little girl. He was finally no longer lonely. However, Yu Er couldn't stop her tears. She fell into Jiangchen's embrace and cried non-stop. After a long while, Yu Er finally wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her lips were filled with bitterness. However, she had to say that this time, even if she died, she wouldn't have any regrets. Because her big brother was already here, she no longer had any hesitation. Although she knew that everything had become very difficult, as long as her big brother was here, the sky would never turn dark. However, this gate of heavens was extremely difficult for her big brother. He couldn't even take a single step forward. If it wasn't for her big brother using all his strength to protect himself, she didn't know if her big brother would really leave her and fall in the gate of heavens will. After all, their current strength had yet to reach the Emperor realm. On the other hand, the ancestor of the Gate of Heavens had already reached the Emperor realm or even higher. Their situation had been extremely difficult until now. Big brother, why did you come? Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of forgetting everything? Yu Er bit her rosy lips. Her eyes were sparkling, causing Jiangchen's heart to ache. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. But at the same time, I'm also afraid of losing you. Jiangchen smiled. The gentleness at the corner of his lips was indescribable. Yu Er smiled. Her heart was sweeter than eating honey. If this Gate of Heavens is really the ancestral land of your Hellion clan, then it shouldn't be something that just anyone can come in. However, if that skeleton phantom was a despicable monster, then it's dead. There's nothing to say. Some people die, but he lives forever. Some people live, but he's already dead. The Gate of Heavens should be the gathering place of the geniuses of your Hellion clan. Who would have thought that it would be occupied by such a monster? If this Gate of Heavens is really that weak, then it's fine if you don't want it. Jiangchen shook his head and said with a gloomy expression. Big brother, this is the ancestral land of my Hellion clan. Be careful of your words. Chapter 3457. That's right. Not just any demon or monster is fit to be a member of my Hellion clan. We should have killed such evil creatures long ago. I didn't expect that my descendant would almost die in the hands of this guy. It's fate, it's fate. Looks like this little friend's strength is not to be underestimated. This evil creature dying in your hands can be considered to be a worthy death. A deep voice sounded in Yu Er and Jiangchen's ears. A figure in a snow-white robe appeared. Her long hair was loose and her temperament was unparalleled. Her beautiful face looked similar to Yu Er. The lady stood with her hands behind her back. Her shadow floated in the air and her eyes were like torches as she looked at Yu. Are you the ancestor? Yu Er asked in a low voice. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and looked at the lady in a snow-white robe calmly. If you're really the ancestor of the Hellion clan, it's a good thing. Jiangchen smiled. Not everyone is like that evil creature. Do you think that my Hellion clan is filled with sinister and cunning people? The lady was not angry at all. She said with a faint smile and shook her head. Jiangchen could not bear any hostility towards her because she looked extremely similar to Yu Er. Looking at her from afar, it was as if they were the same person. I'm the leader of the Hellion clan, Hellion Piaomiao. The Hellion clan has lost a lot of talents. The Gate of Heavens can't change the situation. For us who have been dead for thousands of years, there's nothing we can do. The woman seemed to be very helpless as she sighed and said. Yu Er greets the ancestor. Cupped her hands and bowed. Her face was filled with respect. The person you got rid of earlier was none other than the 7th-generation ancestor of the Hellion clan. However, he had committed many evils. Although he was also an ancestor of the Hellion clan, he was as incompatible as fire and water with me. Taking advantage of my slumber, he wanted to kill me. It's useless to kill this kind of evildoer. Even if you didn't do anything, I definitely wouldn't let him have the slightest chance of survival. The one who entered the Gate of Heavens in the previous generation should be your father, right? Hellion Piaomiao said. Yuer's eyes reddened as she asked nervously, "Ancestor, you mean, your father has already been killed by him? Speaking of which, it is also because of my incompetence. Otherwise, how could my Hellion family end up in such a state? Back then your father was a heavenly genius. However, he wanted to seize your father's body and soul. In the end, your father risked his life and didn't let him succeed. However, he himself also disappeared like smoke in thin air. My heart is willing, but my strength is insufficient. The ancestral land of the Hellion family is supposed to be a place that benefits the younger generation, but it has become a place that hides filth. It makes one's heart feel cold and heartache. I Hellion Piaomiao am duty-bound." Hellion Piaomiao shook his head and said, full of self-blame. Yuer's body went limp. Her face was filled with despair and she almost fell to the ground. Jiang Qin hurriedly helped Yuer up. He sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't even know what to say. "Father, I'm sorry, father," Yuer murmured. However, there was nothing she could do. Her father had passed away, and her heart was as calm as still water. As a member of the Hellion family, you should understand your responsibility. The Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual is carved on the Heavenly Fortune Stone. Only by mastering the Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual can you become one of the strongest geniuses of the Hellion family. Only then can the Hellion family continue to exist. However, not everyone could learn the secret manual of heavenly secrets. Therefore, many people would only learn half of it and would not be able to finish it. That was why they would forget about the past, and that was why they would only remember the future, unwilling to live in the past. The true Heavenly Secrets Codex is a divine ability that can predict the future of the heavenly secrets. The Great Heavenly Secrets art is only a small part of the Heavenly Secrets Codex. Only the Heavenly Secrets Codex is the most terrifying divine technique of the ancient times. Hellion Piaomiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Yuer. It seemed like the burden of the Hellion family's rise was on her shoulders. "It's fine if you learn it, but won't you forget the past if you only know a little?" Jiang Qin frowned and asked in a deep voice. "This is the Hellion family's matter. Little friend, you shouldn't ask so much. However, since you've helped us, I have no choice but to answer your question. What you said is true, but this is something that every member of the Hellion family has to experience, especially since she's the genius of the Hellion family. She carries the hope and mission of the entire Hellion family. The Gate of Heavens has chosen her, and that's her destiny. If she can have her own unwavering belief and master the Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual, she won't forget about the past." Hellion Piaomiao hesitated for a moment and said, "However, the final choice is still in your hands. Make your own choice. I won't force you. Although the mission of the Hellion family is important, I respect your decision more." Hellion Piaomiao's words made Jiang Qin very angry. This fellow was setting a trap for Yuer. Given Yuer's character, she would definitely not give up the great cause of the Hellion family for her own selfish desires. If she hadn't entered the Gate of Heavens, perhaps there would still be a chance. However, after knowing everything, it was impossible for her to choose to escape. Yuer wasn't a cowardly person. Moreover, Jiang Qin could see the determination in her eyes. At this moment, no matter what Jiang Qin said, it would be futile. He had already seen through Yuer's choice. As a member of the Hellion family, Jiang Qin didn't have the right to change Yuer's mind. Hellion Piaomiao's original intention was naturally for Yuer to bear the glory of the Hellion family. He definitely didn't want her to retreat at the last minute. Yuer would ultimately bring along her stubborn side and not disappoint everyone. She would choose to bear the difficult mission of the Hellion family. "I'm sorry, big brother. I want to leave with you. However, I can't abandon my family. This is my mission and my destiny. Believe me, I will definitely not forget myself. Even if I forget myself, I will not forget you." Yuer smiled. Her smile was so bright and heart-wrenching. Jiang Qin couldn't say a single word. He didn't even know how to dissuade her. However, dissuading her was destined to be useless. Yuer's choice would definitely not change, just like how she had chosen to enter the Gate of Heavens without any hesitation. From that moment onwards, she had already disregarded her own life and death. Chapter 3458. Jiang Qin looked at Yuer, and Yuer also looked at him. Yuer faintly smiled, but Jiang Qin found it hard to hide his bitterness. He had always been a person who would help those close to him and not reason. However, at this moment he was speechless. Yuer had made her own choice, and that was something he could not interfere with. She was confident that she would be able to protect her own heart forever and protect her past. That was a period of time that she would never be willing to forget. Jiang Qin knew that no matter how many words he said, it was impossible to change Yuer's mind. As the ancestor of the Helian family, Helian Piaomiao also hoped that Yuer could complete the inheritance and completely master the Tianji secret book so that she could lead her family to prosperity and reach the peak. After all, not too long ago the Helian family was extremely prominent in the entire central region Divine Land. However, they were gradually declining and had already withdrawn from the stage of history. Even in the Dongxing Divine Land they were on the verge of collapse. Although I have yet to leave the gate of Heaven's will, I understand that the Helian family is lacking in talent. If they want to rise again, it is not something that can be done overnight. Yuer, this is your responsibility. It is also our destiny. We have a very similar appearance, and it is precisely because we both have an extremely heavy mission. I know you are a child who can distinguish right from wrong, and I hope you can find your true self. Helian Piaomiao said earnestly. Yuer nodded slightly as her beautiful eyes flickered. She silently looked at her big brother. This was the last time she would look at him. I definitely won't disappoint you. I definitely won't forget you, big brother. Trust me. After speaking, Yuer slowly turned around. However, at that moment Jiang Qin finally moved. He looked at Helian Piaomiao and said in a deep voice, I also want to comprehend the heavenly secret tome. No, you are not a member of my Helian family. You cannot comprehend the Heavenly Fate Stone and the Heavenly Fate Secret Manual. Helian Piaomiao said in a deep voice. His gaze was as sharp as a blade and he did not back down. I only want to be like you, I want to experience the so-called pain of reincarnation and see exactly how difficult it is in my memories. I also know the great divination art. I Jiang Qin hereby swear that even if I Jiang Qin learn the Tianji secret tome, I will never use it for the rest of my life. Jiang Qin looked at Helian Piaomiao with a burning gaze. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was not afraid at all. When their eyes met, his gaze was extremely cold. He argued for what was right. Big brother, why are you doing this? Yuer's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head. He didn't have to do that, but for her he had even disregarded his own life. He had to empathize with her. That was the moment that made Yuer's heart ache the most. You also know the great divination art. How did you learn it secretly? Helian Piaomiao said coldly with a gloomy look in her eyes. The great divination art was a secret of the Helian family. How did an outsider know about it? I learned the great divination art in the 9 prefectures Immortal world. It has nothing to do with the Helian family. Even if it does, it should have been left in the 9 prefectures Immortal world by the members of the Helian family. It should have nothing to do with the Helian family in the divine world. I have never fought against the Helian family, so why can't I learn it? Jiang Qin said coldly. There was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't learn it secretly. What was there to be ashamed of? All right, since you are so devoted and protective of you, perhaps this is Heaven's will, since you also know the great divination art. Remember your oath. Otherwise you will be struck by lightning. Helian Piaomiao hesitated for a moment before nodding her head in the end. I want to be with you. I was here, I am here, and I will still be here in the future. Jiang Qin rubbed Yuer's little head and smiled. His smile was like a warm spring breeze, causing Yuer to have mixed feelings. However, she was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a challenge for her big brother. They might even forget about each other. Let us remember this moment. Yuer smiled innocently. She was as dazzling as the moon and stars in the sky. Jiang Qin and Yuer stood in front of the heavenly divination stone. The secret book of heavenly divination was a tempting item for Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin didn't really care about it. He cared about Yuer's safety. He knew that his ability was limited. He didn't care about the secret book of heavenly divination. He just wanted to protect the people he wanted to protect. When the two of them stood in front of the heavenly divination stone, thoughts flashed through Jiang Qin's mind. It was as though he was in a chaotic sea of stars. His surroundings were endless stars, stars and stars. Jiang Qin didn't know where to go or how to take the next step. Where am I? Jiang Qin murmured. He knew that he was comprehending the secret book of heavenly divination in the heavenly divination stone. However, his soul consciousness had already entered a vast and boundless starry sky. This made Jiang Qin feel an indescribable sense of danger. This place was too strange. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head, wanting to catch Yu Er who was beside him. However, he found out that she was already so close, yet so far away. She had already disappeared. Where are you? Jiang Chen ran with all his might. He searched for her but he couldn't find anything. Jiang Chen stopped and looked around. His eyes became more and more solemn. The surrounding mountains were connected. Other than the fiery red and azure stones there was nothing else. Strangely shaped mountains rose from the ground and flashed past his body. Jiang Chen continued to run. However, he couldn't find where he should go. I don't even know where Yu Er is. Could this space where the mountains and the starry sky fuse together be my soul consciousness? Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. It was as though he was trapped in a space where he couldn't see the light of day. It was like a cage. He couldn't break through the surrounding walls. The starry sky above was connected to millions of miles of nebulas. Seemed to be changing. Rays of light flashed above Jiang Chen's head. Meteors streaked across the sky. Jiang Chen stood in the sky. However, he was struck by the meteors. It felt as though they were passing through his body.